And here we are. Hello there. Welcome to the Professional Casual Network's Twitch, where we are live at LVO 2023 for the Invitational. This is a culmination of a year of events, and a bunch of champions are here today to prove that they are, in fact, champions.
Champions.
There are a metric ton of familiar faces around here. If you checked out the LCQ yesterday, we had 91 combatants fighting for the last few spots in the LVO 2023 Invitational. Brackets have gone up. If you are looking for that longshanks link, not only will it post regularly in here, but if you hit the command, ! Longshanks, it will re-put it up in chat. So, if you see people asking, that's all you got to do to make sure that you are heading over to the same brackets that we are looking at.
It goes, broop, it's up there.
It's just there. You know what I mean?
Like a sentinel.
Here, and we'll start it off strong with a a boom, boom. Here it is. Yes, Marsupial. Wow,
Thanks.
Just right out of the gate. What a good guy that guy is. Anywho, we have a couple really cool people coming up for round one. Round one on stream, I believe, is going to be, what was it, Guardians
and Shield.
And Shield, including Mike from the Strike Better podcast, as well as the youngest contestant here that has made it to the Invitational at the age of 16, being escorted around by his father as well, making sure that everything's on the up and up. So this should be a very, very, very good first round match. In addition, Dan, we have some of that Longshanks information that has gone up today. What are we looking at as far as affiliations? What's here, what's not here, and are there any surprises?
So there are a few things that aren't surprises, and there are a few surprises as well. Things that are not too surprising, X-Men and Brotherhood lead with 13 people using them as their affiliation each, followed up by Avengers with 11. The thing that I find very surprising is that there's only one Spider Foes player.
That's it.
Personally, probably my favorite affiliation to play.
Yeah.
Only one. Right up there with Spider Foes Criminal Syndicate for me, we got 5 people. We have a whole bunch right in the middle. Shield's pretty popular with 6. Hydra's fairly popular with 4. Web Warriors is 5.
Okay, so up from yesterday.
Which
in
is
the
nice
LCQ.
to see.
Yeah.
Cabal has 6. Then there's a bunch others hovering around. There's actually 4 Wakanda players.
Correct.
Which is nice.
There
weren't any yesterday.
We saw none yesterday.
Yeah. 1 Weapon X, which is a little surprising because a lot of people are talking about how strong that affiliation is right now. So a little surprise there. Biggest surprise for me for those that are not represented today, there's no Asgard.
No Asgard.
Which, especially with our friend Arthur, I know he has even like a Thor Lego minifigure he uses as the turn tracker.
Yeah.
So I'm very surprised even he's not playing Asgard. No surprise is no Dark Dimension.
Correct.
Which has been a favorite we've seen lately, but not today.
But yeah, and then just kind of looking around at some of the other folks here, we have Jesse from Fury's Finest is going to be competing today, Simon and Gabe from the Montreal Shark Tank, Spell Shock, who we saw yesterday, a whole bunch of people from Alfredo's Size 3 Taco Truck, including, I believe, Mandalorian Orange, Nate Horn, just a ton. We have Arthur from the Pork Roll Protocol, as well as Chewy, Sploosh, and Mike DeLuca from the Danger Room. This is really kind of a who's who of tournaments. We have Mike from Strike Better. It's just a massive list. Finger Gun Sam is here. Sure Thing.
Yeah, if you follow any content producer for Crisis Protocol, they probably have a representative here.
Correct.
Or fully here. I also love Toast RP says, morning. So morning. Also, that Art swapped out his Thor Lego minifigure to Star-Lord since he's playing Guardians. That's so great.
I love that.
Dude, we want to talk about how this tournament is set up. It is not Swiss pairings that we're usually used to.
Correct. So we are actually getting some standard March Madness brackets here. So
we're in the playoffs, baby.
We are, and this. So some of the cool matchups that are going to be happening in round one, we have Mandalorian Orange going up against Christian. I believe that is a Oh, what were they running? I want to say it was Guardians and
Who?
Mandalorian Orange, Zach and Christian. I think I have that right here.
Christian Charling's playing Criminal Syndicate. And
Yes.
Zach, yeah, there he is. Zach is also playing Guardians.
Guardians and Criminal Syndicate. That was the one I was curious about. We have Aaron going up against Danny, and it did look like Chris from the last round of yesterday did in fact make it in. He is going up against such a huge list here.
There's 64 people in this bracket, so
Yeah. Where's that Danks? Where are them Danks at? Matt Alex is going up against Van Union. We have Sploosh going up against Jeremiah England. You can tell, like, when I know someone's, like, online handle, like, I default to that.
Yeah, right.
Vincent.
There he is. Oh, he's up against Kirchhoff.
Oh, that's what it was. That's why it stuck out, because it was like, yeah, so Vincent Kirchhoff, who we saw yesterday in round 1 playing Shield, is going up against Danks, who was playing some Hydra. So here we go. Omnis is getting this rolling.
Oh, boy.
So this should be a pretty stellar day. I see Thoris over there, Matt Alex, Ben, Sooner, Mike DeLuca. I mean, everyone's here, guys. Every single person is here. One of the really unfortunate matchups that we saw was both members of the Montreal Shark Tank, Simon and Gabe, got matched up against each other round 1.
Yeah, it's just, you know, you roll the dice. It was randomly set up for that first round, so it's just too bad. Luckily, they both got to play a bunch yesterday. So.
Correct, yeah.
And there's a bunch of other events after people are knocked out of the tournament. There are plenty of other things to play. We got I believe there's a bunch of OP kits available, right?
There are some OP kits available. In addition to that, I believe the Gymnastics event.
That sounds like hilarious and awesome, where anybody can take a gym.
And it's free first gym. Your first gym's free. There are a couple exclusions with that, but yeah, it's pretty solid format. I'm super excited. Lex is running that one. Super excited to see how that one kind of pans out throughout the day. Yesterday was the 15 roster event as well. We also have a bunch of scrambles going on. So for anyone that didn't end up making it into the Invitational, there's going to be no shortage of games to play and people to play with.
No, yeah, for sure. They got tons of tables set up. I heard somebody asking about just getting in casual games, and it's like, yeah, absolutely.
And that's a really cool thing here between the group, between Tyson, Omnis, Lexa, Brian Watson, kind of handling all of the administrative and organizational aspects of the event, being able to have so many people, so many judges around that are, number one, very knowledgeable, and number two, making sure that if someone wants a game, they're finding someone to play with or getting in another 8-man scramble.
Nice. We're accommodating at LVO.
What's
you want to play? You're going to play.
Correct. So Matt Alex, I think I saw him down here as well. So let's take a look actually at what some of the round 2 matches might be. So we have the Jeremy off
Whoa.
at table 1. What's the matchup? So the matchup that we're going to be going for round 1 is, what was it? Guardians
And
Shield.
Mike D'Ambrose from Strike Better podcast and what did they say, Dayton?
I believe so.
How you pronounce it, I think. Our youngest player here, 16, which is awesome. Good for him.
Absolutely, and especially coming this far too at that age. Effectively, not only getting into, but being here at the Invitational for just an absolutely monumental event.
Yeah, for real.
So games will be starting at 10 o'clock. We're only 8 minutes away.
8 minutes.
From round 1. There's going to be 3 rounds today. 10, 1, and 4 are when those matches will start. You'll be able to find all of those matches too if you do end up missing some on the YouTube. You can find that link right down below. And as always, at the top and bottom of the show, we always like to thank anyone that gives us a follow and subscription. It's something that absolutely, it means monumental things to us and allows us to be able to provide coverage at these conventions. We really appreciate that. You can also support Frontline Gaming and LVO and tournaments like it. There's a link down below to check out the Frontline Gaming store, where you can get some pretty heavy retail discounts on mats and dice and paints and models and even pre-painted stuff, or used models too. They kind of have a whole bunch of really great stuff there, so make sure to check out that link down below.
Nice.
In addition, if you want to join the Discord and hang out with a lot of the people here, including ourselves, if you type !Discord in the chat, that will give you a link to join the base version of the Professional Casual Network Discord.
Professional Casual Fellowship.
So, kind of just looking down from the top, I think this first kind of pod of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, that makes sense. Players are going to be going effectively. Someone from this will be going to the semifinal round, or the first semifinal round. And out of that group, we have Jeremy Constance, Jeremy Joffrey, Hyper Viper, Ryan Scherbaga, Danny Modesto, Aaron, Mr. Spellshock England, who we saw yesterday, Mutilus, Will Thompson, Christian, and Mandalorian Orange. We also have Blue Gunner 38, Drunk Poet, fantastic name, Mr. Mike DeLuca, as well as Alexander Onaroff and Vincent Kirchhoff and Thanks, who we saw yesterday. So out of these two first initial pods, out of the first 8 players, what are our predictions, Dan, as far as who is going to be moving on here?
Well, based on yesterday, we know that Spellshock should be getting pretty deep into this bracket. He was undefeated yesterday. He was showing he was calm, collected. He knew what he was doing. He just couldn't roll hits in that game, but that didn't stop him. I hope that his opponent couldn't either.
So let's say, are we going to see in round 3? This is single elimination.
Round 3.
So you have Spellshock in. So that would have him winning against Danny, as well as the winner of Mutilus and Will Thompson to make it to round 3.
Right. I think super potentially.
I think as far as that initial 8, I think I'm looking for Jeremy from the Infamous podcast.
Okay.
I think yesterday he had a really good plan going into it, and the dice absolutely betrayed him, and he still held in there. You know what I mean? He was still tied for rounds 3 and 4 in that particular game, and I think he could get to that first semifinal round in round 3.
I think that shows a really well-constructed squad when the dice fail you and things still work out for you.
Correct.
Because we know that the game's not all about how hard can you hit. It's not all about attacks. And we've seen plenty of games while we're streaming these events where we've had rounds with very few attacks.
Correct.
There's a great game at Adepticon last year where the whole time the squads were just shifting around. They get the whole matchup turned 90 degrees because it was a couple juggernauts just pushing themselves all over the place, and then the whole battle became this big spiral without many attacks.
Right.
And still tons of points scored. So, I guess I'm just finish this spiel to get things started.
In that bottom half there, this one's tough because I would not be shocked if we see a round 3 that has Mandalorian Orange going up against Mike DeLuca in this second bracket of 8. Mike DeLuca taking LVO last year here to defend his title.
Defending champion.
I got to see a lot of first-hand play of Mandalorian Orange at NashCon, doing very well with some Malekith.
Okay.
Right when that was fresh, so I wouldn't be shocked if those two make it to that round 3, and that's the pairing that we see.
Well, we got our players at the table here, so it looks like we've got Dayton on the left. And Mike on the right.
So that is, in fact, going to be Shield, right?
Yeah, so let's start talking about what we've got here for we already have their list on Longshanks. So if you're curious what exactly people are running, you can check out that link to Longshanks and see what exactly is in their roster. I clicked on the wrong one there.
Yeah, I'm really hoping there's kind of a couple players out here in some of those lower brackets I know he's not feeling super great so far, but I expect Ben to go pretty far. I also expect Sploosh to perform pretty well, as well as Art.
For real. All right, so what we got for Dayton, he's running Shield today. He's got Nick Fury Jr., of course, Iron Man, Nick Fury and the Howling Commandos, Winter Soldier, Hawkeye, Black Widow, Two Threat, Honey Badger, Bullseye, Crimson Dynamo, and Luke Cage.
I like that.
Some interesting splashes there. I like all the twos, so he'll probably go wide. At least he's certainly able to. But I like Crimson Dynamo in there as well.
I mean, just that beam shock, right, is just so useful, especially when you're going up against a killy team. It's one of those things where when you're running wide, sometimes just grabbing as many objectives as you can and then just trying to stay alive is kind of the path to victory.
Yeah, absolutely.
And having Crimson Dynamo being able to move around, potentially set up some devastating beams that if they don't do a ton of damage, should realistically shock all of them and really heavily decrease the amount of damage that they can pump out.
He can be a bit of a tank as well with his damage reduction. He's got good health, decent defenses.
Yep.
You know, that Winter Guard high Mystic defense.
Can I talk to you guys something about that? Now that we're doing turn 0?
For his tactics cards, he's got Battlefield Medicine, the Shield Mobile, Eye in the Sky, I'm sure we'll see that. Helios Slaves of Bombardment, Heroes for Hire, Brace for Impact, Sacrifice, Mission Objective, March for Death, and Sit Rep.
And we are joined very quickly here by Mr. Dr. D, Dr. Dylan, low-key himself.
That's me. I came to give you guys gifts.
Oh, wow!
I love gifts.
Wow! It's a little Cyclops!
Oh, wait, where's the camera?
Whoop. Thank you so much, Dylan.
Sweet
Since they're never
Iceman.
going to put Iceman in the game, I figured I would give you a model.
Aw,
So that you
thanks.
can, every time you see it, you can feel the hatred I feel.
I
Every time I
absolutely
look
love
at
that.
Daredevil's card.
You did these yourself?
Yeah.
That's-
Sorry, he's not beaming like he used to.
No, actually, I like that better. I like the floppy
He's
beam.
the better. Anyway, here, there's Marvel United. So here are the decks.
Oh, wow.
Oh, cool.
Oh, dude, thank you.
So I bought them for you guys. I painted them. They're all yours.
Hell
Even
yeah.
if you never play the game, you can have them.
We absolutely intend to play this game 100%.
Appreciate that so much, thank you.
Send to people so they can watch. Oh, this is my son.
Yes. Yep. Let me, I'll
Anyway.
write it down for you.
Hope
Great,
you guys
thanks,
like
Doug.
it.
Dr. D. Wow, that was super nice. All right, let's take a look at what Mike is running. Yep, he's got you covered as Thanos in stream. We'll see if he's on the table. He is in the roster. His Guardians, but he does have Thanos with Reality and Space. And then we've got Star-Lord, Winter Soldier, Rocket Raccoon, Groot, Nebula, Toad, Mystique, Gamora, and Angela. A couple interesting splashes there as well. I love seeing Toad and Mystique. And then for his tactics, he's got Deadly Duo, Crew of the Milano, Recalibration Matrix, Deception, Fallback, Escort to Safety, Mission Objective, Face Me, We Are Groot, and Eyes on the Prize. I like Eyes on the Prize a lot.
Absolutely. Do we know who won priority?
Dayton.
Dayton? All right, so that's going to have Dayton with priority.
Shield has priority. So Lexa yesterday was showing me most of the way through yesterday's tournament that Longshanks has some really cool data aggregation that you can take a look at, where how affiliations were doing, and even broke it down to what were their win percentages, whether they had priority or not. And really surprisingly, actually not that surprisingly after we thought about it for a second, Shield had a higher percentage of wins when they didn't have priority.
Yes.
And it was like the opposite of pretty much every other affiliation. And it makes sense with Nick Fury's leadership that he gains victory points when you're a little behind. So if you start potentially behind by not having priority, he's got a great catch-up mechanic.
100%.
So let's see if Dayton can flip the script on that one.
Well, and that's one of those things, too, where, if he is going to be going wide here, it kind of becomes that game of attrition here.
19.
All right, so we are playing at 19.
Ooh, big threat. We'll definitely see Thanos, I bet.
And we are going to see some Skrulls and Demons Downtown.
Demons Downtown.
I like that. So we didn't see
Cool.
Skrulls or Demons at all yesterday.
Right, there are 4 scrolls now with the change up to the objectives, which is pretty sweet. Can only hold 1 scroll at a time. I haven't played this one since they updated it. Then roll dice equal to the character's physical defense. If the result does not contain one or more crit or wild results, the opposing player pushes you short as you try to chase down that scroll as it tries to get away from you, I bet. The Demons Downtown, this is the one that didn't change at all, right?
That is my understanding, yep.
So we got 3 flaming portals that give you Incinerate during the power phase. So don't set up within range of it or you're incinerated before you activate.
Correct. Now, it does look like there are a couple models that might be able to fill that. I think Angela can potentially toe in there and start with Incinerate. I don't expect Mike from Strike Better to fall victim to that. And then once again, as always, the mats for today are provided by FLG themselves. They're pre-marked. They are updated for the new Crisis, and you can find a link to them down below.
They're checking all the size of the terrain there. Nicely painted stuff.
Jacob, hey, thank you. Absolutely. Actually, while you're here, Jacob, I know Alma said that there was going to be some massive data stuff going up today from you. Is that up and live anywhere that I can link for everybody? Because I am very excited to see that. Currently crunching them. Love it.
Crunchy, crunchy.
Shoot me a message when that is live, and we will make sure that link gets out there.
Oh, we love that data.
I absolutely love that data. I'm excited to have a new Power Bottom 10.
Right, they're setting up their squads now that they know the threat level. We got objective markers out already, which is nice. 19 threat. Both of these can go real wide if they want.
Yeah, for real.
Especially with Dayton having 3 2-threats in his roster. So let's just say you're Dayton and you assume that Mike's going to take Thanos.
Yeah.
Do you go wide and just give him more targets?
See, that's the thing, is it? Now, as far as Mike's, is he running Reality Thanos?
Reality in space, yeah.
Yeah, that's a rough one. I think you almost have to. I think you try to go as tanky as you can, but you grab those points, you kind of almost give up on the demons, and you get
all those scrolls.
I wouldn't even take them.
Right.
And Taylor's saying he wouldn't, if he was in this, he wouldn't bother taking Thanos and just go even wider.
Yeah.
That's totally, his roster is built that he could go either way here.
Bowie, thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. But yeah, so who are you guys excited to see today? Alyssa, as always, good to see you. Trifos, Lord Com. We're rooting for Art out there, too. We did see if you're just joining us, the Montreal Shark Tank unfortunately did get paired against each other round 1, which I saw that last night when the longshanks went up, and I was like, oh no.
That's rough.
So
have to go up against the person you traveled with that you play all the time is just.
And I don't know, so this might not be something they've done, but just so you know, if you are going to travel to an event at Longshanks, you can add friends. You both have to add each other, but if you add each other on Longshanks, there's something built kind of into the system to make sure you don't get paired up against each other in round 1.
All right, we got squads here. We got Dayton's Shield, so of course he's got Nick Fury Jr., Luke Cage, Nick Fury Sr. and his Howling Commandos, Iron Man, Crimson Dynamo, and Black Widow. That's the 2-threat version he has in his list.
Okay.
So he's going relatively wide, but still kind of tanky. He's got a bunch of invulnerability, damage reduction. I like it.
I really like Crimson Dynamo in that, and Iron Man.
Yeah.
And Luke Cage, yeah, he has a lot of damage reduction.
Yeah.
He knows exactly what this list is, and he's ready for it. He's ready for that kill team to come at him.
I'm really glad I saw this. For his tactics cards, he's taken Eye in the Sky, of course. We saw how good that could be yesterday. Brace for Impact, Helios Laser Bombardment. We expect to see Thanos get lasered. Heroes for Hire, and Battlefield Medicine. Taking a couple of those sweet, sweet shield cards. And Eye in the Sky, since he's playing shield, gets recycled every time
round.
he uses
I
it.
love that. I mean, what a nuisance that'll be. Also, just looking at so his Crimson Dynamo's down right now on the table. Actually, a very beautiful. I think Dan will appreciate this. Like cobalt blue. It looks rad.
Oh, he's a blue Dynamo?
Yeah.
I like Cobalt Dynamo. All right, for Mike's Guardians, we got Star-Lord naturally with Rocket Raccoon and Groot. And then for splashes, we have Mystique. Oh, and Thanos.
All right, so we
So
do
he
have
is
that
going with Thanos.
with reality and space.
Azul Dynamo, I like that. Should look up what blue in Russian is, because I don't know.
It's not Curva, that's for sure.
For his tactics, we got some of my favorites. We Are Groot. I love that one. Deception, Deadly Duo, Fallback, and Recalibration Matrix. A little surprised there's no Crew of the Milano, but he is only taking 3 Guardians, so I guess it's not that surprising.
And that recal can be devastating.
Especially with Thanos out there adding dice.
That Dayton approves of Azul Dynamo.
Okay.
Dayton approves of Azul Dynamo, so thank you, Sir Derpalot.
That's pretty solid.
It's a great name.
Pretty solid.
All right, gotta take a break from those glasses for a little while so I can see better.
It's super cute.
What's that?
Super cute.
Right, Dylan. So just we've been wanting to try out Marvel Unlimited for a while, and Dylan has painted up some characters for us and given us the decks. What an incredibly good guy.
Super nice.
Yeah. So looking around, seems like people are really getting into it. Still see some people measuring for objectives, which that's probably not what they're doing because all the maps are pre-marked. But
Maybe they're moving already. Measuring ranges for attacks and stuff.
I'd hope my brother liked my little nickname for Dynamo. Oh,
nice.
Sir Derpalot, that's awesome. Really glad you're here to cheer your brother on, man.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I'll be honest, it looks like he's in a pretty good spot, too. He knows what he's going up against, and he has built for it. So we are going to go in round 1. Here's the power phase.
All right, we got kind of an interesting deployment here. They're both lined up very centrally, even with those scrolls that are pretty far out there. But looks like on Shield's side, we've got, who's at the top there? Is that, Black Widow's at the very top. Below her is, I forget who else he had in his list already. Is that Luke Cage, probably?
Probably Luke Cage, followed by Crimson.
Crimson Dynamo, then the Shield agents, Fury Jr., and then Iron Man at the bottom.
And Nick Sr.'s there somewhere, too, right?
He might. Oh no, he didn't take Infiltrate. So yeah, I think that's the one. That's the one that looks like Hydra Goons because their green was right below. So it was Black Widow, then Fury Sr., then Luke Cage.
Rocket, Star-Lord, Thanos with a winging it token.
Oh jeez,
So we have
Thanos with a
Rocket,
winging it token.
Rocket, Star-Lord, and Groot, I think he said, with winging it tokens.
Widow grabs a skull.
Widow is going to grab a skull. She's going to roll to see if she gets displaced. And it does look like she will.
Oh, she is displaced. That's
That is
not
one of
great.
the updates to Scrawls, is that when you pick it up, you roll to see if you get displaced. But otherwise, for the most part, outside, there being a whole ton of them now instead of one.
Yeah.
That's
It's
a bold move,
Cotton. Absolutely. Looks like we're starting out with Mystique on the Guardian side, moving right on up. So there we had Thanos, Mystique, Groot, Rocket, and then Star-Lord.
So who is playing? We have Mike from Strike Better as well as Dayton. Mystique grabs a skull.
She's going to roll to see if she gets displaced as well. She does not because she's got a crit in there.
So all you need to roll on that scroll is a crit or a wild.
And you roll your physical defense in dice.
Correct.
So real surprise Black Widow didn't get that. Doesn't she have 4 physical defense?
No. Not 2 point.
What am I thinking of then?
She's like 3-2 or 3-2-3 or something like that. A 2 with a 4 physical defense is not something that's in this game, I don't believe.
She moves up. She's staying within range 1 of that building up there.
Okay, so she's going to stay within range 1 of that building.
All right.
Iron Man grab that bottom scroll.
Okay, so
Moving
Iron Man
on
is going to head
down.
to that bottom scroll and grabbing that. Then we're going to roll his physical defense to see.
Oh, no Critter Wilds
He
again.
gets displaced a second time.
Another displace. That's rough.
Okay, and Mike moving him a little bit closer to danger.
What's up, Danger?
Join late. What game is this? This is game 1 of the Invitational. We have Mike from Strike Better going up against Dayton with some Guardians versus Shield. This is round 1, so you haven't missed much. We have a couple scrolls grabbed.
Deception.
And then we have that deception.
Black Widow way out of position.
Ooh.
This is going to hurt.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
She's pretty squishy in terms of, she doesn't have a lot of stamina, I know that.
For real. So, I mean, he's kind of, Mike has a couple really good kind of targets here as far as fire lining into one of them, but luckily one of them if there's someone to have that happen to for Dayton, one of them is in fact Iron Man, who is, considerably tanky.
Tanky.
Some stay dry and others feel the tank.
Black Widow.
Well, Star-Lord is opening his element guns on Black Widow.
Winging it, sir.
And winging it. Well, that's pretty good defense rolls. She's blocked 2 at least, but
Yep.
that was like a good attack roll.
3 go through.
3 on her already. I think is she 4 on this side?
I don't know.
It's been a while since I've used her. I forget her exact stats.
Can we please get some Web Warriors for next stream? So, we were going to have Web Warriors on initially as the first game, but there is one of the players that didn't feel comfortable playing on stream.
Thanks, Toast. My Wi-Fi doesn't seem to be working to look stuff up.
All right, so we do have a counter strike off that. Doesn't look like anything's going to go through there. Okay.
Oh, I heard a call for a judge over there.
So that is going to bring us back, and it does look like that is going to have some Hydra, or some, not some Hydra, but some Shield grunts move up. What Crisis is it? We are playing Skrulls and Demons Downtown.
Oh, thanks, Toast. She's got a 4 in Mystic Defense. That's what it is. I know she had a 4 somewhere.
Shield agents pick up the scroll, they get pushed.
Okay, so the Shield agents pick up a Skrull as well.
3 out of 3 for him?
They will get pushed, and Mike is going to bring them into the danger zone as well.
Pushed into the danger zone.
That was just one action, so then with the second one, he will move back.
Get out of there. Fall back. Fall back.
It doesn't look like they are within one of the demon portal, so they will not be getting incinerated next round. These are some bad scroll rolls. Dayton has gotten 3 of them, and he's failed every one, unfortunately. Sometimes the dice just aren't very nice.
Nick walks up on the building.
Nick is going to climb up on that building to get a vantage point. You can't have eyes in the sky unless your eyes are, in fact, in the sky.
He looks really cool up there, too.
I agree.
Toast, hopefully his attack rolls don't follow suit. Well, I like to say, we got the bad rolls out of there, but we know that's not how it actually works.
Correct. Yeah, get that jank out of the way. Throw it in the sink.
Saving his crits for Thanos.
And that's something we saw yesterday, certainly in round 5 of the LCQ, where there was just a lot of whiffing on both sides in that game.
Yeah, they were playing wiffle ball.
Correct.
Especially that Hulk.
So it looks like we're getting some measurements for some Groot attacks.
I don't believe Widow got dazed yet. I think she took 3 damage from Star-Lord. He had to move to get in range.
She's got 1 left. Try opening up a browser. There's no Brotherhood on this table. I feel attacked. Guess what, Keebler? You might be in a pretty good spot for the rest of the convention. So Widow could have picked up the center line scroll safely on the shield side. Instead, she went for a side one and is going to feed it to Thanos. Unfortunately,
Probably.
Rocket shooting Widow looks like that is going to potentially take her out.
I mean, that should, yeah. He's got a great builder.
And she is
She
dazed.
is dazed, dropping that scroll. That loaded.
Rocket will pick up that scroll. He'll roll as well. He does, in fact, roll a wild and will not be being moved. There's no Dormammu in this tournament. I feel there may be a problem with the only 8 threat in the game. Listen, we saw Dormammu do insanely well at Everwinter this year.
Yeah.
I think when you get to a really high-level competitive tournament like this, people are going with what they know works instead of trying something that may be a little counter-meta. So I think that, we will be seeing a lot of Avengers, a lot of Black Order, a lot of Brotherhood, and a lot of X-Men. There is an 8 threat on this table.
That's a good point. Thanos is 8 threat right now.
So, chat, if you have checked out the Longshanks, let us know. Who do you think will be the matchups in round 3? First semifinal round, who are we going to see? I think we're going to see DeLuca up against Mandalorian Orange.
Ooh.
I think we'll see a Montreal Shark Tank member in there.
Yeah, whoever, because with the two of them being matched up the first round, it's kind of to me, it seems like 50-50 who's going to go on. They're both really good players and used to each other.
All right, Luke Cage double moving and grooving.
Oh, he's right up in the middle there, just crossing his arms saying, bring it.
Yeah.
Sweet Christmas.
All right, so we get a group move. And we will probably be getting a group smack.
Kiba's got a good point. He says sometimes people lose obvious tactics in the moment. We saw a little bit of that yesterday. People using tactic cards and forgetting to do all of the abilities on it.
So no successes on that attack. He's not going to use the Wingman token either. Why bother?
Oof.
He might need it for defense, especially with the Crimson Dynamo.
If you got no successes, doesn't seem worth it.
Alyssa says, plus it's hot under those amazing streamlights and a lot of adrenaline going this morning. That's true.
The thing I like to see is sometimes, and I haven't played in a tournament in quite a while, but when I used to go pretty regularly for different minis games, sometimes you get that adrenaline going, you get nervous about it, my hands would get shaky, and I've seen some people on stream with that where they're grabbing their models and their hands are shaking around. I'm like, all right, it's not just me. It's good to know.
Yeah. Magic Nick, yeah. You're not wrong. We have...
Is that our friend Nick?
It is Nick, yeah. It's something that really disappointed us personally last night when we saw that. And it has certainly been brought up because that's not what I wanted to see at all.
Remember the Shaky Hands Club. Let's unite. I thought it was just me for the longest time, just my nerves getting the better of me, but I think it's really just common. You want to do well, you're in a tournament, you want to win.
Okay. Crimson Dynamo, the old Azul Dynamo moving on up to the middle.
Trying to see if he can generate.
Oh, that was his older brother that suggested that name as well.
No shit.
Yeah.
I think so. It's really cool that Longshanks has a thing. If you tell it that you're friends with somebody, that you won't get matched up like that. I think it's just they weren't aware of that option in time.
Well, and there's a maximum. You can only have 5. Oh, it's disabled for this event.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
Good to know.
To be fair, when you're at a really high-level competitive thing like this, to not be able to kind of cheese the system a little bit to make sure you get into round 2 or something. All right, so Thanos is going to Space Stone on up.
So that is an option, but not for this particular tournament. It was completely randomized as far as I understand.
Cosmic Portal.
And it's just Sometimes the way it works.
And then a Cosmic Portal, Crimson Dynamo in, and he's going to get struck.
Oh.
Let's see if the throw goes off
It's
here.
got a wild throw,
There's
right?
a wild, so it looks like just 2. What's that?
Move that this way a little bit. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so only 2 on the attack, but that throw is going to be there. He's blocked all the damage.
Dynamo's a size 3, I believe, so that could hurt.
Gotcha. So 1 goes through because I forgot about the reality gem. So that first skull's a crit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
He's going to throw him into Black Widow, so he'll just take an extra 1 there. Black Widow's already dazed. So, I mean, all things considered, he took the minimum damage he could if he's going to take damage.
Yeah, it's kind of best case scenario for Dayton in that case where he wasn't doing more damage from that throw.
Yeah.
How much did he do to Dynamo with the attack? 2?
What's that?
Dynamo took 2 from the attack?
1.
Or 1? All right, so he's taken 2 so far.
Yep.
He's pretty healthy, 6'6", though. He's going to be able to weather that a little bit. And that was his last activation, though, right? Looks like we just have Nick Fury Sr. left. Why is his so hard to say?
Right?
Blah, 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 blah.
Okay. So
some discussion here.
there was some discussion about being able to measure the distance and stuff. What was that?
So you can't measure an angle or away or towards unless you're going to use the, I've declared you're going to use the ability to do that. So
Gotcha.
if you're wondering about the shield movement.
So it would be
Okay.
pre-measuring, kind of, is why. Would that be kind of considered pre-measuring? Is that why they've...
You can only measure the angle when you say, I'm going to use this thing.
Okay. So they brought up a thing here. The players in this game are Mike from Strike Better, as well as Dayton. Oh, probably the youngest player here by leaps and bounds, at the age of 16 here at the Invitationals.
Like Tim Simpson said, just call him Hasselhoff instead of Nick Fury Sr.
Yeah.
Don't hassle the Hoff. I'll probably just call them Howling Commandos. Not easier to say necessarily, but
Yeah. I mean, deep down, you know, we're from the Northeast. We're hoping for some Northeast or Northerners to do well today. But listen, there's a lot of incredibly competent people at this particular Invitational. All right, we're going to get Punch again, this time looking a lot better for Thanos. We're showing 4 so far with that first skull being a crit. And he did?
Disruption.
Okay, so we do have Disruption Field here.
nice.
So he's blocking 2 so far. He's got the Winging It tokens we're going to use as well. Converts 1 of them. And then we're going to re-roll 2 of those hits. Probably the Wilds would be a good call. Absolutely. Try to prevent that throw. And unfortunately,
it almost worked.
didn't do much, but that'll be 5 going into 2 defenses with another invulnerable blocking a 3rd, so for just 2.
These dice are not being kind to Dayton.
They aren't.
Forced him to re-roll 2 successes back into 2 successes.
But that's reality Thanos, right? I mean,
Yeah.
he's throwing 2 to 3 failures a roll and being able to count that first one as a crit and having the...
Oh, Rocket doesn't take collision damage anyway, so...
So this is really funny. All right, so he throws that Crimson Dynamo into Rocket Raccoons. He now has him in the back line, and Rocket can't take collision damage. That's some neat tech that I actually really appreciate.
I saw him move him in the Rocket, and I was like, why would you do that? Rocket's go... Oh, right. Because Rocket doesn't care.
Jimmy to hand.
That sounds like a great day.
It does sound like a great day.
Pete's in front of him, Pup's curled up on the couch, watching us on the TV. Nice. We're also ready for this tournament.
Yeah. Awful lot of pressure. Yeah, from Guardians so far, and this is a list we've seen a lot of.
Oh, we got a judge call here. Like Taylor's taking care of the judge call for him. Judge!
Thank you, Angels. Yeah, we are here at round 1 of the LVO 2023 Invitational Tournament. 3 rounds will happen today. This is a single elimination bracketed tournament. All of the brackets are up on Longshanks right now. If you hit command or exclamation point Longshanks, that will bring up the link for you.
We're on the point.
Okay, we are on the point.
1 stamina remaining.
1 on Dynamo, I assume.
Happens every time.
I did knock him onto the objective. That's kind of interesting.
Where's the link for tokens and sleeves? It is right down below in the About Me section. If you are in theater mode, turn theater mode off briefly, and it is labeled sleeves. You can also check out the Facebook. They're all on there as well. There's a bigger link to that down below on the Facebook.
Cosmic Portal Rocket onto the point.
Okay, we're going to Cosmic Portal Rocket onto the point.
Thanos can just...
We're going to portal Luke Cage.
His turns are so long.
And then we're going to portal Luke Cage as well. So, and yeah, this is a very, 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 very aggressive grouping here, right? This is looking grim for Shield, Thanos, and Deception. Yep.
Why you Thanos last?
Right, so this is why you Thanos last. He just changes the board state so much.
Lord Xanath,
they are using
yes.
chess clocks. Yes, 45 minutes per player.
Dayton, too, being very kind to Mike with the clocks. Yeah.
All right, I think we got Howling Commandos left, I believe, is the last activation for round one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jacob, thank you so much. I'm very excited for that. If you're unfamiliar, Xavier Protocols, if you Google Xavier Protocols and head over to his site, some of the just incredible data that has come out of events and leagues is something that personally I just absolutely adore the way that it is presented by Xavier Protocols.
Who has scrolls?
So
Iron Man,
Rocket,
it's Shield Agents, and Mystique, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Because Dayton did have 3, but getting knocked, Black Widow dazed. She dropped it, allowed Guardians to pick it up.
Yep.
Two and 2 at the moment. Guardians got a little unlucky with all that movement of what's his name, Zul Dynamo around. He ended up on that back portal, which I think is keeping either of them from scoring it. Looks like Howling Commandos moved up into the middle portal to claim that one, so that might put Dayton up a point.
Yeah, Jacob is the one to thank you for the data. Absolutely. Omnis does need more credit, to be fair.
End of the round, 3-3.
All right, so we're going to end round 1, 3-3.
Oh, because he's got Rocket and Star-Lord over there to hold that back point.
Correct.
Rocket's
I mean,
so
even though
middle.
kind of a brutal first round, I mean, Shield's still in it.
I mean, it was a lot of damage, but it was pretty much all from Thanos.
Yeah. Yep.
We got a little bit from Star-Lord, a little bit from Rocket. Just that really unfortunate roll on the scroll got Black Widow just out of position enough that he was able to be like, get over here.
And for real, just to kind of restate this, just a massive shout out to Omnis, Alexa White, Brian Watson, and Danny, all doing a lot, and Tyson, all doing a ton of work at LVO this year, making sure Stream has great mats, great terrain, that we have good matchups, and that we have the time to interview the people that we want to see. So thank you so much to Omnis especially.
So we got Star-Lord and Rocket with Incinerate, and then Dynamo and Nick Fury Senior.
So Star-Lord, Rocket, Dynamo, and Howling Commandos all have Incinerate on them now. We are starting the round with Deadly Duo. We might see Black Widow go down.
All right, so what Deadly Duo is going to do is it allows Rocket
into Dynamo, we're going to use Disruptor.
Starting with attack into Dynamo. He can make 3 attacks, up to 3 attacks against different characters.
Targets.
I don't know if he's got 3 in range. He might have range on Fury Senior, depending on exactly where Rocket is. I think he's just above Groot there. So he's definitely got range on Fury Senior, maybe even Iron Man.
Takes 1 and dazes.
Yep.
Okay.
Finishes off Dynamo. He's dazed before he activates this round. That's too bad.
So Marsupial as well. This is game 10 on the Longshanks.
Into Black Widow. No, I'm sorry. Let's do Fury Senior.
Okay, so second attack is going to be going into Fury Senior.
Oh, he's got stealth. Looks like he's out of range.
Not within range 3.
Yeah, stealth helping out a lot here.
Yep, stealth preventing that shot.
So, and then Luke Cage instead.
All right,
Got range 3 plasma rifle.
So we're throwing 3 with a crit. No defenses so far. 4, all of it going through.
So reduced down to 3.
So yeah,
That still hurts a lot. Man, Guardian's putting out damage. And then I assume in the Black Widow, the last one.
This is a bad idea. You're just giving Luke Cage back.
this is not looking good for Shield. But we've seen it's always anyone's game.
Who's got winging it? Who's got winging it again? Who has the winging it?
Rocket Star-Lord and Thanos.
Rocket, Star-Lord, Thanos, same as last round, I believe. Looks like this is into Black Widow with only 2 energy dice.
Yep.
Widow takes 1 counterattack.
Widow takes 1. She's counterattacking now.
There you go. We got 1 that time, so 1 goes back at Thanos.
Rocket.
Can Thanos? Oh, to Rocket. Thank you. I was like, I don't think Thanos can take damage back from that unless it's more than 1.
And that was just the Tactics card.
Yeah. So now he's got
Now
2
the whole
actions
activation now. Hadron Enforcer. You don't see that too often. I like that.
So that's a Hadron into Luke Cage.
Luke Cage. Something was just thrown at me. Dope.
Okay. Absolutely.
Yeah, because I guess I can
Clips that I said?
Luke will take 1.
Luke takes. Oh, Luke only takes 1 from that, but then he explodes. Here do we have Shield is played by Dayton and Guardians are played by Mike from the Strike Better podcast. It's game 10 on Longshanks. You can take a look at things exactly.
The only people within 2 are the commanders for the Hadron.
All right, so the only one within range of the Hadron Enforcers Wild is the Commandos. So they're getting pushed a bit there.
Okay.
Looks like Nick Fury Jr. was just out.
And Luke Cage is going to walk with the shield towards.
Okay. So Luke Cage gets to move a bit towards Rocket due to the Shield's leadership. This Guardians list is just, it's got so much displacement and messing with opponents' plans, just all over the place. That was, he still has another action.
Yeah.
I was going to say that was a heck of an activation by Rocket, but he's still not done.
Yep.
Just shooting Widow one more time with that plasma rifle for his last action.
Okay.
Just one action.
Oof.
Yeah. All right, I'll be right back, Dan.
Okie dokie. Shield has so many toys. He hasn't got to use too many of them yet.
Using the winging it token.
And we're winging it. He could KO Black Widow here if he rolls really well. She's going to take 3, it looks like. She takes 2.
Was it martial arts?
Oh, she counts blanks now. Oh, that's right. He's close enough to count blanks.
She hits back for 2 more with counter.
She does 2 more with counterattack. Does that daze Rocket? Rocket is dazed from 2 counterattacks. A little lucky there. He already got to do a stellar activation. Tons of damage put out by that, but easier to KO him later, I guess. That's one way to do it. Just don't directly attack him. So Groot's right there. So just hit him back when he hits you.
Black Widow picks up the scroll.
Black Widow's activating, picking up the scroll. Let's see if Dayton can roll any crits or what. He rolled some wilds there, so she's not displaced this time, and she is going to run away. Get out of there.
All right.
Hello.
Now sporting our FLG staff shirts, you know?
Nice.
Got to keep it kosher.
Got to keep separated.
What'd I miss?
Rocket got dazed by Black Widow counterattacking.
Really?
And then she picked up she did it twice. The first time was 1 damage, second time was 2.
Hell yeah.
So he got dazed, but he had just finished his second action, so.
Okay.
But then she picked up the scroll and booked it. She is now way back on the deployment line.
Beautiful.
Saying no! Because I believe she has 2 health left.
All right.
And injured, so she is, stiff wind away from KOing. But she's also pretty much out of harm's way, at least for a little while. So back to Guardians.
So with this, do you almost plan to maybe like kind of soften someone up a little bit, even if it costs you a point, because you know you're going to get it back when Thanos just nukes someone the following round?
Yeah, probably. I mean, Luke Cage took a bit of damage that last round from Rocket, so you could potentially daze him.
Yeah.
And then having this many characters, the Guardians can be quite offensive, but I certainly don't think he's going to be going for a tabling or anything like that here.
Absolutely.
The Shield has a ton of tricks still up their sleeve. I don't think he's used Eyes on the Prize or anything like that yet. He's got a lot of little things to do to potentially mess up Guardians' plans, but it seems to be going well for Guardians so far.
Yep.
Pass.
Oh, pass. Okay. Interesting.
So, and here's one of the things, and we saw this with Kirchhoff yesterday, right, where Shield, I feel like, kind of came out and they weren't really super utilized. But it wasn't long before we saw people like Kirchhoff that really kind of figured out, here's how you play them, and you can play them really aggressively. You can go wide, you can go tall with them. But making and taking advantage of that affiliation ability is kind of really where it's at, and you can give up a little knowing that you're going to give it back, especially if you're playing against a very fighty team like Guardians Thanos.
And I like Shield in that their characters are a little all over the place with things like Taskmaster and She-Hulk's in it, right? Mm-hmm. A little bit of smattering of different things, and their tactics cards are just so good.
Yeah.
Because a lot of them are just core set tactics cards, but better.
All right.
That was weapons into Groot.
Oh, prototype weapons into Groot. Looks like Howling Commandos are going. That's a nice move with how much does that do?
That was from the Commandos. They get to advance now.
They
How
do
much
any
did it do?
damage?
No damage.
No damage. It's a little surprising with his not great energy defense.
Yeah.
Advancing a little bit. Yep. Staying on that center point. Try that again, or throw a grenade at him, or get an Incinerate on Groot. Could be nice. We don't have a ton of energy attacks on this side. Repulsor Blast. Now we're shooting Mystique instead. We got within that stealth range.
Okay.
Oh, only 1 success, but it's a crit. Turns into 2 successes with a wild.
Man, they are scooping up these dice fast. Nothing.
No damage again. They're calculating their successes quicker than we can.
Yes. Yeah, so if you are looking at Longshanks, it is table 10. Yep, Mike D'Ambrose from Strike Better and Natan Sandoval.
He's going to spend 2 to place on the Luke Cage.
Spending 2 to place near Luke Cage, using his power there. Get a little out of danger. Siblings in arms.
Just kind of like Hydra trading, oddly enough.
It's like Hydra Tactics, but not.
Yeah. It's odd, you know what I mean? It's so weird that they're so similar, those two. Hail Shield.
All right, so it goes back to Guardians. I think he's out of passes now. Because Dayton only had 1 more character.
Is this the last chance qualifier still, or is it the Open? This is the Invitational. There is
Game
no
1.
Open about it. But yeah, this is the Las Vegas Open. I guess that's the Open. LCQ was yesterday.
Which is, you can check it out. The videos are on demand. It got broken up into 2 parts
So first,
right now, but we'll be getting those individual games up on YouTube over the next coming days.
Yeah, I exported them over today, so the big long boy versions should go up later today. So make sure to go down there, follow and subscribe to the YouTube to make sure you can go back and watch those whenever. All right, so we got a hit and run with an element gun going into Luke Cage right now.
Blocking 1.
No wilds.
Only 3 successes. So it looks like 1 damage so far.
So 2.
2 damage. Got to re-roll them.
2, 1 goes through.
Yep. So reduced at the end, so just 1 goes through. I think it was 2. Wasn't it 4? And he blocked 1?
He
So
had
it'd be
1
3.
success, so should have reduced down to 2 damage.
Yeah.
And then the hit and run movement. Not going all the way, getting just to it looks we got measuring 3 there to make sure we're in within stealth range of the Howling Commandos.
And Luke Cage healed up last time.
Oh, we used Battlefield Medicine last turn. We missed that. So Luke Cage was back to full, I believe.
Oh, Parker.
Pretty sure it was the Commandos.
And then I'm assuming we're going to shoot the Commandos here because he was measuring that.
Yep.
Looks like a full auto.
Oh,
Well, that's a
nuts.
lot of blanks and skulls.
Yeah.
Still, 3 successes.
And then a wing it.
Winging it to reroll. Oh, reroll 2
Wow.
blanks into successes. Oof.
So that is going to be 5 going through. That's a day.
Takes
That's
4
a
to
daze.
finishes off the Howling Commandos. They are dazed. That Incinerate hurt them pretty badly there. Hiradu, can you type how to phonetically how to say Parker's last name? I have an inkling, but yeah,
I would my guess is
Gidry.
Oh, there you
Yeah.
go. Yeah.
Nice, Parker Gidry. Cool. Nailed it. First try. But legitimately this time.
All right, so it looks like we're getting some measurement. We're going to be moving.
Moving back with the shield agents.
Yep, get them to safety.
They're holding
Listen,
a scroll as well.
Yeah, let them just sit them in the back 100%. That is the way to go.
Everybody's
Absolutely.
fleeing. Get away from Thanos.
Mm-hmm.
Richie,
Yeah.
do you remember the legendary 70s, 80s Yankee pitcher, Ron Guidry? Nope, not at all. Not even a little
Mozilla,
bit.
thank you for the sub.
Don't know anything
Also,
about baseball.
Richie Awesome.
I like that name, Mozilla. Thank you so much.
Oh, I love you, Richie.
It's so good. Marvel Crisis Withdrawal. Yeah, I mean, if the tactics fit, right?
I absolutely adore that Alyssa is giving people updates to where their friends are here.
Oh, that's great. She's
That
like
is-
running around finding where the table is. And
Yeah.
she's looking up in Longshanks. That would make sense.
I don't think rounds get updated in Longshanks. I think she was going over there and just looking at the table.
She'd
to
just
see,
find them and
Yeah.
say, hey, what's the score?
how's Art doing? All right, Alyssa, I hope you know what you're signing up for.
Just looking over there to see her reaction as
Right?
hey, go find this table, please.
Think we get these bad boys back on?
Yep, shooting into Star-Lord.
All right, we're shooting into Star-Lord.
Oh, from Nick Fury
Ooh,
Jr.
That's 5, showing 5.
That's a good roll.
Blocking 1 on the crate. He's already used his wingman token too. He's taken a minimum of 3 here. Looks like 4 with all sorts of wilds and stuff too. Who was this, Luke?
Nick Cage.
Nick Cage?
Nope.
Plucky attitude to get it all done again. And
Nick
he
Fury
rolls
Jr.
He's going to take 5. Wow, that is a swing back he needed.
He's going to use fallback.
And he's going to use fallback after that. Yeah, you got to get away.
The most I've ever seen this card is at this turn.
Yeah. So Taylor was just telling us, as far as fallback, that really kind of creeping into the meta here. We've done a lot of coverage of a lot of events, and this is certainly the most we've seen fallback.
I like it. Well, this is our Signland reporter. All right, that was a good. So did that daze Star-Lord or
No,
not
because
quite?
he was able to fall back.
He's at 1 naturally. Man, I feel for that
He is
every
pretty
time.
healthy. Like, he's a pretty healthy dude.
Successes and 5 dice.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Angels, Nick Cage and MCP confirmed. I'm already
Well, that's
mixing things up. My brain works in mysterious ways, man. I don't get it most of the time. Like, I always mix up yogurt and oatmeal.
yeah. You know,
Those
I think
names?
that's a super common one.
Be
Happens
like,
to a
will you
lot
give
of
me
people,
one of my
man.
oatmeals out of the fridge? And Danny will be like, there's no oatmeal in the fridge. Oh, I mean yogurt, the other one.
Group move yogurt not on the objective. He's going to strike there.
So group move specifically not on the objective, striking
Nick.
Nick Fury.
All right, actually, great defense roll. We're showing 3 so far.
Yeah. Mike says Nick Fury does not want to take
All right,
damage.
and this is what we were talking about earlier, right? Sometimes the dice betray you. Get those bad dice rolls out at the start.
Yo goat meal. Just you figure out what I mean when I say
No
that.
damage. Fury standing strong against a group.
Fury has pretty good defense. He's 4-3-4 for defenses. He's not easy to hurt.
Yeah, yeah. All right, guys, this is a game. This is what I like to see. This is exactly what should be happening at the LVO.
I like how Dayton is playing really defensively, grabbing stuff, running away.
And if you wanted to watch Nick Fury not take damage in yesterday's games, where would you go?
You can go to the VODs right now, or later today they will be up on the YouTube as well. If you wanted to see Nick Fury not take damage yesterday either, or if you want to see a Bucky also not take any damage, being left on one for a hot minute.
All right, group move, that's right. So he's done. Looks like Iron Man's moving up to get measure range to plink off Star-Lord. He does have 1 stamina left. Getting rid of that leadership next round could be nice. Get rid of those winging it tokens.
All right, repulsor blast into Bucky, Star-Lord.
Repulsor blast.
This could take Star-Lord out. He's got 1 left.
It should.
Uh-oh.
Realistically.
He doesn't have anything to do here. He just has those 2. That's going to be a Star-Lord down.
Yeah.
That is
Blocked 1, did just enough. Looks like pushes before.
Yeah. Well done, Dane. Well done. And
110 days.
Star-Lord only rolling 1 successful defense and it being a block, so he can't plucky attitude to try again.
Yeah, he had his success, so
Yeah.
we didn't do quite badly enough.
Don't call it a comeback.
And then also get the push and then daze him. Push being before damage is kind of huge there. That takes him a bit out of position. Like, he could
Yeah.
attack Crimson Dynamo next round pretty easily, but, you know, with Dayton sitting on those 2 scrolls way back there, that puts some pressure on Guardians to be a little more aggressive moving up to hold those objectives.
That it does.
Who has scrolls on Guardian's side? Mystique and Thanos? Who has the last scroll? Or is it on the table somewhere?
Iron Man.
Oh, Iron Man has it. That's right. I forgot. Dayton has 3 scrolls right now in places that are going to be really tough for Guardians to shift. I think Iron Man's full on stamina at the moment.
I think Thanos is absolutely the top here to displace Mistake and Fire.
All right, looks like we're activating Thanos. We're getting some measuring in. Looks like we're going to Space Gem up, which he can do for no power.
Punch Nick Fury.
And we're punching him. Alrighty.
All right,
I'll be
here's the punch.
right back.
All right, so he's going to Heroes for Hire here with Luke. No, you're good. All right, so that's going to have Nick Fury or Luke Cage blocking this. Ooh, only 2 showing so far with 3 blocks. Not only will no damage probably be going through here, but he's going to get thrown. Let's see. I need to see this better. All right, so they're measuring out this throw. Yeah. Okay. Does look like there goes the throw.
I miss anything?
Does he collide with anyone? No? Gotcha. Just gets him off the objective. Would it be possible to put the dice box where the token and sleeves are in the layout so the dice rolls are larger? Actually, yeah. I think that is actually super doable.
You just kind of move that down and then something like that. Oh, is Wiccan Angel, is that name in reference to the Young Avenger Wiccan?
I love
That would
Wiccan.
make Tim's day.
It really would.
And the Heroes for Hire gives him a throw, so he throws Thanos into Mystique.
Oh, so he does throw
wow.
Thanos into... Okay.
Ouch. That's 4 damage into Mystique. Looks like, I think she blocked 1.
She takes 3.
She takes 3 from that. Maybe even put that up here.
Yeah, I gotta handle a bunch of other things. There's a bunch of lock stuffs. It'll take a minute, but we'll get there.
We appreciate feedback and constructive criticism.
You do.
If we can make the experience better for people, we'll do what we can.
Absolutely.
So Luke Cage did not take damage, so he can't displace for shield.
Okay, Taylor just said that Luke Cage didn't take damage, so he can't displace due to shield. I think I understand what he means.
And that should be pretty significantly bigger.
So Wargaming Dad, I believe that's just a different mic that you're looking at on Longshanks. We're looking at Game 10, Mike D'Ambrose versus Dayton Sandoval.
Yeah, so that's Mike DeLuca. This is so, and granted, I get that.
Yep.
Mike DeLuca is playing Alexander.
Yep, just different mic.
two mics with 2 different MCP podcasts. Strike Better or Danger Room. The current mic on stream is Strike Better mic.
Strike mic. The mic that strikes.
The mic that strikes.
The mic that strikes a back goldfish.
What's that?
It's a punch. All right, looks like Fury got moved up.
All right.
Thanks, Bowie. We try.
Fury's going to shield both.
Fury's shield move. What do you mean shield move?
Shield move from the affiliation.
Oh, okay. So because they have the equal number of VP.
Oh, younger Phil, thank you. Gotta straighten out that back.
Posture check.
Shield move, he's just out of that objective.
All right, so that shield move, and he's just outside it or just on it?
Just out.
Just out.
Outside it. Fury Senior is dazed, that's right.
Cosmic Portal.
All right, and then we're Cosmic Portal on Mystique.
Mystique, over there. Boop. There she is.
Can't see her.
Right.
Get some measuring in the backfield there. I don't think anybody's behind that big old piece of terrain. It's interesting, we have almost no terrain throws between these two squads.
Danny, thank you for the hydrate.
Okay. Does T count?
It does. Hydration is hydration, man. What's the crisis? We are playing on Skrulls and Demons Downtown.
Pretty sure T's actually a diuretic, but
Yeah,
it'll make you. That means it'll make you go
correct.
Pity sprinkle. No one's scoring the portals at the moment.
Luke Cage is about to.
Looks like Luke Cage is way back there on one. No one's on the middle one because the Howling Commandos are dazed, and Nick Fury Jr. is just outside of it. As for the right one, Crimson Dynamo, I believe, is scoring it currently, and that's it. Because Rocket is dazed, and Groot is also just out, so he doesn't get incinerated.
Yeah. Yep.
Groot really doesn't like incinerate, especially if there's any energy attacks on the side. Luke Cage looks like he's back in the middle now. Did he get Cosmic Portaled or something? I'm not really sure what happened there.
We're going to hit Mystique. moving
Oh, he just moved.
Okay.
He's going to hit Mystique. This is a Sweet Christmas? Must be with that many dice. That's
Yep.
a lot of blanks and blocks,
That
though.
is.
Only 2 successes.
So nothing's
She
going to go
blocks
through there.
both.
It's a shame. That's a shame.
slow and stunned.
All right, Dynamo is dazed. He got dazed right in the beginning because he was at 1 after round 1. Good call, Toast. But is this our last activation with Luke Cage here?
I believe so.
Sweet Christmas. That's
Oh,
what that was. So
yeah.
slow and stunned.
She is slowed and stunned after that because he did smack her in the forehead and said Sweet Christmas as he did it.
Mm-hmm.
One of my favorite bits on that show, he'd just be like, bop, and knock guys out.
Right? All right, so that's going to bring it back to Mike. Strike better.
What's he got left? Oh, Mystique hasn't gone yet this round, has she?
I don't believe so.
Slow on Mystique actually is pretty debilitating.
Correct.
She really likes that long movement, and
That
then
is
to be
absolutely
moving
worth
through
it.
molasses.
Absolutely worth a shake. What's the person count look like for today, boys? Well,
Boys.
how many are in the invitational total?
64.
64 total in the invitational.
And then there's a bunch more people playing all kinds of stuff around.
Yep, gymnastics is going on, as well as a bunch of scrambles. So Mystique is going to get some pistol shots into Fury.
Pop, pop, pop.
Eye in the sky.
And he is
Eye
going
in the
to
sky.
eye
Oh, that's really
in
good
the
because that get him
sky.
on that point. I think Luke Cage already is, but might as well get some redundancy there. 400, 500 people here for MCP. Probably like 1,000, a million. Trumperly, for the LCQ, I believe they bumped up the next 18, 19, 18 people, I think.
What's that?
The top from yesterday
Yeah, I think it was
was
18.
18.
18.
Got bumped up into the Invitational.
You're shooting to Luke Cage instead.
What's that?
Luke Cage instead.
Okay, so Luke Cage is going to be shot instead of Fury.
Yeah, Eye in the Sky does allow you to
Watch it all rapid fire.
redirect your attack as long as it only attacked one character. If it's like a beam, you can't.
So Luke blocked all of the first shot
Yep, and taking 1 on the second.
and only going to take 1 off of the second shot from Mystique.
It's pretty ideal. Looks like.
And
just
looks
doing
like
it
another
again.
round, and nothing's going to go through on that one.
That was a
He
lot
just
of
scooped
blocks on
immediately.
that
3
side.
blocks. He's like, oh, okay.
No rapid fire.
And no rapid fire, no
that
hit
time.
on that.
Only 3 shots from 2 activations.
Right?
And only, 1 damage went through after 3?
Did he eye on the sky versus Shapeshifter?
Oh, good call.
That is. So he didn't because they ended up going to Luke Cage instead. But yes, that's right. He wouldn't have been able to eye on the sky because it was Mystique's activation, and that is a That's a tactics card use. But it
Everybody
didn't matter because he
forgets
didn't do
that
it, right? He didn't end up eyeing the sky, correct?
He did.
Oh, he
Yeah,
did.
Fury definitely moved. Good catch. I always forget about that power on it, which is actually quite powerful.
Great call, Nick. Great call. That is a very easy rule to forget,
Yeah.
but an incredibly impactful one.
So
But
I
an
think they
incredibly
are
impactful one.
agreeing to just redo that. Looks like
Reset.
Okay. They
it's
are
one of
gonna
those you
reset
kind of need to. That's pretty impactful passive. So now we're attacking McFury. Hopefully it's not too different in results.
Looks like just 1 going through so far with a rapid fire. Second one, 2 hits. Looks like 2 blocks.
So nothing there. So far it's the same result, but I'm assuming we're going to shoot again. Do it again.
This time with feeling, looking like just 1, but he gets the rapid fire. So 1 will go through on that. And then on the next volley from Mystique into Fury, looks like just 1. Oh yeah,
Oh,
that's all.
blocking
That's going to
3.
be fully blocked.
Look at that,
for
same exact
sure.
result. 1 damage went through, just
Yep.
on a different character. The dice decide, they're like, yeah, you didn't do that totally right, but we'll just have the same result.
They did take 1, 3, and 2, I believe.
Yes.
So actually, what you can do, if you would like some Longshanks knowledge, is hit exclamation point longshanks. And that will...
Longshanka.
Oh, I spelled it wrong. Listen, here's the good news. Spell it right.
No, you got a 1.
You do it. So exclamation point longshanks will command to bring up the longshanks link. You can also join the base version of the Discord as well by doing the same thing with Discord.
VPs don't change or anything, so we're just starting round 2.
VPs don't change?
From what they were at the, before we decided that. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, gotcha.
Oh, right.
4 to 7.
It's 4 to 7?
Oh, it's 4 to 7?
Did you not say that?
No.
Correct. Are we in round 3?
Hey, by the way, in round 3, it's now 4 to 7.
Okay.
Shield at 7, I assume?
Shield is 7.
So they got 3. It has to be them with 7.
Right?
No, Shield had 7.
Shield has 7.
Because Shield has 3 scrolls on Black Widow, the Agents, and Iron Man, and then they're holding that middle point with Luke Cage. And Guardians have the other scroll on Mystique. So it's a nice little lead Shield has built up. Now you got to play that attrition game and survive.
Yeah, toast. We were talking to Rob earlier. He's someone
So
that we
unfortunate.
really like to see at these things, and his luck has just been awful this year, and it sucks. It sucks so much because we were really hoping to see him here, and yeah, he kind of should be. Yeah. All right, Taylor, what's happening?
Big roll. So Mystique. Oh, so Shield got a priority back at least. That's good for Dayton.
This is a beam into Rocket Group.
What did that first one do? It looked like a ton.
So we got a beam. So it looks like we're going with Crimson Dynamo first here. A beam into Rocket and Groot. Which will.
2 to Group was the first one.
Okay, 2 into Groot.
So this should end up being just a bunch of damage to Groot.
And a shock.
Especially with energy here.
Yeah.
Groot was purposely just out of range of the objective to make sure he didn't get incinerated here, so this would hurt.
So that looks like another good one. Showing 4, blocking 2, so 2 more.
Groot's going to take 2 on that. We're just planning again.
Okay.
Groot's going to take 2.
So that's 4 on Groot.
Yes. Now Groot is dazed.
Groot is dazed now. Wow.
Rocket's going to block it all.
That's a good first activation so far. 1 on
just
Rocket. I mean, Rocket's flipped, so this...
So Groot took both of the first ones.
Okay.
Did he beam twice already? Was that 2 actions?
That was 2 beams.
Okay.
Okay.
So it didn't quite take down Rocket. Getting rid of Rocket here would be really major for S.H.I.E.L.D. because he's just putting out so much damage. Like, obviously he can't Deadly Duo again, but still.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But still, dazing Groot here is a big deal.
100%.
And leaving Rocket with like 2 health left for a bunch of different... He's got a fair bit of range here that could take him out in the next activation.
Yep.
So I'm assuming he's going to go with Rocket next, sitting on like 2 stamina left.
Oh, Lord.
Games are finishing up already? Wow.
Yeah, first game is done. Nick E1.
Rocket, Star-Lord, Thanos with the winging it.
Rocket, Star-Lord, and Thanos with winging it tokens going into round 3.
Same as the other rounds. It's great.
We're debating on where to throw a Hadron.
Where to throw what?
Hadron.
So he's activating Rocket. He's looking at using a Hadron Enforcer here. I'm going to assume into Luke Cage because that could trigger into both Nick Furies as well.
Into Luke Cage.
Yep, that's what I thought. This worked out pretty well for him last time.
Death to Kree.
And he's going to death the Kree as
Death
well.
to Kree, oof, that
You'll
makes
love
it
to
like
see
a
it.
10 or 11 die attack. I forget.
Yeah.
The Hadron Enforcer hurts. And Luke Cage and, well, it doesn't matter for Howling Commandos, but they are both incinerated as well as Rocket and Crimson Dynamo.
Eye in the sky.
And then Eye in the Sky.
Eye in the Sky. It's not Mystique's activation, so it works this time.
So Rocket doesn't spend the 4. Thanos does spend Death.
Correct.
Right, so, okay, just make sure people could hear that Rocket can get refunded the 4 from the attack. He doesn't have to do Hadron Enforcer here, but the Death to Kree power is spent.
And yes, Thanos does have the reality and space gems.
That was a great use of Eye in the Sky to get rid of that explosion, hitting the other two potentially, likely.
Y'all need to get some wizards on the stream at some point. I completely
looks like
agree.
we're doing just
oh,
a
Will, good
plasma
to see you, by the
rifle.
way, bud.
Probably into the Howling Commandos since he only rolled 2 dice there.
These days, got your back.
Okay, so he did daze from that, and we have a got your back.
From the Howling Commandos. I forget to have that.
Ooh, great
good
roll there.
4 already with a crit,
4
making
or
it 5. And
That
Rocket
is
is gone because Ruth's Daisy couldn't take
Yeah.
the hit for him. No more Rocket. But again, he did a lot of work before he went down.
He did. Okay, though. I mean,
Rocket gone, Groot dazed. Guardians are starting to look like they're on their back foot a little bit.
yeah, going to be waiting for a pretty big Thanos activation here.
Don't have to worry about Iron Man going in and finishing off Rocket now.
Greyjack, you are not wrong. Also, he is 16. Just insanely impressive that he is playing at this level right now on this stage.
You know what's kind of fantastic?
Especially with
there?
that start too, where he just the dice betrayed him at the start, and he is it's not slowing him down at all.
Widow runs away some more. What's really funny there is I'm pretty sure all the damage Rocket took was during his activations from counterattacks.
Yep.
Between Black Widow and then that shot. Oh, like he took 1 damage from Crimson Dynamo. So
Correct.
He he almost didn't spend any actions to take out Rocket.
Correct. But yeah, Big Boy T is still up there, still ready and primed.
I don't know if Thanos has taken any damage yet either, so he's not going down this game by any means. So Black Widow ran away, back to Guardians. We were measuring with Star-Lord, so we might be activating Star-Lord.
All right, looks like he's measuring rapid fire onto
Thinking
the
about
senior
it,
commandos.
He could potentially pass as well. Dynamo is over there on his injured side, so he's got a big
shakes the
target.
slow. Okay, so
Shaking
Mystique will
slow,
shake the slow
interesting.
there.
So where exactly? Oh, so just so you want to put like a little mark. Black Widow is down in the bottom left corner, just off camera. Mystique is kind of copying and just running away from everybody as well, since she has a scroll. Maybe we could put a little spider down there and say that's where Black Widow is.
Right. So Black Widow.
Right
is
about
here.
there.
That's an arrow. That's supposed to be an arrow.
That's a beautiful arrow.
Thanks. I'm really good at art.
Now draw the Black Widow symbol.
That's what I'm doing right now.
That's the Spider-Man symbol.
They're both spiders.
I mean, you're not wrong. So Black Widow's over there just off screen, hiding really well. Oh, that's cool.
All right, so I do see Mr. Vodka Blitz, Mr. Simon from the Montreal Shark Tank turning in that game. I'm curious what happened there. I do know that Gabriel gets a lot of practice against Simon, so...
Yeah, for real. They play each other a lot. Looks like Thanos... Oh, we just had Mystique go, so I think Dayton's measuring something from Thanos. Moving up. Oh, look, homing rockets, maybe? Oh, I bet this is going to be Helios.
Yes, it is. That's
Measuring
a Helios.
range 5.
Helios time.
Could you imagine if he dazes Thanos here with a massive Helios?
I mean, that would, like, kind of seal the game here if he did that.
Pretty much.
He needs Mystique for
this
damage.
could hurt. Well, you can see all his power getting thrown down there on the left side of the screen. Mm-hmm. It's going to be a big hit.
All right, so how many dice do we think this is going to be?
I'm going to guess 15.
Okay.
Just off the top of my head.
I'm going to go 17.
Okay. Danny, how many dice are you thinking he's going to throw here?
How many dice?
Yeah,
On Helios.
what's your call?
Oh.
A fistful of dice.
Anybody got a guess?
17?
17?
What?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
Did you count them?
No.
Well, if you got a fistful of dice and a Helios laser in your pocket, you can
Thanos
potentially
might be
daze
off the
Thanos.
table soon.
He's got 8 on this side, right?
I don't remember.
I mean, it'll still have to be a pretty good roll.
Sir Derpalot says Dayton once used Helios and got 16 hits. All right, we're looking pretty good here.
Thanos does have 8
It is a
on
lot
this
of
side.
blanks, but
he only
that's-
has 3 energy defense.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
He's
He's going to block
blocking
2. He'll block
3.
a third with his invulnerability, so
Looks
he will
like
take
he's not going down. Only taking 4.
4.
Not a great
Okay,
Helios
I thought it was
roll.
3.
But he is down by half.
Mikey, hey, congrats on your first game, man. That was a Helios laser like I would normally get.
Yeah, it wasn't a great roll,
It's
but
like bombing his rocket.
yeah. No one nearby to get to take any explosion from that or anything, since Groot's already dazed.
Uh-oh. Art looking a little bit behind. Art's playing X-Men, right?
No, Art's playing Guardians.
Oh, is he?
Art is up 14-9 over his X-Men
Oh,
opponent.
nice.
I think that was absolutely the right call. That was a good amount of dice. Just didn't
Yep,
do exactly what he wanted it to.
100%.
Run element gun into dynamo.
All right, so we got a hit and run element gun into Azul Dynamo.
Blocks 2.
So he'll block 3 of it total. There's only 3 showing, so it will be a minimum of 1 there. Oh, and he can re-roll 2 of them. He might take nothing here.
He's winging it.
Okay, did convert 1 of them, so he'll take nothing.
No damage.
Great call. That distortion field being real clutch there.
Disruption feels great.
Yeah, Disruption Field is a fantastic ability.
I do like seeing Crimson Dynamo splash so much in so many things. A great character, a lot of ability.
We've seen him and Red Guardian splash a little bit.
Okay, so
Full
we're
auto
gonna,
Death Decree.
there's going to be a ton of dice. So we are currently showing no blocks on that defense, and 2, 4,
Oh,
6.
oof.
Uh-oh.
This might take him out.
Oh, just 5. No wilds, though. What's that?
Winging it to reroll.
Wing it token to get 2 more. Can he convert? He will convert one of them.
It's 1.
That will be 6.
Dexter's Lab. So this Shield is played by Dayton, and Guardians is Mike
From Strike
D'Ambrose,
Battle.
right?
Yep.
Game 10 on Longshanks. We take a look at
Table
that.
10. So he'll take 5 there from that. So he's got 1 left. Oddly enough, no wilds.
So what's Crimson Dynamo at?
1.
1. That's the theme of this game.
This tastes like carrots.
What?
Tastes like carrots.
Your water tastes like carrots?
Carrot
That's
one.
weird.
All right.
Where we got a bunch of people left in the middle to go. Both Nick Furies and Luke Cage is behind that big old round thing in the middle.
Do you take down Star-Lord here, get rid of those Winged tokens? Or
I don't
do you
see
try
why
to
not.
pile into Thanos?
Well, he's
before
got a
his
fair
activation?
bit. If you could daze Thanos before he goes, that would be massive. Because he could
I mean,
just
it's
mess
very
everything up.
doable. He has some damage on him.
Thanos are going to shoot that.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right.
I think that's the call. Star-Lord just went. Like, he's doing some work, but he's pretty far away from most of the Shield squad, so dazing
All right,
Thanos
so
before he
the
goes.
Unfortunate roll on the attack, so nothing there. He's going to follow it up again, this time looking
Good one
significantly
this time.
better, showing 3 so far where the
Oh,
crit
but Thanos
doesn't
blocks
convert.
4. So it looks like 2 attacks, nothing. That is too bad.
Yep.
And I think all Guardians has left is Thanos now.
All right, then they're going to move up.
Wild move up. Make sure you're on that point.
So now we're going to see a Thanos activation.
This could really hurt. Well,
He has one
Nick
more
Fury
action.
Jr. is already
Siblings and arms.
Siblings Arms moving Iron Man onto that point as well. Good some redundancy. I like that. Fury Jr. is already dazed, so Thanos doesn't have that many targets. I mean, just Dynamo, Howling Commandos, Iron Man.
Okay, so that will have Iron Man on the middle demon.
Thanos is portaling dynamo.
All right, so Thanos is up. Crimson Portal's Dynamo, Cosmic Dynamo.
Is it? Yeah.
Disruption field.
We're going to get over disruption field on this, which is good because we're only showing 1 on the defense so far and 5 on the attack.
Ooh.
A 4 on the attack so far.
Rerolling that one because it got knocked and he wasn't sure what it was knocked from.
So with the disruption field, could turn this into maybe a 1 damage attack. Let's see. Only one wild, so that is certainly a target to be re-rolled because of the field. And we will. Will he re-roll into a wild? He does. Okay. But still, he's going to be taking just one from this.
Dynamo goes down.
Dynamo
And
is
by that, I mean the rest of his
KO.
stamina.
Now he's Crimson.
Yeah, now he's purple
Oof.
Dynamo.
Space Stone.
Thanos is going to Space Stone himself up on in.
He's right up there. He's still got one activation left. Punching the commandos.
The players are Mike D'Ambrose from Strike Better, as well as Detan.
Table 10 on longshanks.
Okay, that's a very not great attack roll.
But Dayton does have 2 characters on here, so while winging it,
Converts
reels
into
into
nothing.
2 not successes. Takes 1.
All right, Ghost Commando is really holding up to Thanos. No wild either
Yeah.
to be able to throw him into Iron Man.
How's the clock looking for each player? I can't tell from here.
Dayton has 19 and 30 seconds. Mike has 9 minutes and 47 seconds.
I think they've been kind of forgetting about it there.
Yeah. Going to be a factor here, you think? Very well could be. Very well could be.
It's interesting that Dayton has more characters, but he has 10 minutes more on his clock. I think because Thanos' turns are so long.
Correct. That, and there was a couple times when characters went down. There was a long Deadly Duo activation and things like
Oh,
that.
yeah,
that-
Deadly Duo took forever.
All we have left is Luke Cage on this side.
Just Luke Cage, his last activation. So Guardians get priority back, which makes sense. They're down a few characters. You go up and Sweet Christmas Thanos, you think? Try to take off those last 4.
What does he have that could throw him? Anything?
I know Luke Cage has a throw, but I think it's just terrain.
Sweet Christmas.
All right,
Maybe
so we do
Sweet
have a Sweet
Christmas
Christmas into Thanos. Let's see if this one
Sweet
will do
Christmas
better
has a
than
wild
before.
throw. Size 3 or
That's
less, you
what
can
I
do
thought. So
And
there
we'll
is the
slow and
wild. We're
stun him.
showing 4 for him so far. Thanos only blocking 2, so that will have 1 damage through, and the throw is going to happen.
Hey, Axel, welcome back. This is game 1. Game 2 will be at 1 o'clock Pacific time.
He did get the throw.
He is throwing Thanos. That's good. So he's definitely claiming that middle spot. Star-Lord is claiming that back one, though. Too bad he can't really... Well, you could throw him in the group, but
Yeah,
there's no real reason to. He reduces it down to 0 anyway.
correct. Read the rule for the gymnastics event. Why can't Wong? That's a good question. We'll talk to Omnis a little bit later on stream, and we can ask.
So throwing Thanos out of position, basically right back to where he started his
And
activation.
that's 6 to 12 shield.
All right, so that is going to bring
Wow.
us 6 to 12.
Shield just keeps increasing their lead here.
Shield.
It's going to be tough for Guardians to keep Shield from winning next round. They got to do something to keep them from scoring 4 or more.
That days on Groot and then KOing Rocket takes out a lot of that consistent damage that
Yeah.
Guardians had.
So if you're Mike, do you go with Star-Lord first here with your leader? Is he injured?
He is injured.
Who has the scrolls? Iron Man, Agents of
Commandos.
S.H.I.E.L.D., Black Widow on S.H.I.E.L.D., and then Mystique on Guardians have the scrolls.
Tell Mike one of his tokens fell on the ground.
My.
I'm looking for the
I
token.
think he's got to go with Star-Lord first, right? He's got a fair bit of range in the middle of the table that could link him off.
No, I almost think you go. It's so rough, but yeah.
He is in a real tough spot here.
We got Groot, Thanos, and Star-Lord with wings.
Groot, Thanos, Star-Lord with winging it. Looks like we're measuring from Star-Lord potentially. Well, we are measuring from Star-Lord, potentially going first with him.
This is round 4, right? No?
This is round, I think so. Taylor, we're
this
in
is
round
round
4,
four.
right? Okay. Round 4 of game 1.
We're going to hit and run full auto into Nick Fury Jr.
All right, hit run full auto into Nick Fury Jr.
Ooh. He is also injured, so he is also in some danger here with the target on him. He's blocking 2.
That's rough. No damage.
No
nothing.
damage
Only
from a
one
full
hit.
auto.
And he couldn't plucky attitude because that one success was, in fact, a hit.
And moving on up a little bit. Interesting when he's doing these hit and runs, he's not taking full advantage. Like, he's not moving the full distance. He doesn't have to since it's advanced. I find it interesting. He's using it just to kind of take little hops.
Adman, yes, Black Widow is still alive. That little gorgeous red spider and arrow in the bottom left is pointing to where Black Widow is. She has a scroll and 1 HP, and she ran away.
The scribbles.
No, it's it's not a scribble.
That's
That's
why
an
I said just
incredibly
make the Black
detailed
Widow
arrow.
symbol. It's just like an hourglass. Full auto and out into the Howling Commandos, getting within their stealth range.
Oh, there's some wilds this time there, though. So there's 4, 5 showing, 6 showing, only 1 block. So that is going to be some gone commandos. Good. Bye.
And they are KO.
Senior.
Yeah, she dazed Rocket out Counter-Strike. She did a bunch of damage to Rocket. She's gotten 3 points at least. So, well, she didn't get a point the first round, but she's doing work.
Okay, so Nick Jr. is going to activate here. Commando's just running to the south side. Now, right under that incredibly gorgeous drawing of Black Widow.
Greg, the Commandos did not have a scroll. So they're KO'd, but they didn't have anything to drop. The scrolls are on Iron Man, the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and Black Widow just off screen to the left, and then Mystique on the other side.
Fury special in the start.
Fury is doing something.
Thanks, Axel.
All right, so that is 4 showing 4 hits with 2 defense.
Star-Lord takes 4.
Who does? Star-Lord takes 4 from that.
I think he's got 5 on this side.
That's rough for McGuffers. I don't know if there's a path for Mike to win this.
He does only have 5 on this side. He's down to 1 again.
Yeah.
He's a pretty tanky 3, not tanky, but he's a pretty tough 3 with 6 and 5, but...
Dayton's got to be feeling pretty confident at this point.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially after that first round where just the dice were against him. To come back like this and then just consistently increase that gap between him and the Guardians is very impressive.
Do it one more time.
All right, do it a second time.
Should take him out.
Lead from the front.
Fury special. Oh, now we're doing the special.
And Star-Lord is gone.
Spender. And that is going to be a gone Star-Lord.
No more
Not
winning
even
at
worth
tokens after they're
doing the
used
math
up
when
here.
you have 1 and you roll 7 successes on an attack like that.
So it will be hard for S.H.I.E.L.D. to win this turn, especially we can assume that Thanos will go last here. Essentially he's got Nick Fury Jr. or Iron Man to be on a point to get that last point he needs. He does have 3 scrolls that he can hold on to pretty easily.
All right, so we have an I Am Groot into
Ooh,
Fury.
that's
This is
brutal. That's
8
a
strength.
stagger.
It has a throw. It has a stagger. This has got everything going on.
I mean, he already went, so a stagger here is not the end of the world.
I mean, but it could wipe him off the table. He is injured, correct?
He is injured. We could definitely, if we lose him, do the grunts stay until they KO, or do they gone? I forget
Great
exactly
question.
how grunts work there.
I'm sure someone in chat could let us know. Okay, no eye on this guy here. They KO as well.
Grunts would also KO. Oh, that's oof. That
All right, so
could
we're
be a
showing
big
2
swing.
defenses so far. There's the Wild, which Groot needed.
You can only hold 1 scroll, so it's not like Iron Man can move down and grab another one.
Winging a token here. He's going to convert to even more skulls. Just
Only
one
one.
through. But the throw will happen, as will the stagger. So he's going to clip. Looks
Thank
like
you,
Luke
Chat.
Cage.
I knew Chat would be able to answer that question pretty easily for me.
Okay. How does he have wingman tokens with...
As far as I
It does
understand, winging a
stay.
token stay that you put out during the power phase, and just you won't be able to get any more once they're used up. It's unclear if they even drop the extract.
We're going to Iron Man into Groot before that's active.
Iron Man, repulsor blast into Groot, trying to take him down. He does have 7 health though,
Looks like
right? He's 7.
one went through. No Wild for the push. That's okay. He kind of wants him right there to maybe fire again. He's a big boy, but
He is 7/7.
he's already gone this round, I believe, so we might as well.
We're going gonna Friday AI this one.
Okay, this one will be Friday AI'd. We're showing 2 so far with the crit. Groot is blocking 1. Looks like Groot will be taking 2 from
Only
that.
2 more.
All right. I will say
Iron
Dayton
Man
2
there.
actually very good at making sure.
I'm a little surprised he
He's
didn't
using
try
the
to
block.
move Iron Man onto on his like home point. Probably figured it doesn't really matter. Like, there's no way he's getting out of range of Thanos.
Correct.
But I'm assuming Thanos has a big target on Nick Fury Jr. right now. That'll be a big point swing if he drops him. Cosmic Portals him right in there.
So he did Space Gem up, I believe, and then Cosmic Portal Fury to him.
We got 2 chances to punch him down.
We're going to see how Eye in the Sky works. He is going to use Eye in the Sky here. And that's going to move him away short.
Because the strike's only range 3
Medium,
or 2. I mean,
maybe this short. Yeah.
get him behind some cover too, potentially. Not quite.
And then, what's he thinking? Is he in a Cosmic Blast here?
I mean, you got to try to drop Fury, right?
All right, so it looks like he's spending 1 on 3, so it's 8. Nice.
Power up that Cosmic
wow, look at that.
Blast.
So we are showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, just, 5,
He's
6.
only blocking 1 though. That should be a KO'd
That's-
Fury.
And he goes down. All right,
KO's
Junior.
Fury and the grunts are gone.
Junior is no more. So good thing Omnis is right here on the sidelines as well.
I kind of feel like grunts should stay until they get KO'd too, but
No, they need
I
a
get
leader.
it.
They need a daddy. The system falls apart once you cut off the head.
Thanos doing what Thanos do. Now he's moving.
And grooving
something.
and shaking to the music.
Oh, he's shaking
gonna
slow.
Shake the slow, and then he'll turn around and say, "I think I got this. I am gonna move."
So that definitely
right
keeps
up."
Shield from winning this round. And Shield only has 3 characters left. There is a Luke Cage behind that round piece of terrain.
Can't have 2 scrolls.
So that does look like that's going to have Black Widow moving on up. We no longer need this incredibly well done drawing.
It was beautiful.
Thank you. Everyone says.
So it looks like Mike had the scroll drop just where farther away for Dayton to pick it up with somebody else. So it looks like it's off screen. It's just off screen there in the bottom left corner is a scroll.
Yeah.
Luke Cage moves back, standing on that back objective. So he's still scoring 3 this turn. Guardians is scoring 2.
So it does look like we're going to be going into round 5.
In that 8 to 15.
8 to 15, yeah.
All
So
right.
it looks like, again, Shield just needs to score 1 here. And I don't think there's enough points on the table for Guardians to win this round. Being down only 8 points there. So if Dayton can score 1, which
Yeah.
looks pretty likely, with Iron Man and Black Widow still holding scrolls.
The threat level is 19.
Yeah.
Playing on Skrulls and Demons.
Guardians does have priority here, though, with Luke Cage activating last. So
Root into Iron Man with the deaths.
Where are we at tokens?
This is round 4, 5.
no winging a token. Star-Lord's
Oh,
dead.
that's right.
Star-Lord.
Gotcha.
7 points total on the table. So
All
the
right.
max Guardians could potentially score is up to 15. So
So he's going to re-roll that one because it's cocked. So we're showing 1, 2, 3,
this is Groot
4
attacking Iron Man
with a Death Decree.
with a Death Decree. Yep, he did say
That's
that.
showing 5. He's
Iron
blocking
Man.
3.
Only taking
With-
1 with Invincible.
Armor, yep. Assuming it was threat level midnight.
But we're in Pacific, so that doesn't make sense.
So we are doing it again.
Without Death Decree. Iron Man's blocking 2, producing a further 1.
So he's going to take
And he's
nothing.
calling it.
Yep, that's
It's
it.
a good game there. Couldn't drop Iron Man with that attack. And he doesn't have confidence that he's got range to get to Black Widow to do anything.
Yeah, Samurai
Oh,
Stacks,
wow.
absolutely. Not a bad suggestion. So Yeah, so that is going to end round 1 here. I believe that takes it to. Let's see what the final score is.
18 to 10.
18 to 10.
to 10.
With the bracket style here, I don't know if the victory points matter as much as like yesterday from like Swiss pairings, but
It will matter for other places because it's not just a first place prize. There's a bunch of stuff happening.
Oh, okay.
In addition to that, in between rounds 1 and 2, we are going to have Tyson doing the painting competition up on stream as well.
Yeah.
Monument Games has also donated some prize support to that. So if you're unfamiliar, Monument Games does all sorts of, or Monument Paints, sorry, does really great paints. You should absolutely check them out. They are also here in the exhibitor hall. But yeah, so a great first game.
that was
from Dayton.
wild.
Absolutely.
Well done. I think it was well played by both sides. It was just Dayton was able to get those scrolls and run away.
Correct.
That was a big. Having more models helped, and Thanos was doing a lot of work, just couldn't get rid of them too quickly.
A what?
Chad's been talking about a Jeremy effect.
Yeah.
That's Jeremy's.
Oh, nice.
He was wondering if you guys were going to do interviews with them maybe after.
Yes.
How long to the
Yep,
next round? It'll be about an
100%.
hour and a half. The next round is at 1 o'clock
Correct.
Pacific time. We're gonna get the players on here as long as they want to talk about their game a bit. We will probably be taking a small break between, but we're gonna be here chatting about all kinds of stuff.
Correct.
We'll watch Longshanks and see how other matches are going.
Let's take a look at
Wait,
that.
it's already lunchtime? How'd that happen so fast? I feel like I
Right.
just ate breakfast.
So let's take a look at some of this from the first 8. So it does look like Jeremy Joffrey did win his first game against Jeremy Constance.
All
Ryan.
right. Yeah, we got people moving on.
1 over Hyper Viper. Danny and Spellshock are still playing. Mutalis, 1 over Will Thompson. Mandalorian Orange and Mike DeLuca both won. So listen, my prediction there is still intact. Could be happening.
Doing well.
Blue Gunner 38 also took it over Drunk Poet.
Kirkov was victorious over Danks.
Let's look at some of the other ones from the other groups. It looks like Ben is still playing. Dayton won over Mike. Captain BDMA took it over Matt Richards.
Good.
Also looks like Sploosh won over Jeremy England, or Jeremiah England. Dustin Jenapor won over iWar Game. Wreath won over Brett F. Count Zero, Nikki in chat, good to see you. Is going to be going into round 2. He won over Course. Andrew Ohischwager won over Conan Jennings. Yeah, absolutely. Looks like Matt Alex is already out in round 1, as is Sammy Fingerguns. So by all means, grab that headset on. We are going to talk to Dayton here. And feel free to get right up into that mic. It's super loud in here. But all right, so first off, congratulations on winning your first game here. You've got to be excited with that.
I'm super excited.
I was really impressed. That first round where every single scroll just decided that, you know what, it didn't want to roll any wilds or crits for you.
Yes, yeah. The scrolls were not on my side today.
It did not look like a great start, but then you turned it around. After having some casualties there in round 2 as well, just continued to just increase that lead every time, never needing the shield victory point either.
Yes.
So tell me about that going in. What did you feel after the end of round 1, and how did that kind of continue throughout the rest of the game?
So generally how I play shield, whenever round 1, if I'm not behind by 1 point, I don't try to play into that side of the leadership. I either go really heavy into it or I completely ignore it. Because when you try to swap in between, that's when you will end up going down on like 7 points, and then that's just, it's hard to come back. And with Thanos Guardians, obviously very attrition-y. They're going to be killing a lot of my models.
It's a rough one to go up against.
So it's kind of a double-edged sword of like, I'm going to be getting that victory point every turn if I am behind, but at the same time, if I'm going to win, it's going to be by victory points. I need to get a huge lead, or else my team's dead.
Yep. And then going into that, as far as who you were targeting, who was a model that you really wanted to see completely off the table? It looked like you didn't target Thanos at all, which is probably the right call.
Yeah, with Shield, it's too hard to take that Thanos. with that Helios play, after that happened, I was like, okay, Thanos is not going down. He's
well, and you
staying
hate
right
to
where he
see
is.
that when you're throwing handfuls of dice and they don't agree sometimes. And
Yeah.
I always find that to be the case. If I do a spender, I'm going to throw more blanks then than any time else. But listen, you still got some damage on him there.
Yeah. Yeah. Generally, I try to take Thanos down round 3 or 4 when I do the Helios, and if he doesn't go down then, or even if it does, that's the extent of Thanos attacks, because the rest of them are either useless or just feeding him power, because with Shield, we don't have too many big attacks. We're just throwing a lot of them, and Thanos is totally up for that. So I definitely want to take out, like, Rocket, obviously.
Yep.
Rocket, especially once he got injured, I needed him off the board.
Correct.
Because Death Decree with Rocket is crazy. It's nuts. 2-threat should not be throwing that much dice, and I couldn't let that happen.
Yeah.
So that was big.
Tell me about your eyes in the sky choices. Like, there was a couple times where it was like, is he going to use it here? Is he not? And then I saw, you wasted a bunch of Thanos power as well with that, which I thought was spot on. So what factors are in play when you choose to actually activate that eyes in the sky?
All right. So generally, again with playing against Thanos, it's just you have to play your whole game around him. You definitely want to wait for those big Death Decrees, because it cancels it out. Not only they don't get the dice, but then they can't do it again. So that was a lot of the ones I was waiting around for, which is why I kept wondering, like when he was going with Star-Lord. I think the whole reason he didn't do Death Decrees there was maybe just so he wouldn't Eye in the Sky away.
Yeah.
But yeah, if Star-Lord did Death Decree there, it would definitely have been instant Eye in the Sky, and it would have been useless. Because getting rid of that is huge.
Yeah.
Obviously, you got to keep Nick Fury alive for as long as possible. They're
Correct.
always gunning down for him. Positioning to keep on the points, which is hard against Thanos.
Well, and you had a really good placement there too. I thought that was absolutely spot on with the Black Widow. You know what? I'm out. Same with the Commandos. Like, just making sure that, you know what, if Thanos is going to want to be murking people every round, that he's going to have to really take a bus, a taxi, and a bike to get there to do it, I think was absolutely the way to go.
Yeah.
Now, so when you qualify, did you qualify yesterday or did you qualify in the previous event?
I qualified before.
Okay, and what event was that at?
So I qualified through points. I scored, I think, second place at 2 events, and then like 3rd or 4th at another.
Nice.
And that got me enough points to get in.
And now, in those events, did you mix it up? Were you running Shield kind of the whole time? Or
I think
have
everyone I was running something completely different. I switch around all the time. I get bored too quickly. I think the first one I was playing Black Order, and second one I was playing Criminal Syndicate.
Okay.
And the other one I was playing probably one of the 2.
So, and what made you choose Shield today?
I've been playing them a lot recently. I have around 30 games with them, I think, total. Just this list. I haven't really switched around too much. I really like the whole punishing that they go through. It's a whole lot of fun. I think they're great. I used to play Criminal Syndicate before this, and I always felt like they didn't have a lot of great in-affiliation picks, and you're more just bringing splashes to help with your your crazy good affiliation. So it's really nice that Shield has so many just amazing picks. You know, having Winter Soldier affiliated, and it's definitely not like a bad thing when like Hawkeye is your worst affiliated league.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, they're kind of sad on affiliated 4s, but they're getting Spider-Woman soon, which I'm super excited for. She's going to be great.
Well, and especially that control piece, right?
Yeah.
It's something they've certainly needed a little bit.
Yes, they do not have a lot of control other than like Iron Man.
Now, so I've asked everyone this that we've had on stream. Last night when the brackets went up, did you completely ignore it? Or did you look into it and see who you might be facing for your road to victory?
I completely ignored it. From my experience, last-minute changes never really do me good because it's not stuff I practice with unless it's like I've had this in my roster before and I took it out for a specific matchup and now putting it back in, I guess. But I wasn't ready to take someone out that I've been practicing with to put someone in. I haven't been.
Valid, absolutely. And we've seen mixed reviews on that too. We talked to Nate Horn yesterday, and he's like, I'm not going to look at it at all. Simon Jerry was like, well, yeah, I'm going to have to. And then other people were like, yeah, I'm going to be super nervous all night, up all night, thinking about game 1, I have this. Game 2, I might have this, or this. So I think ignoring it was probably the way to go. Be rested, be ready to go, and just be maneuverable, right?
Yeah. Especially because trying to predict things that happen just never goes in your way.
Correct.
You know, chances are one of those scrolls should have had me a crit, and they didn't. Just like chances are I may be playing against a Brotherhood player, but it very well might not happen.
Now, going into your next few rounds, are there any teams that you kind of get either excited or confident to see at the other end of the table?
So
Who do you like to be over there?
So I like to go against, let's see, I like Weapon X. They're not too bad to deal with. Avengers isn't too bad. Mystique Brotherhood I can do pretty well.
Okay.
I'm not sure too much on Mag's Brotherhood. I was most nervous about Thanos Guardians just because I didn't have, this is my first game into them with this list.
Yeah.
So I didn't really know what I was doing. Too much was in like just common thought.
Well, if that was your biggest fear,
so
and you
yeah.
toppled that, I mean, you got to be in a really good
got
spot.
out of the
then.
way. It's done for.
Like that first round, really, with all those bad rolls. And it's just like, that's what chat was saying too. It's just like, yeah, get those rolls out of the way at the start, and then you don't got to worry about them later.
Yeah.
But awesome. All right. Well, dude, congratulations on your first win, especially on stream. I mean, we hope to see you. We maybe see you again.
Yeah.
But good luck, man.
Yeah. Thank
Well
you.
done. All right, so that is going to end round one here for us. There's still a bunch of games left to see. Round two will be starting in a little over an hour. And once again, that was just a very incredible game to watch. Both players played incredibly well, and that's exactly what you like to see at a competitive event of this size. I'm going to flip the camera over here real quick to the board. Tyson and some others are setting up the painting competition. Once again, this is partly sponsored by Monument Paints, which has provided some significant surprise support for this. So we can see kind of a bunch of stuff going down right now. And going to get a couple updates here. So I believe we also have Jeremy coming on. Wish I had anyone within range. Oh, beautiful. Perfect. So here we go. Mike, welcome.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. So tell me, just a couple quick questions out of the gate. So did you qualify yesterday, or have you been qualified for a hot minute?
No, I qualified yesterday, so I went 4-1 in the LCQ yesterday.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it was a great day. I lost my first game, so had to battle back.
Yeah.
Managed to pull it off, and then doing the same thing today, losing my first game. We'll see how it goes the rest of the day.
So tell me about some of your games yesterday. So that first game, who was that up against?
So I played Jeremiah England, I think is his name. Great Cabal player. He also plays, we played in the TTS League, and he beat me in cut in the TTS League, so it's... I just can't get the better of him.
Right.
But he played an awesome game with Cabal. His Hulk ran wild, and he managed to combine the Legacy Cure to win. It was just one of those games that I just couldn't quite get back in it. Played a couple of Spider Foes after that, had some good games, Criminal Syndicate, and then Guardian's Mirror, where it was Malekith against Thanos for the last game. And
all right, so tell me about that a little bit. So that was round 5 yesterday for you?
that was round 5.
Wow.
And it was... I diced him a little harder, was part of it, but he got unlucky on a couple of points. When he brought Mystique up to pick up a Skrull, she got pushed, and then he brought Star-Lord up to pick up a Skrull, and he got pushed, and then Thanos immediately punched Star-Lord to death round 1, and Mystique followed very shortly after round 2, so I had all the extracts, and it just... He was battling from behind the entire game, just kind of the way it worked out. If he hadn't rolled those 2 pushes, it would have been a really different game, but he came to the midline, which is always a questionable decision against Thanos, and he paid for it.
Okay. All right. Now, in this game here, up against Dayton, seemed like those Skrulls really wanted him to be moving around constantly. Now, so just tell me, what was your feeling kind of going into that match? Is that a matchup that you like? And as far as this Guardians list as a whole, I know that it's somewhat in the meta right now. What are the matchups that you're kind of hoping to see across the table, and what do you really not want to be there?
So what I like about the Guardians list is there isn't really a bad matchup for it.
Yeah.
There are some like extra shenanigans that Brotherhood can pull off that are tricky for it, or Web Warriors can be difficult just with their mobility and their ability to displace, so if we're playing on their secures, that can be tough. But Thanos has a great shot against anybody because he can lean so heavily into attrition, and Thanos can provide enough control to keep the scoring close until the attrition can take over the game. And that's usually the game plan, and that's pretty effective against anything. So there's nothing that I really hope to see. There's nothing that I really don't want to see. It's more Crisis combinations. I like slower scoring combinations.
Yeah.
So I actually felt really good about what was on the table this game. Scrolls and Demons should be a really favorable Crisis combination for me. And I think round 1 proved why. I was way ahead in the first round, and I felt really good about the game. And then Rocket did not deliver for me. And it was, I don't know if you go back and watch the stream, you can see me thinking about it, because the odds that Black Widow is going to survive 2 attacks, especially when I still have my winging it token, very low. And the odds that Black Widow is going to daze Rocket with
a counter-strike
is also very low. However, it is a non-zero chance, as we have learned.
Correct.
And there was sort of competing things in my mind. If I take Widow off the board, then I can flip priority.
Yes.
And the game is over. Like, Thanos will control out his team while my team kills his team. I mean, it's not quite that simple, but I am so far ahead at that point that I feel like he's going to be really hard for him to break parity and really be able to effectively continue to win the game. But there is that small chance that Black Widow lives on 1 and grabs the scroll and runs away, and in that instance, I probably lose that game, as we saw. And once that happened, I knew I was in a lot of trouble. It was just, the odds of it were small, but it worked out well for him. And man, did he play that advantage so well. Like, if you want to play Shield, if you're interested in playing Shield, this is kind of a master class in Shield play. He was on point with his leadership all game, using it to score points, using it to put characters in positions where Thanos wouldn't be able to throw for damage. The really, really smart use of that. The Luke Cage play to slow Mystique is, I mean, that's next level play. That's amazing. I didn't see it coming. Maybe I should have, but like, I didn't think there was anything that was going to stop Mystique from killing Black Widow that turn. I was like, okay, we screwed up, but we're not going to screw up twice. Like, we're not going to. And so he took every incremental advantage. He knew all his characters, the nuances of all of them. He got maximum value out of all of them. Just extremely well played. And a really well played Shield roster is very hard to deal with because they're very similar to Guardians in that they can play against the field. They can play the scenario, they can play the attrition game if they need to. So it's just a really high ceiling roster, in my opinion.
I completely agree.
And I think he showed the ceiling of Shield today. So hats off to him. I mean, he's a great player, and I look forward to seeing what he does the rest of the tournament.
Absolutely. So if you're taking a look at the brackets, do you know who you're going up against next?
So I drop into the Swiss. No, I mean, I don't drop out of the tournament, but I'm in the Swiss, so I'm just going to get randomly paired.
Okay.
He will either be playing one of 2 Brotherhood lists. It was a Brotherhood mirror match. It's actually my playtest partner, who I would have played if I had lost, and if I won and he won, but not to be. But I don't know if he has won or if his opponent had won, but he'll be looking at a Brotherhood matchup here.
And tell everyone, so you are part of the Strike Better podcast, right?
I am.
So where can people find that, and what type of viewpoint for MCP does Strike Better provide?
So you can find us on most streaming services. We also have a website, strikebetter.com, and if you are on Discord, you can reach out to me, LuckyWild5552, and I'll invite you to our Discord channel. Happy to have you come and chat. We are definitely a competitive-focused podcast. We come from that lens, and we talk about things in the competitive space, but we try and be new listener-friendly. We want to give a lot of context in why we think things are strong and how people should be approaching the game. So it's not just, we're coming from a competitive aspect, but we want people who like playing the game and who want to get better at playing the game. That's the people that we want to speak to, whether you just want to get a little bit better to play at your casual night, or you want to, you're prepping for LVO, and you want to know what's going to be in the meta and, how you should be thinking about approaching this sort of tournament.
Now, and what are your thoughts, actually, very specifically with the meta here? We're seeing a ton of Brotherhood, a lot of X-Men, and a decent amount of Guardians as well. Were you expecting to see more of that Guardians Thanos or Guardians Malekith around, or was it pretty clear that it was going to be a very X-themed or mutant-themed event?
So Brotherhood and X-Men are 100% the top of the ladder, top of the mountain right now. Brotherhood has extremely strong extract plays with Mystique. They can often go 4-1, 5-1 on extracts, which is really hard to deal with.
Yeah.
And then if they don't get their extracts, they can pivot to a Magneto-led roster, and they can go attrition.
Yep.
So they have everything in the toolbox they need to beat any team. And I think that's why they're so popular. I also think they're a very high ceiling team. I think it's I didn't play Brotherhood because I'm a terrible Magneto player. My Magneto dies all the time whenever I play him. Yeah. So I don't have enough reps in Brotherhood to be able to feel like I could get the most out of them. Mm-hmm. And it's the same thing with X-Men. I think X-Men is another one that they're an amazing scenario team. If you get them on pay to flips, they're so hard to beat. But it takes a really good player to pilot X-Men when you're playing on your opponent's secures. When X-Men get on like a Demons or an Intrusions, you really need to have a game plan and understand how to win those matchups to have success. So while the pay to flips are a little bit of an autopilot and everybody looks at it and they're like, oh, that's so amazing, I want to play X-Men for that.
Right.
It's when you lose priority, that's where you're going to have trouble. Mm-hmm. And that's where I think the skill of X-Men really comes in, knowing how to win those games, how to shift to an attrition game if you're on a slow crisis, or how to leverage your secure presence on something that's not pay to flip in order to win.
So tell me a bit about last night. So you qualify yesterday. Brackets come out at 10.
Yep.
Did you look at them?
I did. Okay. I looked at him. I looked at my opponent's roster. I had also played 5 games yesterday,
right?
So I was a little like.
I assumed that there was a little bit of fatigue there.
The cognitive load was overstressed a little bit. So I kind of looked through. I saw shields, but there's so many variables in this game that it's I could have sat and game planned for like every crisis combination. That didn't feel like what I wanted to do with my Friday night in Vegas.
Yeah.
So I looked at it. I kind of thought a little bit about here are the things that I need to do. Like here are the pieces that I need to put on the table. Mm-hmm. He's going to be a gunline team, so I need to bring Rocket and Groot. Yep. If I can squeeze Winter Soldier to the board, great. Winter Soldier, Rocket, Groot, Star-Lord, let me match his range with range. Yeah. He's not going to do much to Thanos, so Thanos is just kind of going to have free reign to run around the board and move people and attack people as he wants. I'm just can kind of play Thanos fearlessly. Yeah. And just not let him get up on extracts, because that's what S.H.I.E.L.D. does really well. And he managed to find a way to get up on extracts and leverage that advantage.
Now, tell me about when you were expecting that Helios. Did that make you very nervous at that point? Was that kind of how worried were you for that to be on the table, knowing that Thanos would probably be the target for it?
I was regretting not taking Escort to Safety.
Okay.
That probably would have been a better choice than Fallback. Mm-hmm. But I was kind of the opinion that
the Fallback kept Star-Lord around for a little bit. Right?
Not really.
Or at least wasted in action.
It forced him to do some things, which is what I was hoping.
Yeah.
But I didn't have a great spot to use it that game. I was expecting Winter Soldier as well. I assumed that Winter Soldier would kind of be an auto include, and I was looking for the right time to fall back out of that rapid fire and really lower the efficiency of Winter Soldier, bring him into the fight, and then kill him. When he didn't put him on the table, my reasons for bringing fallback were sort of not there. But
gotcha.
I wasn't worried about it. I knew Thanos was just going to have to eat it, but at that point in the game, it wasn't. Thanos' Cosmic Portal didn't matter anymore at that point in the game. Right. I needed to kill Nick Fury. When Mystique failed to kill him, that was kind of where the game was going to end. Mm-hmm. Because getting that one more point on his grunts with that extract was what. So he could kill Thanos that round. It wasn't consequential. Right. And I did a good enough job of keeping Iron Man to the side of the board, where he was either going to have to waste actions coming into range and telegraphing the Helios Laser, which he eventually did, or he was going to get value out of Iron Man in other ways, and that was a choice that he was going to have to make: leverage his tactics card or leverage his Iron Man first pushes. Yep. And I think he made the right call, and I think he kind of forced the Helios Laser in there. I think he really wanted to use it, which great, and he got a big one off, which is cool. Yep. But I just don't think he needed to do it at that turn. Whether he dazed Thanos or not there, I don't think impacted the outcome of the game.
Yeah. All right, valid. All right, well, cool. Well, thank you so much for stopping by.
Yeah.
Make sure to check out the Strike Better podcast, once again, where you can get any podcast. And is it just strikebetter.com?
Yeah, I think it's just strikebetter.com. But hit us up on Discord. That's where we do a lot of conversation. And thank you guys for streaming these games.
Absolutely.
Keeping people entertained all day. There's a ton of great MCP to come. Some amazing players in this tournament. Mm-hmm. So make sure you're tuning back in for the next game, because you'll learn a lot and see some great play.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for
stopping by. Pleasure.
Absolutely. All right, so he's 100% correct. There's a bunch of MCPs still left to see. and we will probably be grabbing someone else to pop on here to see how their games have been going and what's been going on from around the convention center. If there are, yes, yep, absolutely. So we are going to welcome Jeremy to the stream next. Welcome. You can absolutely just scream into this thing because this is a very high sound room. But so welcome. So tell me about your first game.
So I guess
it was the Jeremy off, right?
Yeah, I heard that people were talking about the Jeremy off, so I thought I might talk about it for a minute.
Absolutely.
Not only did it end up being a Jeremy off, it ended up being a Jeremy Malekith Cabal off.
Nice.
So we both ended up doing that. It was Gamma and Montesi at 15 threat. So we both went very, very tall. He took Malekith, MODOK, and Shuri into my Malekith Hulk Bullseye.
Okay. Personally love the inclusion of Bullseye there.
Yeah, he ended up being super clutch for me with those guaranteed 1 damages.
Yeah.
He was the one who finished off Mal at the end of the game with 2 never misses.
I adore that.
Yeah, so my list is a Guardians Cabal. It's mostly Guardians with Cabal Flex.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew looking at his list, he was going to be super, super aggressive.
Yeah.
So I figured I couldn't. Normally, what I rely on at 1530 is actually Star-Lord, Angela, Malekith for dice consistency on 2 big threat models.
Yeah.
But I knew that going into him, if he was going to bring Shuri, which I expected, I kind of lose that advantage. So then I'm just kind of gimping myself if he has the same consistency I do,
Correct.
but I'm less aggressive. So I ended up having to go with Cabal, which is kind of out of my comfort zone. I actually ended up misplaying a little bit. Forgot a leadership trigger at one point that would have been kind of big.
Yeah.
But that's the inexperience with the Cabal side of it. But it was a really good match, and it was just funny how it played out. Both same name, both same affiliation, both 3 characters on the board.
I really like that, actually. So, when did you qualify yesterday during the last chance, or had you been pre-qualified?
No, I was pre-qualified. I am a local here in Vegas.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, I actually shout out Power 9 Games up in Northtown.
Beautiful.
We've got a pretty cool little small local scene.
Yeah.
So I've been playing there. I just started playing MCP about a year ago.
Wow.
And we had a small qualifier there that I was able to win back in September.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's a great community. So that's why I'm here.
Beautiful. I really like that. So going into this then, did you check out the brackets last night? Did you analyze a little bit, or did you kind of ignore it and just not want to delve into it too far? I've heard a very big range.
Yeah.
From how people have kind of taken knowing that ahead of time to heart.
So I definitely did look at my first matchup.
Yeah.
Because yesterday was super low stress for me, right? Like
Yes.
I didn't have to worry about the LCQ, so I was just thinking about my list and what I was going to do. So yeah, I looked at it. I was very nervous because this is my first big event that I've ever played in.
Yeah.
Like I said, I just started playing a year ago.
For real.
So yeah, I definitely looked and I kind of game planned for it. That was why I fully expected that Shuri at 15 to come out, and I was able to game plan for that.
Well, and I don't know if it was a benefit or not, but he ran that exact list yesterday on stream. I think in round 5 too. MODOK, Malekith, and Shuri.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I was not watching that, so I guess I guessed well.
Yeah. So you were spot on there, because that's exactly how it went. And I think that's a very intimidating list to go up against. But when you're also running Malekith and Hulk, it's got to make you feel a little bit more confident going into that.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially because he won priority in our game.
Yeah.
So I was able to kind of control. I knew my Malekith was going to be able to activate after his, so I kind of baited him in with Hulk. I threw Hulk up in the center line, and I run advanced R&D, so I picked up the middle extract with Hulk, so I knew I'd be at a VP lead going into the rest of the game. And then it baited his Malekith to only get 1 attack when he ferocity'd into me, because he also ran advanced R&D. And the way the positioning works out, I had my Malekith deployed right middle of the board.
Yeah.
So I was able to ferocity into his, and then because of the terrain, it worked out super in my favor.
Nice.
He had positioned Modok just behind a building that was at the center line, so I threw Malekith into Modok, and he bounced off and had to go back to his previous position. So I got the collision, and then was able to double attack into his Malekith. So I did 8 damage to his Malekith in round 1. So that set me up for a pretty good.
That is devastating.
Rest of the game. And it was a very close game regardless. I was feeling really good at that point, and then he still managed to bring it to where I was scared for a while, but it was very close game.
So when you're going into a game, when you have Guardians there as well, what are you seeing at the other side of the table that's making you choose Cabal over running Guardians?
Basically, almost that exact situation. Honestly, if I think that the opponent is going to be super hyper aggressive and they're not going to be worried about playing too much scenario, and I'm not going to be able to score out, then I'm probably going Cabal, and I'm going to try to aggression them. I hate doing it. I'm not. It's out of my comfort zone, but it's there in case I need to do that. 15 threat is probably the only place I really expect to do that, but the list is built so that I can do that at really any level.
Yeah. Okay. I like that a lot. Now, so going into your next round, do you know who your next opponent is?
Actually, yeah, because he was sitting right next to me. So
nice.
We talked a little bit afterwards. It is Ryan.
Ryan.
Yeah.
All right. And you know what is Ryan running?
He's running X-Men.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got. It looks like he's got X-Men with the new Red Skull in there, which everyone's a huge fan of, right? So X-Men have super good scenario play. He's got heavy hitters like Red Skull and the new Logan in there too. So it's gonna be a tougher matchup, I think, just because I don't know exactly which way he's going to go, whether it's gonna be scenario focused or if I'm gonna have to, get into the scrum again.
Right. So. All right. So yeah, I think and it seems like there might be a lot of those in a lot of people's paths towards the championship, right? It's going to be a lot of Brotherhood and a lot of X-Men.
Yeah, I came into it expecting that, and it's not going to disappoint, right?
All right. Have you gotten a bunch of reps in against those particular affiliations? Your LGS, is that what people are running?
Honestly, I've gotten a lot of reps against them on like TTS.
Yeah.
But in person, we don't see so much of those affiliations. We've got like one local guy that runs Brotherhood exclusively.
Exclusively, yeah.
But
I think everyone has that guy. Right?
Yeah, I mean, even then, it's usually Magneto Brotherhood, which I'm expecting to see more Mystique Brotherhood at this event.
Yeah.
But either way, I mean, Brotherhood's just really strong right now.
Yeah,
so,
very much so.
It's kind of in those matchups, I'm really hoping to get priority because if I can get them on like demons or intrusions, I feel like I have a much bigger chance of winning than if I have to play their game.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, going into this, I guess as well, have you waffled at all as to what affiliation you were going to be bringing? Is this a roster that you've done a bunch of work to and have kind of tweaked and stuff, or are you pretty new to Guardians Cabal?
So I'm not new to Guardians at all. I've been playing them for pretty religiously for about 8 months. I had a sabbatical where I went into Hydra for a while when they came out.
It's very hard not to.
Yeah, Red Skull's just too cool, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I've got a ton of experience with Guardians. Cabal, not so much. Like I said, I'm not super comfortable with it.
Yeah.
But I was actually planning on bringing like a more traditional Guardians Thanos list. So I was practicing with that leading up to the event. I was trying Space Reality Thanos, and I mean, it's powerful. Everyone knows it's powerful, right? But I just don't like that playstyle. I found myself not really enjoying the game because I enjoy flexibility and squad building.
Yeah.
And when you're running that, you kind of, like, 11 points is just eaten up immediately, right? Because it's Star-Lord Thanos is your core.
Yep.
And so you kind of telegraph to your opponent what you're doing. And if they have a good plan for dealing with it, then, I mean, that's bad for you.
Yeah.
So I actually just came up with this Guardians Cabal list about 5 days ago. And,
nice! I like that.
Yeah, I couldn't sleep one night, and I was like, what am I going to do? And that's how I spent my time when I couldn't sleep. So practiced it a few times, felt pretty good with it, and that's where we're at.
Beautiful. I love that. Well, congratulations on winning your first game.
Thank you.
Thank you for stopping by stream, man. Really appreciate it.
Thanks.
And best of luck going forward.
Thank you.
I love seeing Guardians. I really like that take on it too, where it's not Thanos, that Malekith is there. I think that's really nifty, and I hope we get to see more of it.
Cool. Thanks, man.
But yeah, absolutely. Thank you, man. All right, so it does look like Xavier Protocols has the stats and stuff up now as well. So let's go over and take a look at that.
Motion me down when you want somebody else.
Anytime is good. Okay. So I'll get that link here as well. Lexa, hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well. So tell me about, so today, Lexa, you are running the gymnastics event, correct?
Yes.
So tell me how that is going. How many people do we have? What are people doing? And what are some of those unique gems which people are
So we have 24 people.
Nice, all right.
Including one person who lost their first round invitational game and immediately dropped and joined gymnastics.
Okay, I like that actually. And that's I think really cool too that at LVO kind of as a whole, while the competitive tournament is kind of, very prevalent, right?
Yeah.
You have been running a bunch of really cool side events in addition to the 8-man scrambles. There's pickup games.
Yep.
There's a lot to do at every level of play at the Las Vegas Open.
And there's been a lot of interesting stuff round one already.
All right, so what are some of the really cool takeaways?
Power Gem Cyclops. I see a judge question that needs to get answered, so I will be right back.
By all means. All right, so we're taking a look at this. At the stuff for Xavier Protocols. Let me see if I can get this up on screen, actually. We'll go with the old browser source. And... yes, sir. Maybe browser source isn't the right one, but... yeah, we'll try it again. Let's not do that. Let's get rid of that. And we will go window, 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 window. To the wall, window capture, here we are. And let's get the one with the Xavier Protocols stuff here. Yes, sir, here we are. All right. We'll bring in these sides a little bit. You got to see all of my World of Warcraft bookmarks as well. So, here we go, let's take a look. So, the event is in Longshanks. By the way, you can find this at xavier-protocols.com. If you Google Xavier Protocols, that will be there as well. So, Dan, we are taking a look right now at the Xavier Protocols article that just came out.
Hi.
All right, so affiliations. So this is all for the Invitational. As far as people running one affiliation, there are 42 rosters only running a solo affiliation, 67% of the group.
Whoa.
I mean, that's pretty huge. I mean, there was a while in tournaments where we were seeing it pretty regularly as being consistently, like the majority of the group playing 2 to 3 affiliations.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a change in that trend.
Yes.
Mono affiliations have become much more popular. I think a lot of that is just there's more characters, so it's easier to fill in a roster with one affiliation.
Well, and with some of the stuff being so prevalent right now, like Brotherhood and X-Men, I guess I'm not shocked to see people really committing. Brotherhood has really been fleshed out over the last year with Blob and Pyro and some other of the other additions, similar to X-Men as well. They've both gotten a lot of love in this past year, and it's really kind of fleshed them out to being like, you don't kind of need to go to anything else. You only need one.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
And as far as the breakdown of those dual affiliation players, let's see, let's read this correctly. Dual affiliations seem a lot more popular, but 6 of the duels are with Cabal. So, and we were just talking to Jeremy, right? And he was talking about how, he likes Guardians, runs, that's the wrong article. Thank you. So I went to, that's the NashCon.
NashCon?
I did. I thought the first 3 were all the, I thought the first 3 were all of the featured ones.
All right, well, the data there kind of goes along what we were saying anyway. It's just even more extreme.
Correct.
80% of players today have one affiliation.
Yeah.
20% have 2. That's it. No 3
So
more.
even more extreme then. So these are the dual affiliation, I think, right? So there are a lot of single affiliation rosters, but this belies a number that have multiple leaders available. 18 single affiliation rosters have been brought 2 or more leaderships, and 1 dual affiliated roster has access to a 3rd leadership. If you count those as duels, the number moves from 20 to 48%.
That's great analysis.
It
I like
really
that
is.
a lot.
I absolutely adore these articles and everything that Jacob has done. Classic, did I roll a wild? Never change.
Perfectly on brand for us.
100%.
I'm just really glad Justin's in the chat to be like, hey, that's not today's stuff.
Yes. All right. So we're going to finish up the Xavier article and then we'll pop you right back on. All right, so taking a look at these. Brotherhood at the top at 20%. And once again, these, just to confirm, if you count those, all right, so these are all duels. So
Brotherhood and X-Men tied for the top spot.
correct, 20%. 40% of the time, it's a mutant every time. We also have Avengers at 17%, 11 total rosters being able to run that. Shield at 9, Criminal Syndicate at 8, Guardians at 8. Let's go to that power bottom 10. X-Force, unrepresented, Winter Guard, Sentinels, Midnight Suns, Inhumans, Defenders, Dark Dimension, Asgard.
I just love that X-Force is at the very bottom because it's alphabetical.
I feel in my heart of hearts that that Jacob made sure that X-Force was at the bottom just so they would be there for
Jacob,
me.
I'm sorry.
But no, they're absolutely alphabetical.
That's really funny.
Weapon X, only 1 Weapon X player.
That is like probably the biggest surprise for me. There's only 1 Weapon X because they're kind of the new hotness. People really like Weapon X.
Mm-hmm.
The new, the different Wolverine and Sabretooths are both strong models.
Yes.
So I'm really surprised there's only 1.
Well, and maybe that's one of the things that we've seen too is that as far as talking to a lot of the people that have been on, they're running things that, for the most part, they've had the time to practice with. Jeremy, that we just had on, splashed in Cabal with Malekith, that he hadn't played a whole ton, but he was very, very familiar with Guardians. He's only been playing for a year or 2.
Oh, wow.
Qualified and won his first Invitational game, so he's in a good spot there.
For him.
I'm excited to see where he goes from here.
Confirmed, too, that Weapon X affiliation is also dual with X-Men.
Wow.
Which makes sense. Weapon X doesn't have enough to be a full roster anyway.
Yeah, that's valid.
So mixing it with X-Men is the most logical step, I think.
And Spider Foes, A-Force, they're tied at the 1. Black Order, I mean, we've seen a very steady drop-off from those. Every time there's an event, they were so high up there for so long, really kind of crumbling down to the floor. Wakanda and Convocation tied at 3. Hydra and Cabal tied at 4. I think that one probably makes a little bit of sense. Web Warriors and Guardians. And Syndicate all at 5.
They're kind of in the middle-ish.
I mean, really kind of towards the top, right, as far as things are considered. But I guess, towards the middle of the things actually being played. But I really like what we've seen with Guardians and how they kind of come into their own, sometimes being run with Cabal. Thanos Guardians is actually a really cool meta that I'm liking to see. And with the changes to the Crisis Eye, it's really kind of brought them into... But between the 2021 update to the Guardians as a whole and the Crisis changes, that's really put them in a good spot.
One thing I like to see here is that just looking around, they're doing a bunch of painting, judging, so we see a lot of the rosters out. Mm-hmm. There's only 5 people playing Criminal Syndicate and 1 playing Spider Foes, but there are a ton of Rhinos. He's being splashed in all over the place.
Correct. Now on to characters.
What?
This might not be a surprise for those that have been watching the stream. But
okay.
Hulk, now the number 1 pick. Toad moving to 2nd with Hulk at number 1.
Hulk at number 1, 53% of the rosters have Hulk in it. That is, I mean, looking at the rosters displayed for painting, I see a lot of Hulks, but to be the number 1 character, when like a year and a half ago, he was way at the bottom.
Way towards the bottom.
Really interesting. I like that a lot. I like what we see with this game, with this constant change.
Yes.
Like there's nobody is the king forever. Even Dr. Voodoo's moved down to like 5th.
Yep. And Juggernaut still way up there. Mystique way up there too. Toad, I mean, he's going to be a hard one to dethrone because he's such a great splash.
Hulk smashing statistics.
But some new ones in here, right? Logan the Wolverine is up there in the top 10 or close to it. Pyro as well.
Way up.
Rhino way up. 16 rosters with Rhino, and he's just been out for a couple weeks.
Yeah. He's the new hotness. People like him. He does some cool stuff.
And he's
his
not
model looks great.
And he's not overwhelming, right? Like he's a very solid 4, maybe even above the mid there. And a lot of people are taking him. He fits in a lot of great places. He fits in Guardians. He fits in Avengers. He fits in Crime Syndicate, Spider Foes, Brotherhood. Like he's a very versatile character. I love that a lot. And I don't think we're going to see something with Rhino where he's not a Malekith, you know what I mean? He's certainly ever present currently, but I really like kind of how he fits and how he plays, because he's probably not being taken every game, right? But, it's a stampede.
Was saying in chat a minute ago that he's really good for spread out secures.
Yes.
Because he's got such movement, like shocking amount of movement. That range 3 placed within 1 can get him really far, especially with that huge base.
And
pop on the other side of your target, and oof.
And so to Toast's point, Rogue kind of falling a little bit from favor. We saw her in like nearly every other game at Everwinter.
Yeah.
So even in just a month's time, seeing kind of a pretty decent change there. Same with X-23.
She's way up there for Brotherhood and X-Men characters, though.
That's true, but that's you know what I mean. As far as this goes, with so many Brotherhood and X-Men characters, I feel like she should probably be a little bit higher, right?
Yeah.
I mean.
You think with 13 X-Men players, 13 Brotherhood players, a little surprising you don't see her 26 times, but only 13 times. So half of those people are taking her, which is a little surprising.
Well, and very legitimately too, and this is probably an absolute fact, she dropped off because normally there's just so many X-Force players, right? Normally the X-Force players are just everywhere. So
all over the place.
Right.
You just can't get away from X-Force players.
Correct.
Just cable
that's
all
what everyone
the time.
says. So, so that's probably why we've seen a little bit of a slip there. Sploosh is running the dual X-Men Brotherhood, so a total 25 total mutant rosters. So, and I did got a chance to talk to Mike, and I haven't talked to Sploosh yet, but I know that versatile mutant list, right, is kind of really, really neat. Being able to go Brotherhood for some attrition, or X-Men for some point secure. It's kind of a very neat mix. Any surprises here? Okoye, I mean, just remember that maybe 18 months ago, Okoye was unstoppable.
67% of the list. She was
correct.
Taken all the time. But again, seeing that constant change in the meta is, I think, good for the game.
Well, absolutely. Hulkbuster down. There's only 3 Hulkbusters here.
Only.
Now let's get into Arnim Zola as well. A single Arnim Zola. So we were talking to, I forget who it was yesterday. He played some Hydra, talking about how he doesn't really like the Zola in Hydra. That he doesn't think he's really at his best there.
Okay.
So I guess I'm not surprised to see Zola at 1.
Only one Black Swan's a little surprising. When her card dropped, there was a lot of talk about her being OP and everything.
Yeah.
Which is not super popular in this event.
But looking around at these ones, Ant-Man, Zola, Black Swan, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Carnage, I guess, isn't a shock. Colossus is a little bit, because yesterday I feel like at the LCQ we did see kind of a number of Colossus on the sidelines.
Yeah, I think the next biggest surprise, other than Hulk being number 1, is only one Heimdall.
So let me go ahead and actually link this right here in chat. If you want to look at this article as well, this is at Xavier-protocols.com. Jacob, part of the Danger Room group, does a lot of really insanely good analysis, comes out with these great graphs, and I really like it a lot. It's one of the things I'm super into. So just a massive shout out and thank you to Jacob for constantly being able to do this for the community.
But only one Heimdall is... Really?
Yeah.
I mean, there's no Asgard player, so I guess that makes a little sense. But I thought he'd be splashed in a lot more than once.
Yeah, I agree. And so Art is the one that brought the 1 Ant-Man. I dig that. A lot of competition for that 4 threat spot with Apex and Logan out there. Yeah, 100%.
Great for heavy hitting. Oh, somebody took Wolverine.
So so Jacob actually goes into kind of probably a bunch of what we've said here, and very expressively, some notable fallers from meta dominance are Dr. Voodoo and Black Cat. I think that's probably for the best. Granted, with the Crisis change, Black Cat has certainly seen some drop in stock, but Voodoo as well still a very game-deciding piece with that possession, but with so many more objectives on the field, I don't think that's going to be as impactful. Now, there aren't any of the ones, I'm just scrolling through quick to see if there's any zeros on here. So we didn't include the zeros.
So he just listed those that weren't
ones that were taken.
all the next paragraph down.
Okay.
So it's there are 100 different characters brought, so 32 didn't make any rosters.
All right, so
not a ton of huge surprises there.
So it's now the power bottom
nobody
32?
took any Sentinels, Prime or regular Mark IVs. That's a little
Right.
surprising.
Surprising.
Most of it is kind of what you'd expect. No Moon Knights. That
Yep.
okay.
We have an OG Wolverine, but not an OG Sabretooth. Taskmaster as well. Now that affiliations are fleshed out, that Rogue Agent isn't as impressive or popular. Granted, Winter Soldiers is still insanely popular, but not because of Rogue Agent.
Yeah.
It's kind of a bonus effect.
Really, another huge shift in meta compared to like you said, like 18 months ago or so. No Valkyries taken. And she
Correct.
used to be super popular.
Way up there.
Again, no Asgard taken makes it make more sense, but it's still like, wow, okay. She used to be like top 5.
Yeah. Now, as far as Crisis, so this is the one that I'm very interested in with all the changes that have happened to that, what we've seen, difference there. Infinity Formula and Riot still pretty high up there. They're kind of not basic, but everyone knows how to play them. They like them. They're kind of consistent. And then those other, rounding out the top 5, we have Demons Downtown, Gamma. Everyone loves Gamma. And Superpowered Scoundrels. Here's what I'm shocked is not in that top 5. Hammers.
Those are secures.
That's right.
A good joke.
Thanks, man.
If you scroll down a little bit more, you'll see Hammers in a very familiar spot.
Oh, look at that. Number 1 for Hammers.
It is the number 1 extract. 56% of the rosters have Hammers. Because everybody loves Hammers. You get more dice.
Yeah.
Everybody loves more dice.
And Paranoia being in the top 3, really like to see that. Research Station is one that I'm a huge fan of. It used to be in the Power Bottom 10, which is why it was included. Love to see that making a comeback. But you know what I mean? It's another, and that's sometimes why I get confused between extracts and secures, right? It's because I'm used to running Research Station, which is an extract,
but it plays like a
but
secure.
it's a
that
secure.
one's interesting.
But a pretty big fall for stuff like Alien Ship. You know what I mean? Those ones that used to be, you wanted to be getting that 3 victory points.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're not as popular now that that's not the case. Tactics cards, no massive shockers here. Exceptional Healing is way up there, especially with some Brotherhood and X-Men way up there, as well as Hydra making kind of a show, and a lot more characters with that fast healing. Brace for Impact, obviously the number 1. Fallback, we've seen a huge increase from. And let's see who's at the very bottom. Aunt May's Wheat Cakes made a showing. Well laid plan. So with 1 Spider Foes player, I guess it's not shocking to see some of these way down there. But so I think it is now a Power Bottom 32. But
right?
if we go traditional rules.
Jacob said challenge, build a roster out of just those 32 characters. You got a big choice now for Power Bottom 10.
We absolutely are going to be doing that.
Power Bottom 32.
But as far as the legit Power Bottom 10 for what was taken, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If we are going alphabetical, so Green Goblin down, will we have the ability to run an affiliation? This is one of the things that is always somewhat rare in the Power Bottom 10, and it might be doable. I see a couple that could work, or maybe just one other. But we have Green Goblin, Heimdall, Iron Fist, Loki, Mysterio, Proxima, Punisher, Supergiant, Wolverine.
Viper. You just skip right over Viper. I know you got bamboozled into taking her last time, but still.
All right, here's the link
She's
again.
there.
Guys, for just so that's in chat. And you know what? I will make a command for that as well. So later in the stream, if you type in !Xavier, this link will come up as well.
But I mean, you get Heimdall and Loki in that. That's pretty nice.
I do really like that. And yeah, if I somehow run only 3 characters, one being Green Goblin, the other being Mysterio, we'll be able to see what's going on there. But we do want to pop on Lexa really quick again, because we are just half an hour away from round 2. And before we get into that, I do want to take a look at some of the other stuff that was happening around the convention. Lexa, welcome back.
Hello, I am back from a judge call. How are you doing?
I am doing well. So I do really like in the background we keep hearing that judge being called, and I hope no one runs to that. I hope that wasn't too loud. But tell me a little bit about kind of the state of affairs for, I guess, the overall energy and hype. Are people really happy here? I mean, everyone is here.
Yeah, so I'm mostly on the gymnastics side of things currently, so I'm not as tuned into the tournament side of things, but people are having so much fun at the gymnastics. We literally have a person that has had one demo game and then joined the gymnastics event.
And I think that's awesome. There's one thing about MCP that I absolutely adore. It's that it doesn't take much more than a demo game to realize, all right, this is actually really awesome.
Yeah, for sure. And we just have so much fun stuff going on over there.
Mm-hmm.
We have multiple people using the time gem.
Really?
Yes.
All
we
right.
have a time gem Scarlet Witch.
Ooh.
And a time gem Dormammu.
I adore that. So we had some kind of a number of questions in chat earlier. They were looking at the player packet for gymnastics. There were some restrictions as far as characters that could take things, and
Yes.
they were just asking why that was, or just to get some clarification on that.
Specifically for, because there are only 3 real restrictions. It is Malekith can't take any gem, and then Doctor Strange, OG Doctor Strange, and Wong cannot take the power gem. Both of these are to prevent turn 1 portal plays.
Okay.
Because you could either play Pentagrams of Ferala or Black Bifrost turn 1 with either of those, and we didn't want to make the format centered around these portal plays.
So I actually really like that as a whole, because when you have a fun format, it sucks when there becomes a very clear outlier that everyone is just running, right?
Yes.
So I think that's probably for the best, especially for a side event that's really supposed to focus on fun and just having a good time and doing some wild stuff, seeing some crazy combinations. And you limit the crazy combinations you can see when it's just one crazy combination.
Yeah.
So yeah, 100%.
We've also had, we've had a Mind Gem Mystique, which seems dirty.
Wow. Yeah.
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 So, on the popular end, we have multiple Power Gem Sabertooth, Apex Predators.
Yeah, I like that a lot
and
too.
And multiple Reality Gem Logans.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's just like, I'm sure there aren't a lot of things out there that are like, oh, well, that's underwhelming. All of this stuff just sounds awesome to run and use.
We also have a Power Gem Iron Fist.
Oh.
Do you want to Iron Fist every other turn?
Oh, yeah, all right. And just deleting people, turning them off, just, reset them.
We have a Power Gem Rhino.
I like that as well.
We have multiple Power Gem Darkstars.
Okay, so that's interesting. I really like to see a character that's heavily underutilized really creeping into some other formats, and that's a really nice thing to see from her.
And we have a Power Gem Cassandra Nova.
So, just such a rife history with Cassandra Nova. I love to see her at any point. And after seeing Shane Smith take her in Spider Foes and just make heavy use of it, of multiple traps going off every round, I really... Power Gem Cassandra Nova. That is awesome. I adore that.
We also have some Space Gem Hulks.
Yep, okay.
And a Space Gem Magneto. And the weirdest of them all, a Space Gem Lockjaw.
I mean, what's better than a Lockjaw that can teleport people around once a turn? A Lockjaw that can do it twice a turn. Now, do the characters in the gymnastics, do they have to pay to use the gem abilities?
Yes.
They do, all right. Now, but does it cost them? Now, there's some free component, correct? Like they don't pay for the first threat of the gem or
so
something?
you don't pay for your first gem threat, but each additional gem you put into your squad costs their threat value.
Okay.
While you can bring 2 restricted tactic cards in your 10 for your team tactics card in your roster, if you're bringing a restricted gem, you cannot overcap on the squad, even if you are bringing restricted gems. So,
okay, all right.
If you bring 2 restricted gems, you have to leave the 2 restricted team tactics cards in there off the table, off the squad.
I think that's probably a pretty good good call, right?
Otherwise, we have, I think that is the major stuff for it. Every character can take any gem, except for the exceptions we mentioned earlier. But you cannot, every character can only take one gem unless specified otherwise on their card.
Okay. So we're not seeing a Thanos with 3 gems. We're not seeing an Ebony Maw with 2 or anything like that. All right, good. Now tell me about what is the special event for tomorrow as well?
Tomorrow is going to be our team event, and I quickly actually want to jump on something.
Yes.
Toast has asked for the longshanks. It is up on longshanks. It is event. The gymnastics event is 7159.
Let me see if I can get this up as well.
So if you want to track the progress of the gymnastics event, you can see it there. Gems are not noted on the rosters because they can be changed between tournament rounds. So each individual game, you can change up what gems you are putting on which people.
I actually really like that too. So I guess give us a little bit more information on that. So each round they can change the gem and who it's on, or just who the gem is on?
So it's basically each round, you are coming in, playing a normal game that you have this sideboard of gems that you can add on. So it is any gems that you want.
All right.
So you can change it all the in between every round. You can do something completely different.
Beautiful. So there's the link in chat for the gymnastics event, so you can follow that as well. Looks like the round timer.
Yep.
What round are they in now? 2?
We are in round 1.
Oh, round 1. All right.
So
all right,
we are coming down towards the end of round 1. And then tomorrow is the team tournament. The longshanks for that will go up in the morning. Just because we figured we shouldn't have people drunk sign up for events and then forget about it.
Yeah, that's super fair. Very valid.
So we are waiting until the morning of to release signups, but basically as soon as I get in the building in the morning, signups will be up.
Beautiful. And so make sure to stay tuned to everything here on this Facebook and on Longshanks. We'll make sure those links go out. So if you want to follow those events, and you absolutely should be following those events, you have the ability to do so. All right, beautiful. So as far as tomorrow goes, what's the team event structure like?
So it is 3-man teams, if I remember correctly. My project tonight is I spent last night studying all the gymnastics rules to make sure I had them right. Tonight I'm making sure to study all the team tournament rules to make sure I have them down pat.
So they're 3-player teams?
Yes, if I remember correctly.
All right.
There is a big LVO document that is on a couple of the Discords that has all of the full rules documents.
All right, beautiful. So we can get that linked later as well. So, and we'll make sure that there's a command for that. So if you type in command rules, that link will come up.
Yep.
All right, beautiful. So what else are you excited for LVO this year?
I'm just excited to finally meet people in person.
Yeah, right? So, and that's one of those cool things too, because there's just so many people here.
Yeah.
And we are in one of the bigger halls. I know that MCP kind of got upgraded to be in one of the bigger halls in general. We were in a smaller one before, but because of the people out there, because of you watching at home, because of incredible TOs like Lexa and Brian Watson, Omnis, Tyson, and Danny, like we just have incredible support behind this game, and it is growing, especially for frontline gaming events. So it's something we absolutely love to see.
We doubled year over year.
Yeah.
Which is great. That is fantastic.
So do not stop until we have an entire hall to ourselves. Listen, we're actually taking up a pretty big chunk of this one, but I want 1,000 tables of MCP. So let's get that done.
Yeah,
it's aggressive. But
yeah, we would need more TOs for that.
We'll need just flocks of teams, affiliations of teams even. Would really like Reality Gem, Black Bolt, and Pretend I'm Malika.
That sounds super fun.
Oh, Nick, that's really good, actually. All right, so we are about... So, Alexa, first off, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for doing such an incredible job. And we'll hear from her more later. And make sure to follow the Morlocks podcast as well. What platforms is that on?
I am based... I'm like My base is Podbean, but it should be on everything, Spotify, Google
Beautiful.
Podcast, all of that stuff.
And give everyone just kind of like a little rundown, too, of kind of how the Morlocks work, because you have a kind of really unique viewpoint on MCP as a whole, and it's one that personally I very much appreciate.
So each week we take an underloved character, and me and a guest of the week build a roster out of affiliation with that character, hoping to spotlight some of these characters in places they don't normally go.
Absolutely adore it. Well, thank you so much, and I'm actually super glad we got to talk to you for this long, because I haven't heard any judge calls pop out in the last few
Well, we're
minutes.
winding, so I'm pretty sure all the invitational games are done.
Yes. Yep.
Which means we don't have those coming up, and I think gymnastics is kind of winding down, and we only have like 1 or 2 games left in the round for that.
Beautiful, yeah. So let's take a look at that. It looks like, yeah, there are a handful to still have yet to report, but yeah, certainly more than half of them are in.
So, as things wind down, you get less judge calls. And
Beautiful.
I'll be honest, almost all of my judge calls so far in gymnastics has been, how does how does reality gym actually work?
So I can absolutely see that. And as looking at the roster, or like the group of people playing gymnastics as well, a couple familiar faces. We love to see Thoris around. Gabe Lamont got in there as well. Oh, so he must have, so I know, super unfortunate. Gabe got matched up against his travel buddy Simon in round 1 of the Invitational, and he just qualified yesterday too. But really nice that there's another really cool rad event to be able to play in when it happens.
He immediately, he ran over as I was doing my spiel and was like, if there's still a spot, I'm like, I can get you in.
All right, beautiful.
Both of them were wanting me, whichever one of them lost was planning to drop and come play gymnastics.
All right. Beautiful. All right, well, thank you again for stopping by.
No problem.
And I'm sure we'll probably hear from you again later.
Yeah.
All right. So now with 20 minutes left before round 2, guys, the action is really only getting started. We're going to be getting some finalists as well from the painting competition. Make sure to check out the Facebook. Those have been posted all day if you want to see some really high-level painting stuff. And we are also going to welcome on here really quick. You know him. You like him. And quite frankly, I just met him. Oh my gosh, Brian Watson dropping off the Ricolas. Just what a champ this guy is. Can't appreciate that enough. But let us welcome Jesse from Fury's Finest.
How's it going?
It is going pretty well. How are you doing?
Doing well. Game 1 was X-Men Mirror, so that's...
How'd you do?
I got it.
You did?
Yes, I did.
All right, beautiful. So, and you qualified at the Lone Star Open earlier this year.
Correct.
Or not earlier this year, but mid last year.
Summer, time is fluid.
Yeah, within the last year.
Yes. With X-Men.
So, yeah, beautiful.
Yeah,
and you're running X-Men again today for the Invitational?
Correct.
All right.
Yes.
So
Charles said he would disown me if I didn't.
I actually really appreciate that.
So
tell me a little bit about your first match. So it was a mirror match, you said. Who'd you go up against? How did it go? What'd you run?
It's actually, he was against Amon. He's a friend that I met at Lone Star Open.
Oh, beautiful.
We became friends, and he was an incredible CS player at that event. And he was watching some of the X-Men players at that event, and he said, I'm intrigued. And I guess he's been pursuing X-Men since, so... it was a crazy game. We played Sword and Skrulls, and because we both like those things.
Yeah.
And we both had Rhino, so
I really like that as well.
Yeah. So.
Well, that was one thing we were talking about earlier too. How many different affiliations we're seeing Rhino splashed in? Jacob over at Xavier Protocols has put out the roster stats for the Invitational, and. A lot of the time, people are taking Rhinos. We're seeing pop up in Brotherhood. We're seeing them pop up in Guardians and Avengers and X-Men, and I really dig it.
I dig it too.
What are the opportunities when you're deciding to take Rhino, and what would have you elect not to?
I'm bringing him because I enjoy him on the pay-to-flips, which I'm playing. So we played the Sword base, and I had Beast, Rhino, and Logan. So I've got 3 characters with places, so they can be on a Sword base. They can attack laterally, like across, and then place potentially, and then try to flip more sword bases. And this is a robbery is kind of good.
It's
I've heard.
And that's what I love about a tactics card, right? It's fun. Listen, it's really good.
Right.
And it's super narrative. I absolutely adore that.
Yeah, no, it's really fun. We had a cool mirror. I mean, we had a lot of similar characters, but then we had some subtle differences. Like he had Rogue, I had Logan. I had X-23. He also had X-23, but then I had Domino, and he didn't have Domino. So just like little subtle changes, but then the Rhino off, was a real thing.
You love to see it. Whenever a ruckus or a stampede can be, enforced, you almost have to.
Absolutely, yeah. So I'm really looking forward to the next round.
Do you know who you're up against?
Yeah, I do. I played Chewie. He's playing some meta Brotherhood stuff.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good match. Yeah, it's going to be Tale as Old as Time, X-Men versus Brotherhood.
Right, so first off, I dig that. What are some of the affiliations that you're really kind of nervous about going into? Is it the Meta Brotherhood? Is it some of that Guardians Thanos?
You nailed two of them right
right
there. Those are probably the two most I'm worried about, because a good player, if they play well with those, and then they have good dice on top of that, they're just going to clean you out with X-Men.
Absolutely.
I can't really do as many objective shenanigans with that going on. So
correct.
I also Brotherhood's liking Senators and stuff right now. It's going to make that bloodbath in the middle of the table. So we'll see how that goes. But I am playing Red Skull today. In my list, so I can bring some attrition myself.
I like that.
Yeah.
So, and tell me about, have you gotten kind of some time in with Red Skull in this particular roster, or is he a more recent addition?
I've played a lot of Red Skull, so yeah, the X-Men Red has been lovingly referred to by Charles and others. I had a lot of fun playing that for some time. So yeah, I've got many X-Men Red reps. And then today my list it's not quite an X-Men Red list. It's more like a gold list that can flex into red.
Okay.
So it's not like the pure attrition red goal, but it's like, oh, we're playing attrition setup. I could bring Red Skull, maybe.
I like that a lot.
Yeah.
So tell me, last night, 10 o'clock, the rosters go, or the brackets go up.
That's right.
Did you look at them? Did you avoid it? Did you? What was your experience with it?
Good questions.
We've gotten a heavily mixed response from that
I just looked at my round one. I didn't want to stress too much. It's not. I don't like sit and look at all the stats, and I just more like, if I'm more relaxed, I'll probably play better. So I was playing them on, and I poured one out for that, because it's an X-Men mirror and a guy that I became friends with at Lone Star Open, and then I saw the table next to me was going to be Chewie versus Ryan Farmer, and I was like, oh no, well, one of them's going to play me next.
Correct.
And that's going to be an incredible game too. So, that's all I looked at, and then I saw that Mike DeLuca was running Brotherhood with some Hulk and Malekith splashes, and I said, that's pretty scary.
Yeah.
Because me and Mike always have good games, but I'm looking forward to this bracket system, honestly, just as it progresses, as the day progresses. How that
same.
looks.
And it's one of those things too, where it's just a really nice trail that you can kind of see as things go on, and there's been some hype in the chat. We had a Jeff versus Jeff with Jeff from Infamous going up, or I'm sorry, Jeremy off.
Double Jeremys.
And they both ran similar lists. One was running Guardians with a Cabal Splash.
Okay.
Jeremy Constance from Infamous was running his MODOK, Malekith, and Shuri. Ran that against a Malekith, Bullseye, and Hulk. So just
duking it out.
Beat downs, right?
Beat downs, yeah.
But you'll absolutely love to see it. So, well, best of luck.
Yeah.
Well, first off, congratulations on winning your first game and staying in it. Best of luck against Chewie.
Yeah. I'm hoping to jump back on the stream as the day goes on, and
I hope to see you.
Yeah, I'm excited about this.
In addition, so you are the head honcho, right, of Fury's Finest.
Oh, okay, sure, yes.
And
I was like, of what? Of what?
So and Dr. D is a regular.
Yes.
On our stuff as well. So where can people find the Fury's Finest? What is your kind of unique viewpoint on MCP?
Yeah.
I know that Fury's Finest is one I personally actually really enjoy the deep dives into the lore and kind of some of the narrative background to the characters. But yeah.
And that's Chris's superpower right there. That is all him. We're one of the earlier MCP podcasts, and we post every week, and we're all about posting evergreen content is what we like to try to call it, where it's like a player can jump in at any time, find like our, let's say Black Bolt episode. We did Black Bolt recently. Mm-hmm. Learn about Black Bolt and lore and his history and comics and movies and such, and then learn about how you play him and strategy and how you play the Inhumans. and we make that pretty agnostic to whatever time it is. So that's our plan. Like a player can just. Then of course, in supplementing that, we have similar content to you guys, where we have some news content and of course tournament reports, which we'll be doing one for this, of course. But you can find us everywhere online at Fury's Finest, on social media and on all the podcast platforms. And we've got a really incredible community around our podcast too on the Fury's Finest Discord, and lots of good stuff happening. We have leagues there as well.
I was going to say the draft league, right?
Right. So shout out to Patrick, who runs our league, and then Dr. D, who runs our hobby corner. And we have a painting gallery with no name contest as well that Dr. D promotes on this feed sometimes. And the next competition ends actually in about a week or so.
I was going to say, I know it's in February, right?
Yeah, February the 6th, and it's a character with flight. That's all it requires. So just paint a model with flight, put it in the contest. There's a lot of just prizes for participating. Of course, there'll be a winner, but yeah, it's really fun. So we try to have multifaceted stuff people to get into in the game around the podcast. So.
I can't recommend that enough too. With AMG really deep diving into the lore when they make tactics cards, characters, and even just ability names. Fury's Finest is a really good place to get an insanely solid background on a character, which gives you a lot of just kind of reference to how they play in the game as well.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kind words.
Thank you for stopping by, Jesse. It's always good to see you.
You too, man.
And we'll hope to see you later.
Yeah.
Best of luck, and congratulations on your round 1 win.
Thank you.
All right, guys, so we are 10 minutes away from the next round, round 2. Game 2 out of 3 for today. We are going to have up on the stream incredibly shortly. Omnis now next to the table. We have Dan coming back. Let us make sure I follow through and do those exact things I said I was going to do.
Hi.
Now that I have Dan. So, talking to a lot of...
Hey, Leland.
Do we know who is going to be on stream next?
Oh, Omnis did tell me. That's as far as that goes. Let me take a look at the brackets to see if I can remember.
Oh, I adore that.
To be fair, it was like half an hour ago at this point.
That's some real professional casual network content. Like reading the wrong Xavier Protocols article.
All right. I know it was Criminal Syndicate and Hydra were the two. So
Criminal
that
Syndicate
can help
and
us
Hydra.
me remember what he said.
Yeah.
I think it was Dustin and Wreath. Dustin has Criminal Syndicate.
Oh, but he could go Brotherhood too.
Can't close it. What are you doing? There we go. And Wreath, Hydra. Yes. Okay, that's the one.
Also, Aegis Brands, hello. I'm sorry I didn't acknowledge you for a little bit there, but I'm actually a big fan of your guys' battle reports as well. So really happy to see you here. Okay, it looks like we have our competitors coming to the table, so this might be getting started a little bit sooner than anticipated.
Oh, they're coming ready. So Danny was going to join for this one. She had to step out for a moment. She'll be back in a bit, so I figured I'd just, chat up a little bit before she gets back.
Oh, Morgan Reed rates
this should be
Reed
a
as
good
the
one,
best
then.
CS player he knows.
I think I see a Rhino in his roster.
I
I
like
can
it.
look at that information.
All right, so what's he running, Dan?
All right, so we've got, because Wreath is the Hydra player. We got Baron Zemo, Black Cat, Bob, Dr. Voodoo, Hulk, Juggernaut, Captain America Sam Wilson, Luke Cage, Black Widow, and Red Skull, Master of Hydra. I was reading through that. I'm like, where are all the Hydra characters? It's mostly splashes. That's really interesting. And he's got, for tactics cards, Brace for Impact, Do You Know Who I Am? Eyes on the Prize, Inevitable Betrayal, Mission Objective, Sleeper Agent, Not Secret Agent, Avengers Assemble, Heroes for Hire, Patch Up, and Fall Back.
Beautiful.
We've seen quite a bit.
All right, so...
And Dustin is our Criminal Syndicate player. We've got Kingpin, Rhino, Black Cat, Bullseye, Mystique, Juggernaut, Pyro, Toad, Hulk, and Lizard. I like this roster a lot.
Absolutely.
Surprising that he doesn't have Kingpin and Shadowlands Daredevil to choose from.
Yeah, for real.
Just Kingpin. For tactics cards, he's got Patch Up, Do You Know Who I Am? All according to plan, Cruelty, Fallback, Brace for Impact, This is a Robbery, Deception, Pyrotechnics, and Mission Objective.
Absolutely love it.
I think how both of these have a ton of splashes. You know, playing Criminal Syndicate, you could play, I'm pretty sure you can play mono pretty easily, and he chose to not go that route.
All right.
Taylor's chatting him up at the table
Who
here.
do we have on this side?
That's
Phil.
what? Oh, that must be Wreath then.
What does he want to go by on? Okay. Sweet.
Wreath, okay, so we got Wreath on the right, at least at the moment. Cool.
And Wreath is playing. He was Spider Foes or he was Crime Syndicate?
He is Hydra.
That's what I said.
Classic.
All right. So most likely, because it's so rare that we see people switch sides here, that I will just absolutely mess this up. So most likely Crime. The old Crime S.
Liz is stealing our food behind me. Crime S.
On the left.
Good old Crimes.
So Dan, since you've been around a little bit, what's the feeling out there? What are people? What's the mood?
People are really impressed with Dayton. Nobody wants to play him. Ben is matched up against him. Did you hear about? Oh, Ben came on and talked, right? He talked about his mirror match.
No, he didn't.
He played against the same exact squad. Was Magneto, Pyro, Apex Sabretooth, and Malekith, and his opponent had the exact same squad.
Wow.
So I think the only difference was like one tactics card.
But Alyssa popped in earlier, and I think she said he did get it, right? So, but now he's going on against Dayton.
Yeah. So he's worried.
Incredible, respectful words as well from Mike D'Ambrosia from Strike Better, talking about how Dayton really played that well. He knew exactly what that was about. Shield as a whole. So he's absolutely going to be a player to watch, especially throughout the rest of the event. And remember, I have added a couple more commands as well. If you !Xavier, you can find the link to Jacob's new article that just went up that we went over very briefly earlier, as well as !Gem will get you the longshanks for the gymnastics event.
Cool stuff.
Absolutely.
I did find out of the Montreal Shark Tank, Simon did take that matchup, and Gabe was able to sneak into one of the skirmish bouts. Or
He actually
scrambles,
got into gymnastics.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
He said it was like last second he got into there.
What to get the article? So that would be !Xavier, just like that, and that'll bring you up with that link.
Cool
All right,
stuff.
Dan, I will be right back.
What?
Yeah, Daddy's got a tinkle.
That's crazy. That never happens. Oh man, this place is hopping. Everybody's grabbing their hot lunches. Some neat stuff here. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
You go, yeah, where are my glasses? On my shirt.
Hello.
We're the cool dudes. Best thing we've seen so far. Well, they had the painting competition out there. There were some just stellar models out there. I don't envy judging that.
Did you get any like inspiration, inspo, or any like, oh hey, I should do that?
Yeah, I feel like I should finish some stuff I've got.
You should finish it. Taylor did. Ooh, a beautiful She-Hulk.
Some really, really nice looking juggernauts. Some amazing rhinos. A lot of rhinos.
Yeah.
Being such a brand new model. I saw some people going a similar route. I base coated mine purple to kind of give it a different feel. I saw some people do something similar where like the recesses were more pink to give it a more realistic look, which was pretty cool.
Yeah.
So I will definitely take some inspiration from that so he doesn't just look like a purple with gray splotches, you know?
So like Barney?
No. Thanks.
You don't want him to look like Barney?
Yeah, while we're here, I got to hit up the exhibitor room and grab some new gray paints. I'm going to try out some Pro Acryl or maybe the Tooth and Coats. I haven't decided yet. Elizabeth's throwing food over there.
She can do what she wants. It's that con life, you know? Throwing food.
Con life don't care.
Truly. Truly.
What have you seen as like what we've been hearing in the grapevine and the players today?
What have I been hearing?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
You've been talking to
everyone's
people.
nervous. Like, it's so funny how
Fair.
everybody's like super stressed out and they're like, oh my God. But what is really cool is I was chatting with someone, our friend Will, sure thing, and he lost, unfortunately. But you can still play. You just can't win the overall event, but you still get to play, which is great, I think. And really just a testament to this community where, yeah, you lost, but you still get to play. People just want to play.
Oh
They just
yeah,
wanna play games.
absolutely. Like, yeah, at this level, there's a lot of high-level players that really want to take those top spots. But at the end of the day, people just want to play this game because they love it.
Yep. I was talking to Dayton's dad, who's a super chill dude, and he said, like, Dayton could just play. His dad was like, we brought you here. You're here to play. You can just hang out down here. Just play. I'll bring you lunch. I'll bring you dinner. Like, just play. Just have
awesome.
fun. Because he did a couple pickup games yesterday, and they did, like, a skirmish type thing that I believe Lexa put together, which was super fun. But a couple more things about Dayton for those of you who don't know. Kid's been playing for just over a year.
Right, he got this
Just
set
over a
last
year.
Christmas.
Yeah, his dad thought it was a board game and was like, oh, this is not a board game. So really, really great competitor. Super nice. His dad was so incredibly friendly. And I mean, I feel like as a parent, it's like, why is this person asking me questions about my kid? But I was like, I'm with the show. I'm with the network. Like, I'm not just some weird person asking you about your son. I just want to know. So yeah, everybody's nervous but excited.
Ooh, we haven't seen that yet.
What are we
So
seeing?
Dustin won priority,
Okay.
and we ended up with hammers and extremis consoles.
Okay.
We're not sure what the threat is just yet.
Should we start rating things?
So that's exciting. We love to see hammers. Hadn't seen that just yet.
Oh my gosh, Toast for sure. He did say that he, at the same time as getting into MCP, they were dabbling in Warhammer a little bit.
Okay.
It was like, and I was like, preach, brother. I feel you. But, you know, thought it was really funny.
Is it Dustin J? Yes.
Cool.
All right, we'll update this as we get more info. They're deciding which crisis.
I just brought it down so we didn't.
Oh, we don't have a threat level yet, so we'll find out those squads as Haler hands them over.
Squad up.
Squad.
Oh my gosh. Okay,
What?
sorry. Just what Wicked Angel was saying about like custom stuff. So Dayton's dad was asking me about some of his models he's done customization to. They're AMG models, but he's customized them. He showed me a picture. This guy's Ursa. Are you ready for this?
Okay.
Painted to look like Winnie the Pooh.
Love it.
It
Oh,
was
I may have
so
seen
cool.
that
He
on
showed me a
Facebook.
picture.
That's really
and
good.
he met the person who painted their Hulk to look like Maui. He met
Yeah,
her.
that one's amazing.
He met her. So freaking cool.
Really, really
And
good.
then there was another one. I can't remember what he was saying. There was one where he had on the top of the rope. He had the red balloon like from It. It said like "Welcome to Derry" or something. But he said the balloon kept coming off, but he green stuffed that.
That's still really cool.
Oh no, you're seeing CP. You're seeing more games.
Yes, we're getting it set up for round 2 here. They decided to do 18 threat hammers and extremis consoles. They are choosing their squads now. It's funny, they both have their cards on the floor so their opponent can't see them.
Ooh, stealthy.
We'll bring up the table in just a moment.
Yeah.
Right, there's no terrain on it, or there's just terrain on it right now.
Yeah.
So once we get some models down, we'll bring that view back up. But yes, round 2 is starting now.
Hammers.
Hammers! I
It's
can't.
hammer
This is
time.
our 7th game we've streamed so far. This is the first time we've seen hammers, which
Wow.
is shocking to
That
me.
is shocking.
I started to say surprising and changed it to shocking partway through.
It's Sir Shocking.
Surprising.
Sir Shocking.
Surprise.
I dubbed thee Sir Shocking.
Thanks. We have requests for Alyssa to be on Art Watch. I don't. We'll see if we can get a hold of her. She's taking pictures of Ben's game right now, so we'll see if we can get some. Taylor's our eyes in the sky. We'll get our boots on the ground with Alyssa to go check out what's happening at other tables. We got a lot of deliberation over here. I think Wreath is about set, looks like. He's throwing stuff on the table.
Pretty close.
Does he have his squad ready so we can see what he's taking? Oh, they get rid of each other. I guess that's true. We should follow the rules.
Wanted to make sure.
Since it's the tournament.
Calm your jets.
I can't cool my jets, man. So Danny's going to take my spot here to talk with Tim through this game, so I'll see everybody later. Bye.
All right, beautiful. So, Taylor.
Yeah.
I heard there's going to be some sweet cheeks on stream.
Oh yeah, there is.
All right, so, well, potentially. We don't actually know that. We don't know the full squads quite yet, but
there's a potential.
there is a potential for a very cheeked up rhino. But we will not be seeing more games. Oh, you're going to be seeing more games. CP.
Oh, yeah.
Game is coming up soon. Round just started, so everything's getting set up. That's right. Actually, let's move over to the stage and see, because they are, in fact, actively setting up. So, also, thank you to Roaring Info, Dumpster Fire with the 5. I actually really like that. Meet people. All right, and we have our first roster from Wreath. Go ahead and read both for me.
All right, so we have Dr. Voodoo, Hulk, Black Widow, Luke Cage, and Sam Wilson, Captain America.
Oh, and Sam Wilson.
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to see some Avengers here. What does he have for tactics cards?
Tactics, we've got Mission Objective, Heroes for Hire, Avengers Assemble, Patch Up,
Love it.
and Brace for Impact.
And that brace,
In your face.
right? All right, and that is for Wreath. All right, and let's go for that. It goes to dope for Dustin.
All right, so we've got Kingpin, Rhino,
Nice.
Black Cat, Fan Fave Bullseye,
Love it.
Lizard, and Toad.
Lizard
Man,
and Toad.
I love Lizard. I'm glad I'm seeing him right now.
Absolutely.
Faux
And
show.
we're playing Hammers too. I absolutely adore that at 18.
Yes. Oh,
Okay, and what do we got for tactics cards for over there?
Tactics. We've got another Brace for Impact. All according to plan.
I really like All According to Plan.
Yeah, this is a robbery.
This is, in fact, a robbery.
Fallback. And another patch up.
Patching up.
We're going to be patching up all over the place.
Do we know who won priority, Taylor? So we have Avengers on the right here. That should be updated. And we do have Crime Syndicate on the left. Players are still setting up right now. Guys, this is game 2 of the LVO 2023 Invitational. The last chance qualifier was yesterday. Some of these players today that we have seen qualified merely 12, and by 12 I mean 24 hours ago.
Yeah, 18, correct?
18 of them.
18 players from yesterday got to make it into today's competition.
And it has been fierce so far. We saw an incredible Game 1 match with Mike from Strikes Better and the youngest player here, Dayton, playing some Shield and coming out to be probably one of the most feared players.
Oh, yeah.
Here.
Yeah. I got to chat with his dad a little bit.
Yeah.
I already shared some of this on stream. He is the youngest player, full stop.
Yeah.
Here. 15, he's been playing for just over a year.
He's 15.
He's 15.
Okay.
He got the set. His dad got it not this past Christmas, but the Christmas before, thinking it was a board game. Open it up, not a board game. Dayton took off with it. Loves it. Absolutely loves it. His dad was showing me some. He likes to do customizations for Dayton stuff. It's all AMG stuff, but his Ursa is painted to look like Winnie the Pooh.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, he showed me a picture. It's really freaking dope.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
So,
I think too, some of the Ursa Major conversions. Taylor did an incredible one that looked like the Coca-Cola bear.
Yep.
We've seen black bears, brown bears, grizzly bears, Ursa Majors.
Yeah.
How about Pooh?
Very, very cool. Winnie the Pooh,
Pooh's a solid
so
one.
cool. So he and I chatted a little bit about like the hobby aspect of it. He said he works overnights and he'll message Dayton in the morning like, "Morning, how you doing?" And he gets a wall of text from Dayton just about what news is dropped, the cards, the models, all that stuff. And he's like, "All right, good morning."
That is awesome.
So yeah,
Absolutely
Yep.
love that. All right, so let's get hammers and stuff up on the bots as well. So if you don't know how hammers work, you will be able to find that out very soon and pretty regularly. Once again, a couple new commands as well. If you want to take a look at the longshanks for this event, you can type in !longshanks. If you want to look at the gymnastics longshanks, you can type in !gem. Join the Discord with !Discord, or check out the new Xavier Protocols info dump, effectively, of the invitational data here. How many people are running solo affiliations? What tactics cards are on top? What characters are being run? And what are the 32 that weren't run at all? What is the new Power Bottom 32?
Ooh.
You can find it all there in Jacob's brand new article. And if you type in !Xavier, you will get the link for that as well. So we're also playing Extremis. Not mutant extremists, I believe, but extremist councils. All right, so Toe says, unfortunately, only one of 3 convocation teams left in the running. Yeah, so losing 64 players came in, right?
Yes.
There's 32 left. After this, 16. Ben, running Brotherhood in a mirror match, is now going against Dayton.
We got a fist bump, the Accords.
All right,
All
the
right.
Accords are intact. We did have a fist bump. We
Fist
know
bumping.
We know Jesse from Fury's Finest is playing against Chewy.
Oof.
We'll take a look at some of the other groups around. Let's see how those match 2 groupings are going. So I guess let's refresh it so we can see the round 2 data. Here we go. So Spell Shock also won. He's going up against Mutalisk. Seems like Jeremy Joffrey, who we spoke to a little bit earlier, only been playing the game for a year, running some heavy Guardians, splashed in some Malekith. He's going to be going up against Ryan Terboga. Mike DeLuca is going against Kirkov.
Okay.
Fight of content creators there. Mike DeLuca of The Danger Room and Vincent Kirkov of, his own stuff on YouTube, but also Alfredo's Size 3 Taco Truck.
Lizard double moves, picks up a hammer.
Ooh, lizard with a hammer.
All right.
I like that.
I do too. I love it.
He's
Not mad about it.
Anything but vanilla with a hammer.
Basic. Hammer basic. I do love me some lizard. Chat was asking how X-Men are doing in the event. Any news on that?
There are a lot of X-Men players. They do seem to still be in it, but there's a lot of them. I'll take a look at that right now.
It looks like they have Luke Cage with a hammer, too.
Luke Cage with a hammer? Dang.
It does seem like there are a lot of, I don't have the exact list data, but it does seem like there are a lot of X-Men players still in it, and they seem to be doing pretty well overall. All right, so what was Reith's first move there?
Luke Cage got a hammer.
Okay, great.
Yep. So Lizard and Luke Cage with hammers.
All right, look, we've got Bullseye moving up.
Bullseye nudges over and grabs a hammer.
I love it. One of my favorite things in this world is Bullseye with as many hammers as possible.
And then get the heck out of there, man.
Safe play. Keep the best boys safe. All right. Both players actually being pretty good on the clock here. This is a death clock style format. Each player 45 minutes. Bullseye with hammers is rude and I hate him. I absolutely adore it. Every time I play him on hammers, it's I've only ever done it once, but I just want Bullseye to hit all 4 hammers and just be throwing buckets of, paper clips and pens and rocks at people.
Yeah. Fistfuls.
What? And as Chuck says, if you've got a fistful of paper clips, pens, and rocks, then you've got a fighting chance.
You're unstoppable.
Mm-hmm.
Dang near.
What happened to the other two?
Oh, convocation players?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so it did look like the other two convocation players did, in fact, get knocked out. Good to see some CS still in it, though, with some Crime Syndicate. Pocket sand, 100%.
Gotta have that pocket sand. Oof. Hammers of pocket sand. Each grain of sand is shaped like a tiny hammer.
I won my game. Where's my interview?
You gotta just jump on in between games.
Just jump like that. Well, we got different times here.
Yes, Toast has it exactly right. I was chatting with some people. You still get to play, which is great, because imagine coming all the way to Vegas and you lose round one and then that's it. Like, okay. And really, the people I've talked to who have lost, they're a little bit bummed, but they're just happy to be able to play some more.
Yeah,
so.
And they do drop to the Swiss. So, I mean, there is still stuff there. There's also gymnastics going on. And that's the thing is that while this is an insanely high-level competitive event, there's also a bunch of stuff for literally everyone.
Yes.
So, pickup games, 8-man scrambles, side events. Tomorrow's going to be the team tournament, 3-on-3 team tournament.
Oh my gosh,
Right?
that sounds so cool.
I'm super excited
Incredible.
for that.
Double move from Widow all the way down the
Wow.
Okay. Just
hang out with Luke Cage.
Widow and Luke Cage, a match made in heaven.
It really is. The
You love it.
bodyguards are bodyguards. Also, so in between game 1 and 2, there was the painting competition. Make sure to follow the Facebook right down below to see the winners of that. Some really cool prizes there brought to us by Monument Games, Monument Paints. But listen, you know what their paints are for. It's for games.
It's for games. It's not for your house.
No.
I mean, you could.
You
but
could.
Here comes the paint train.
All right, the paint train is
train.
en route.
Definitely thought he said something, the paint rain.
Gore on the Widow.
All right, so we got a Gore on Widow.
Okay.
Looking like a not great defensive roll.
No, to go through.
Yep. It's actually not terrible, but that is going to get Rhino a place right up next to Widow and Cage. That is going to be enough. You can only paint your house with them if you use the tiny brushes.
You have to use
though.
the tiny brushes, right?
That's absolutely accurate. But thank you to Monument Paints for sponsoring the painting competition.
Ooh. That's it? Okay.
Yeah, a move up. I mean,
All right, well,
solid activation
Yeah,
for
yeah.
Rhino, getting him into place.
all right.
Until Hulk comes around.
Until then. Up until that moment, it was great.
All right, let's see. We are going to be measuring here. He wants to make sure, can he Gamma Leap to be in range of the point of the Extremist Council? It does look like he can.
Okay.
So they will remove that, and they've used the activation token to mark exactly where Rhino was. Put him right back on there. So he is, in fact, contesting as well. And then we won't really need to figure out exactly how close Rhino is, because he will be over there.
It's going to get, just yonder.
Still, that is a lot of threat on that bottom flank
Yes.
for Reef.
Hulk's going to spend one to heal me.
Okay, and then using the Extremist Council, Hulk is going to spend 1 power to heal Black Widow up a little bit. What a good guy. Hulk, probably one of the most responsible users of antibiotics and first aid creams.
Kingpin just nudges to the back objective,
All right, Kingpin just going to go up and hang out for a little bit.
right in front of Black Cat.
Oh, right next to Black Cat.
Yeah.
Buddy up. That's a good team up too.
Oh,
Fisk
for
and
sure.
Black Cat, right?
Yeah. Yep.
The old Fisk and Felicia. I love that toast. Hulk heal.
Sam's got a hammer.
Okay. I love Sam with a hammer because if there's one thing that I like, on both sides of the table here is just hucking stuff, right?
Oh, yes.
So
yes.
Sam hucking shields with a hammer, Bullseye hucking literally whatever's in his pockets with a hammer. That's what I'm here for.
Hucking cough drops.
Exactly. There's that Black Widow. Nope.
All right, Black Widow getting into the scrum down here. This bottom flank is going to be a bloodbath, truly.
Hulk didn't leap, he double walked, strongest one there is. Yes. Yep, you're absolutely correct. Yeah, Xavier protocols. What's that?
Voodoo into Lizard.
Okay, so we have a Spirit Venom into Lizard here. And just one. All right. I mean, that invulnerable, that tough skin, that thick hide, really kind of difficult to get stuff through on Lizard.
So thick.
He gets a skull, so he gets 3 power, possesses Lizard.
Oh.
Okay, so he did roll the skull, so thanks to Brother Daniel, that's going to give him enough power to be able to possess the Lizard and make him drop that hammer. You know, Danny, we've seen a lot usually in the later rounds of events that where Voodoo kind of becomes this incredibly disruptive character. It is a little bit different to see him kind of doing that a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, you pay 1 max extra now. Great point.
Thank you,
Jacob,
Xavier
thank you.
Protocols.
I can
Thank you,
fix
thank
that,
you.
Fix that bad boy right now because we play a lot of hammers.
Toad moving up to that other.
Wow, Toad moving in now. There are so many bodies all around that single point, vying for attention, affection even. Yeah, it is interesting. I wonder, so initially when he did that dice roll and only 1 went through on Lizard, I was like, ooh, that sucks. But then the possession kind of makes it worth it.
He really only needed the 1, right?
Yeah.
He's ended the round 3-3.
3-3.
Wow, round 1 is already done.
Okay. Dang.
Similar to last game where we are ending at 3-3 going into round 2. Beautiful, there we are. And we're
Yeah,
right back
so
into
Joe
it.
points out some squishies near Hulk. I'm wondering, who do you target with Hulk down there with such a, like, you know, it's
For
like
real.
a shark near a school of fish or something.
You're not wrong. And it's so weird that that bottom flank is so stacked.
Oh, all right. Thunderclap. Why
I mean,
not?
And that's one of those things too, right? We see a lot of strikes, we see a lot of Hulk smashes. We don't see a lot of thunderclaps.
Yeah.
I think that's one thing that people kind of forget about maybe a little bit because they're so used to that stagger and throw. But
We're going to recall Brother Daniel.
oh, we are going to recall Brother Daniel at the start of the
Okay.
round. No point in it being on there still. Makes Dr. Voodoo significantly more defensive. You know what I mean? He's already prevented that hammer from being scored, so might as well.
Picks up the hammer.
And he's going to pick up the hammer. So he's activating Dr. Voodoo first. This is kind of a big call. Looks like he's going to be moving back to that Extremis Council to kind of hold that back point. Not only is he pretty defensible now with Brother Daniel on him, it's also going to be hit a little bit harder. So if anyone gets close, that Staff of Legba with some power drain or soul burn is going to be hurting a lot more, as well as that range 3 Spirit Venom being at strength 6 now. All right, Bullseye double moving. Save the best boy.
Save him. Let him live.
That is 1 point that's going to be incredibly difficult for
Luke Cage heals.
Reith to get back. Luke Cage heals.
Widow.
Widow. So that should have Widow at full now, I believe.
I think she only took 2 before.
And he's going to punch a Toad.
And then he's going to punch a Toad. Toad punching. Not to be confused with Toad, who tongue punches. Wow, solid defense roll. Wow, showing 3, so only 1 is going to go through. That Toad is just too slippery.
It's just too slippery.
mean, that was from Hulk? Who was that from?
Luke Cage.
Luke Cage. All right, he's going to slippery away here.
Okay.
Get that toad skin gunk all over Luke Cage's hands.
This time I feel it.
All right, he's going to do it again. Ooh, nothing on the defense. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that is going to daze him. That toad is splatted. Playing Frogger against a Luke Cage is never a good way to spend your time.
It's a really good question that Trim the Cat brings up.
So the scoring should be up on the top of the screen, 3-3 in going into round 2. All right, so that is going to bring us back over to Dustin and the Crime Syndicate. He's already moved and activated the bullseye. Bullseye in the back, is in the back corner now, hiding with a hammer.
Would you have your Bullseye hiding, or would you get him up there throwing things?
I certainly wouldn't put him that far away. I do want him throwing some stuff at people.
Yeah.
But with a Hulk there, with Sam, who long mover, with some shield throws, I mean, yeah, it could be rough. Could be rough. I'm curious too. Crime Syndicate under the Kingpin leadership, all of his gens count as 2.
Yep.
He doesn't really. I'm surprised Bullseye isn't like holding a back extremist council or something.
Yeah.
Like, granted, a somewhat easy character to daze.
Stampede from Ren.
All right, so we are going to get a stampede. This is a medium movement, and he's going to get some additional dice on his gore. It's also not an action.
Gore into Luke Cage.
So he's going to gore into Luke Cage. He is immune to bleeding, but he's going to get those extra dice in a place. Luke Cage rolling nothing on his defense. Oh my gosh,
Wow.
look at this spike. So we're showing currently 5 with 2 crits for
My
Rhino.
goodness.
And he converts them. That is 7. That is 6 going through.
7. Yep.
60 days.
Wow. He just one-shot Luke Cage with a Rhino.
We're going to spend 2 for Mission Objective.
No one ever blamed Rhino of having manners.
Yep.
He's going to get the place afterwards, and who does he go for now? Yes, so once these go to YouTube, there will be in the description all of the rosters. I can absolutely go over those again here really quick. Crime Syndicate is running Kingpin, Rhino, Black Cat, Bullseye, Lizard, and Toad. And that is on Dustin's side. On the Avengers side with Sam Wilson, Wreath is running Dr. Voodoo, Hulk, Black Widow, Luke Cage, and Sam Wilson.
Mission Objectives, the hammer to Black Widow.
Okay, so Wreath is going to Mission Objective, which allows him to place a objective token that is being dropped by a character that is dazing on another character within range 2, I believe. And he's going to use Black Widow as the target of that.
And Pinbot, if you go to our YouTube, we have a ton of videos of us playing the game. If you want to check out different lists, different configurations, different point values, just to see what you feel like would most likely jive with your personal playing style, go over to our YouTube and check those out for sure.
So that, so when Luke Cage dazes, that is going to trigger Sam Wilson's affiliation ability. Wreath is going to use that on Black Widow to move short, gain a power, and heal 1 damage.
All right.
Oh, Magic Nick, that's a great point.
Maybe.
That's a great point.
It's hard, right? Because they're at the level, they're not making mistakes. I forget to use tactics cards all the time, like literally every game. So this is not like oh shoot, I forgot to use that. There has to be a strategic reason for doing it.
Right.
Same thing with moving Bullseye so far back. There has to be a reason why.
All right, so we do get a gore on Hulk here. It does look like only 1 damage is going to go through. And then he will get that place, leaving himself right next to that Extremist Council.
Same, Aegis, same. Because if I make a bad life decision in the game, I make good life decisions in life,
Right.
logically.
Yeah, if you plan your bad decisions, that means there's only good decisions left.
Exactly, yeah. I spent all the bad ones.
Throwing a size 2 terrain piece in at Black Widow.
Okay, so after that
two.
plays, that is going to put him within range to throw a size 2 piece of terrain into Black Widow, who's trying to escape. This Rhino all over the place and chucking stuff. She's only going to block one of that, so 2 will go through onto Black Widow, undoing all of them Hulk healing hands and the Sam Wilson affiliation trigger.
Hulk healing hands. We should make a shirt with that, right? Where it's like just like these like nice hands together, and it's like Hulk healing hands. It sounds like a massage place or something.
I actually really like that.
But it's like green and purple.
You want to massage me when I'm angry. Guys, once again, if you do like to see the maps on the board, they are pre-marked with all the new Crisis updates. You can find those at Frontline Gaming's site. There's a link right down below. Not only will that support events like the Las Vegas Open, ACO, the Cherokee Open, SoCal, San Diego, Texas, the Lone Star Open, and they also have a cruise. Listen, the place to do that is right down below at Frontline Gaming. Use that link, support us, support them, support more Marvel Crisis Protocol events. Make sure to let them know who sent you.
It was not Hulk with his happy hands. I'll tell you that much. It was us.
Oh, God. Oh.
Okay, some kind of deliberation going on right now.
Yeah.
Not sure. We've got measurement.
So this is going to be
Black
Reed's
Widow?
activation here. Yes. Getting
We're
Black
back
Widow
in?
right back into it. Pinbot, thank you so much for the sub.
Thanks.
Really appreciate that. Also, Critical, thank you for the follow. That took me a second to read that one.
Don't forget, if you've got an Amazon Prime account, you can sub for free with your Prime account. You just click the little button over, and it's free for you. You get to sub to us.
5 dice physical from Widow into Rhino.
Okay, so Widow is attacking Rhino here. 5 physical. Rhino is only blocking 1. She's only doing 2. Ornery would reduce it by 1, but to a minimum of 1. So it does look like Rhino is going to be taking a damage there. And will be gaining 2 power from that because he's ornery.
He sure is. I know that AMG is very big on like the narrative of the story of what's happening. So I just like picture this scene in my head with like Black Widow just like uppercutting Rhino.
Right.
Like, what? All right.
And then with the aggressive from Rhino, that's going to give him a short movement to kind of get back into the scrum. Wiccan, thank you so much for the Prime sub.
Thank you, big huge man, for the follow.
That big huge man.
Hey, you're welcome, man. Like, you know, I love all things that are easy, like subbing through my Amazon Prime.
And guys below, make sure to give the Facebook a follow and a like. You can also find some really cool sleeves and tokens that you can help the network with if you purchase those, as well as look awesome at your LGS, at a big event, at a local tournament, or even at your friend's house with some beautiful tokens and sleeves.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's true. Once you are a sub, you get access to the full Discord. There are 2 modes of that Discord. There's one that anyone can join, absolutely open to the public, and we welcome you there. And then there is an enhanced version.
Enhanced. Ooh, I like that.
Right?
Enhanced.
The enhanced Discord.
Either way, put your keys in the bowl.
Right now, like, do we stagger Hulk with Black Cat or go mess with Sam?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I do really like staggering Hulk there. He might get elusive as well. It could get him out of dodge a little bit. I mean, we've seen over the course of the weekend, yesterday during the LCQ, that Hulk has been whiffing a lot, like an absolute lot.
Really?
So, yeah.
Interesting.
Yesterday we saw a Baron Zemo hold off a Hulk for like 3 rounds, taking maybe 1 or 2 damage at a time. Yeah,
That's shocking.
it really was. Hulk wasn't even shocked.
Was he incinerated?
He was at one point. But it's one of those things. The stagger could do quite a bit here, but so could Sam with a hammer, especially with characters so clumped up.
Yeah.
Cat claws into Black Widow.
All right, so we are going to cat claws into Black Widow. Looks like we're showing 2 hits, no blocks, so it's all going to go through.
All right.
That might daze her. That might, well, she has mixed martial artists, so that might not, if those blanks counted. Let's take a look at exactly how that works again. So she does add blanks to successes.
Yes.
Okay, so it looks like no damage is going to go through there.
Right.
What a great time to have that, right?
Honestly.
Because that would have been a dazed Black Widow.
Yep.
Also, four stamina on Black Widow. And she is tanking so much hate.
She really, and then just jumping right back in.
Correct,
right?
yeah.
Oof.
Granted, she's received some Hulk healing hands. She's received some Sam Wilson affiliation heal.
Yep.
Like, yeah.
Oop.
Oh, hydrate, thank you. Settle down.
I was so excited to hydrate, I just knocked Dan's tablet over.
All right, so we are going to get a troublemaker into Hulk here. That is the wild. That's all she needed for the elusive. All blanks, 1 wild.
Wow.
So I believe that still means the stagger will happen. Or is it only if, I think it auto happens. I don't think damage needs to go through. But it's fine. Oh, also my hydrate. Thank you. Whoo-wee. So looking over on the sidelines here at some of the other tables, I see Ben and Dayton. Looks like having a good time, actually.
Yeah.
She got elusive, so just kind of tuck around.
So she's going to just kind of wind around with that elusive. Free little short movement.
Hulk's going to throw Rhino into Black Cat.
Hulk, however, is going to meet, I don't know if you've heard of the dating site Rhino Meet Cat, but it's happening right now.
All 5.
And she blocks nothing.
Wow.
On that collision, and okay.
That's rough, man.
Yes, it is.
We're going to punch Rhino.
Is that a daze?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Daze.
Whew. On the floor report, Art is up currently, all right?
Rhino takes 1 with the punch.
Rhino is going to take 1 from the punch.
Then he's going to spend 1 to heal 1 off Widow.
And then Widow's going to get healed back up again. You love to see it.
As you do, you know?
Got to keep her around.
Hulk's up.
Hulk is all set. A little bit of a lackluster. Well, I guess not really. He did throw a Rhino into a Black Cat, a Dazer. So that's fine.
I thought when they were talking about the art report, I thought Alyssa was going around looking at like the painted models. I didn't realize they were talking about Art the person.
Yeah.
Wow.
Activates and just stands up.
Kingpin does what Kingpin does.
Okay, so an effective non-priority leaving pass there from Kingpin, just hanging out,
Essentially, yeah.
just shaking twice. What condition did he have? Looking too good.
Too good, right? You have to shake once, shake twice.
Listen, all right, so I like to hear that. We got a lot of fans of Art
Art Watch 2023.
here in chat. Now, let me know, those of you out there in chat land, all 150 or 60 of you, who are you here supporting? I know we got some family of Dayton, we got some people for Ben, for Art. Who are you here to see take the whole gosh dang thing? Is it Simon? You here for Simon? In the Montreal Shark Tank? Maybe Sploosh sooner? Jeremy?
What about Chewy?
Or Chewy? Jesse? Jesse and Chewy are going at it right now.
Yeah, they are.
We got a shield throw into Rhino. This will be 5 strength from Sam. Ooh, great rolls on both sides. No ricochet for Sam, though, so no damage is going to be going through. It's a shame. Anyone repping Web Warriors? Matt Alex certainly was. Unfortunately, he's already been removed. Kirkov going strong as well. I think he's up against Mike DeLuca this round. Supporting R, but not supporting pork roll. Real ones know it's called Taylor Ham. So I saw Robert Real with the pork roll protocol shirt on earlier, and I was like, yo, are you guys the sworn enemies of the Taylor Ham protocol?
I love this like outpouring of support that we just got from chat though. Like that's so awesome of you guys. Way to go. And I know the players really appreciate that support too, like just knowing that people are rooting for them. Can really help like boost that confidence a little bit.
Absolutely. We here are pretty big fans of the Montreal Shark Tank as well. We've been able to hang out with them at ACO, at the Midgard LVO qualifier.
That's it for Cap.
All right, that's going to be it for Cap. So is this a knockout this time? Great question.
It's like a yes and no, right? Like you can keep playing, but you can't win.
Correct. Listen, every rank matters. Every game, every point, every victory point is still going to matter somewhat, even in the Swiss.
Blizzard just backs up and heals.
All right. Blizzard's just going to hang out and fast heal. We're seeing a lot of aggressive passing here.
Yes.
All right, and that's going to end round 2, I believe, 6-5. Criminal Syndicate.
Okay. Cool.
So as we go into round 3, it's still kind of really anyone's game.
Yeah, they're incredibly close. I feel like a lot of what we're going to need to see is some resolution to this bottom of the screen scrum going on.
Absolutely.
Also, I just want to see all of the throwing, all of the fisticuffs. I just want to see it all. I don't care.
Well, that's what we're here for, right? If there's a Rhino on the table, if there's a Juggernaut, even a Luke Cage, listen, you know there's going to be a ruckus.
Yep.
And that's kind of what we're into.
I'm here not for a long time, but for a good time.
That's right. Guys, if you're looking to pick up some more MCP terrain as well, there's a bunch of different options for whatever your taste might be at Frontline Gaming. There's a link right down below. Using that link when you go to Frontline Gaming, number 1, supports us and the network, but number 2, shows Frontline that MCP is here to stay.
Yes.
That we double every single year and we want to keep growing. So support the game, support these players, support this network, and Frontline Gaming. All right, we lost a token quick off the side.
Ooh.
All right, getting into round 3. Taking your hand and coming with me. A bunch of injured characters now. Black Cat is on her injured side.
All right.
Taylor, who's all injured? Who's all injured?
Yeah.
Black Cat, Toad, Luke Cage.
All right.
Okay.
Because there's been a lot of healing, right?
There has
Like we've seen some hits, but they just keep healing it up super quick.
Well, and with Sam Wilson Avengers too, not only are the extremist councils out there, but his affiliation ability, if people do start going down, it's just going to make other people healthier and around.
Marty, that's awesome.
Aw, we're big fans of Chewy as well. First time we met Chewy, he was paired up with Omnis in the team battle at Adepticon last year. Is that Hydra map for sale somewhere? It is a new map from FLG. It is not on the store yet, but stay tuned. Turn on those notification bells. There will also be a post when those go live on the Professional Casual Network, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. So, yes, those are coming. Those were made by Frontline, and they will be available soon. This was kind of their premiere, and they look awesome.
They're so nice. Just beautiful.
Absolutely.
current deliberation is where do we spend the power for all according to plan?
All right.
Okay.
So Dustin is going to be using all according to plan here to be able to seize priority. He has to spend 10 power across criminal syndicate affiliated characters only. This is one that I have messed up constantly by trying to spend it off of Baron Zemo, who is not part of the criminal syndicate. If he is able to figure out where that 10 power is going to come from, he will seize priority going into round 3 and will have the first activation.
Yes, Aegis, these objective markers are correct, up to date, as far as the new Crisis updates have gone down. So everything is up to snuff with these new mats.
And they printed 100 mats for this event over the last week.
Wild.
I do like seeing the matchups kind of all lined up next to each other. We have Aaron England next to Jeremy Joffrey, next to Mandarin Orange, next to Kirkov and Mike DeLuca, next to Ben and Dayton.
Yep.
Already forgot it.
Very cool.
Sploosh is there as well in that strip.
It is nice, the more events like this that we do, the more you start to recognize people, you meet the people, and then you recognize them, and it's like, oh wow, all of our friends are playing over there. That's so cool.
So who is playing right now is we have Dustin and Wreath.
What sucks about this is Toad has 6 power, and you can't use it towards this.
Yeah, Toad can't use that.
So if you are looking at the longshanks as well, let's see what table this is at. So we have, I think we're in round 2 here. Yes, we are. So if you're on the longshanks, these 2 players are at table 8. Dustin, Jennifer, and Wreath are who we have. Justin is playing Criminal Syndicate, and Wreath is playing Sam Wilson Avengers.
All right, so we've got some kind of judgment happening by Omnis.
Might be clarifying on time, so there was a lot of deliberation there from Dustin on whether and how he was going to use all according to plan.
Right.
So as far as the death clock goes, Dustin does have 26 minutes left on his, and Wreath has 32 on his. Is the black and white model next? Yes, it is.
Yep, that's correct. Can't remember who in chat was saying the Hulk model, even on camera, looks like it would look incredible in person, and it really does. It's interesting because a lot of times the quality of the painting doesn't really come through on the camera.
Correct.
And just from here where I can see it, you can tell the shading, everything on that Hulk is just top notch.
Top notch. How many death clocks have been received by the players? So we got an update, I believe, in round 4? No, in round 5 yesterday for the LCQ. There was only 2 games decided by death clock. So that was 91 players. 4 games. So yes, it was an insanely sub 1% decision rate.
Yep.
In the Invitational, we're going to be talking to Omnis a little bit later.
All according to plan.
All according to plan.
And
All right,
we'll get that number out. Or Brian Watson actually might be able to tell us as well when we get him. But so all according... What's that?
The time you paid power, but it was crazy.
But so all according to plan did in fact fire here.
Okay. Now let's see what he does with this stolen priority. I'm very interested to see how this works out for him.
Yeah. Yeah, what do you do? I mean, obviously, you go down in the scrum there, right? You got to do some heavy damage there.
You got to clean some stuff up down there, but 10 power, ugh, that's quite hefty.
It really is.
robbery on Natasha.
All right, so now that that mission objective is gone, it does look like there will be a robbery. Rhino into Black Widow.
So, Elemental Raccoon, love your name. Basically, it's the same as a chess clock, right? Each player has 45 minutes each, and they just tap the clock as they go. If you take up all your time, you take up all your time.
All right, so we are getting this as a robbery from Rhino into Black Widow, taking the hammer, picking it up, and throwing Black Widow into Luke Cage, who takes 3 after the the tough skin. Wow, just got here. What turn is it? It is round 3 in game 2 of the LVO Invitational. We got to see what is probably one of the best and brightest up-and-comers, and the youngest one at that, with Dayton in round 1. Cannot wait for people to see that. If you haven't already, that'll be on the YouTube. It's on the VODs right now. What a great game, great player, and someone that even at the young age of 15 is already striking fear into really seasoned players here.
It's getting a little like fan club going. People love him here, just love him.
So he does 2 walks backwards, and using the affiliation ability, gives his hammer to Kingpin.
Nice. So I really like this. So after that, this is a robbery and a throw, doing some damage to both Natasha and Luke Cage. Rhino is going to double walk back and use the Criminal Syndicate affiliation ability to hand off that objective token to Kingpin over a size 3 piece of terrain. Just yeet it up and over.
Before he went, he healed himself.
And before he went too, he also used the Extremist Council to heal himself up a little bit. I mean, if you're going to have everything go according to plan, that sounds like a good one.
Luke Cage throws size 2 in a toe, 1 block.
All right. So Luke Cage is throwing some stuff in a Toad. Toad blocks a little bit. Only taking 1.
Now he's going to punch him.
Now he's going to give him the old strike. Toad blocking nothing. Luke Cage getting a single wild. Looks like 1 damage going to be going through. And then he's KO'd. That Toad is no mode.
KO'd Toad.
The old KO Toad.
Sweet Christmas in the cat. Sweet Christmas in the cat.
Right.
Into who?
Black Cat.
Black Cat. All right, so we got a Sweet Christmas happening into Black Cat right now. How many wilds is he going to get? Ooh, there's 2. And 2 crits. He might get more. All right, so we're showing 4 with no blocks.
It's a lot of blanks.
4. And probably a couple extra additional effects here on Luke Cage. At least a throw, I'm pretty certain.
Yeah, wild. Gets a throw.
And slow and stun.
Yep.
Wow, all right. So that collision looks like it's going to be with a piece of terrain. Oh, and actually might not reach. Might be just shy.
Yeah.
Is that just shy of a collision? Okay.
She's got
1 left.
Oh, man. And she's slowed and stunned. And on 1. Ooh. Ooh. Jeepers creepers.
And that's Cage done.
Cage is done. It's a good turn for Luke Cage.
It really is.
Very good activation.
Dustin's doing all this without 3 characters. Inside Wizard and Kingpin.
So, and Taylor just pointed out here that Dustin is doing all of this, tying up this entire bottom flank with just 3 characters.
Yeah.
Lizard and Kingpin and Bullseye are all elsewhere. He's at like half capacity. And
That's impressive.
it is. The extract is hammers.
Yep.
And we are also playing that with Extremis.
Thank you, Sassy Pants. Some of these names are
pretty sweet.
so great.
Pretty
I
sweet.
love them. I love them so much.
So while these guys deliberate, been a bunch of news in tabletop gaming recently with Wizards and the OGL. If you are looking for maybe a new actual play that's not in D&D 5e, we have a great one for you over at professionalcasualnetwork.com, hosted and GM'd by this lovely lady right here. It's called the Lost Omens Podcast, and it takes place in the Pathfinder 2nd Edition system.
Grappling hook. All right.
All right, so she's going to grappling hook and use the Extremist Council. That's going to move her over a little bit, and then she'll spend a little bit more power to heal herself up a little bit.
All right.
It's a lot of little bits. And she still has 2 actions.
A little bit.
She is slowed, but it is what it was. So now that leaves Black Cat at 2 stamina left.
Yes. And slow doesn't really matter as much when you have something like grappling hook, right?
Correct.
Like in a pinch, instead of shaking that condition, you know, just use the good old grappling hook.
The old grapple. And, you know, similar to Black Widow, Black Cat also getting some incredible work. That heal really kind of keeping them around, regularly going down to 1.
Too dangerous to ignore.
Okay, so
Hulk.
we are getting a troublemaker to potentially get another stagger on Hulk. And a 2 difficult to ignore. I don't know what that one is. I thought that was Honey Badger.
She gets elusive.
What's 2 difficult to ignore?
Luke Cage, he has to, it's like sacrifice.
Oh, his bodyguard.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Okay.
All right, so that's going to have Luke Cage most likely staggered then.
When I say difficult, too dangerous to ignore.
Oh, okay. Dangerous.
I feel like it's almost worth it just to ask chat instead of asking Taylor.
Yeah.
Just because he's so spread thin, you know, our eyes in the sky. I mean it in the nicest way possible.
Heroes for hires.
Okay, so another troublemaker going into Hulk. But this time we're going to get the Heroes for Hire. So this is going to allow Luke Cage to bodyguard again, and assuming he's not dazed, which would be very difficult to daze Luke Cage with a troublemaker, he'll get a throw and a place. Oh, it is the same name as Honey Badger. Okay.
Right up in her face.
All right, so that troublemaker is showing 3. It does look like that 1 will go through.
Yep.
Black Cat did not get the elusive, but did get the stagger. That's a little wild that a wild was not rolled on all those dice.
Oh, that is wild. Wild.
Hey, Norbert. How are you?
Electing not to throw.
All right, and he is not going to throw with the Heroes for Hire. Huh. All right. Probably wants her close. She's only got 2 left.
Yep.
Widow heals Cage with dexterous.
All right, Black Widow is going to pump up Cage a little bit. Get rid of that troublemaker damage with the Extremist Council.
Shooting into Black Cat.
And going to shoot into Black Cat. Going to finish her off.
Yep, keep her close so that you can do this.
Okay, wow. A lot of spikes here. So we're showing 2 on the defense, 2, 4, 5 on the attack. That is going to be a KO'd Black Cat.
Yep.
Black Widow being fierce. Who knew she was worthy? Got your whiskey at the ready, Norbert? All right, so that's going to bring us back to Dustin and the Crime Syndicate. Trying to make up some time here.
Big, huge man, thank you for the sub.
Aw, thank you.
Sub with your Prime subscription, guys. You know you got Amazon Prime.
Absolutely.
Don't spend a dime with Amazon Prime. Oh, I just made that up. This is the quality content that people tune in for.
100%.
What rhymes can we make?
So, Bullseye, getting back into the thick of it here.
Coming out of hiding. A new challenger approaches.
He's coming out of his cage, and honestly, he's been feeling just fine because he's gotta want it all. Started out with a hammer. How did it end up like this? It was only a hammer. It was just with Wilson Fisk. Not proud of that one, but listen.
I like it.
I
like it a lot.
We rolled across the finish line there.
He just moves up to the top.
Just moves up.
All right.
Interesting. Man.
I like that. So effectively, it looks like Bullseye is going to be trying to take Lizard's place, so Lizard can kind of get into the thick of it a little bit more, and Bullseye can hold that top Extremist Council.
Blam, blam, blam.
The prime is for pro-crime.
Syndicate.
Left of the West, also good to see you. Hey, and thank you, Katie and Ranger.
Katie and Ranger?
And Schaumauer.
Voodoo just nudges a little bit closer to Lizard, still on the board.
I forgot Voodoo was here.
Right?
By the way, Voodoo's here.
Hoodoo?
Voodoo? That you do? I'm pretty certain I just heard Dan internally yell, "The babe."
He definitely did. I felt it in my gut.
All right.
You made me watch that movie, so now I get that joke.
Nice.
Yep.
So that is going to bring us back to Wreath, I believe. Oh, who did that with Voodoo, just kind of inching around.
Yep.
And then that'll bring us to Dustin, who's going to be getting Lizard into the thick of it. Which, once again, Wreath now has the option to go here. Still anyone's game, but it's going to be tough for the Avengers to get over that double counting crime syndicate.
Ooh. We're close to a hype train, y'all.
Oh, we are.
Ooh.
So guys, if you're looking for more MCP outside of events, every Thursday right here on the Twitch, we stream the podcast Wait Did I Roll a Wild live. Comes out every Tuesday in the podcast platforms, but we stream it right here Thursdays, 7 p.m. Eastern, live. As well as, oh yeah, the Power Phase, every Monday for some live MCP from Bearded Dragon Games in upstate New York, where we will be running a Swiss event on February 18th. That is on the Longshanks. Under, I believe if you search Professional Casual, that should come up. As well as you can go down to the Facebook and find the invite for the group. Would love to see you there. We'll have a lot of people that are here at LVO there as well.
It looks like we've got some measurement going on from Sam. Yes, Sam to Rhino. Charge.
Ooh. All right, so we're getting a long movement. Charge. So now it looks like he's going to be throwing a shield at Rhino. Into Rhino. All right. So Rhino blocking 2 so far. Sam getting the ricochet, which is certainly one he wanted. Looks like no damage is going to be going through. But that does let him target Kingpin on the other side of that terrain piece, because it does ignore line of sight and cover. Going into Kingpin now with another 5 physical dice. Will this one be able to land some damage? Also, this is what I love about Sam Wilson. What's that? Oh. Okay, he's electing to not ricochet. Same target. Unfortunately, same result. Or he did ricochet. What's that? Okay. No damage. Oh, thank you, Mike. It's actually really
Sit
good.
Up straight, right?
Yeah. Oh, I'm going to give you a free stretch, too. Woo! Popping. Okay, I don't want to get into this.
Upstate New York is what? Everything north of like Westchester?
So there's a lot of schools of thought, right? A
Yeah.
lot of people say it's Poughkeepsie up. Some
Okay.
people say Westchester up. Some people say Kingston up.
I think I'd go Kingston up.
Yeah. Okay, Kingpin just going to shuffle around. Personally, I think upstate New York starts in whatever city the majority of people don't consider themselves being in the city. Poughkeepsie, considers himself sometimes in the city, depending on who you talk to.
All right.
Same with Kingston. Well, probably not Kingston,
Yeah.
but Westchester certainly does. Throwing the building at Rhino with Hulk.
Okay.
Looks like a single block there. Okay. He really wants this Rhino gone. Only 2 damage going through after the tough skin. So we're in between Albany and Binghamton for Bearded Dragon games. So if you're in Syracuse, Buffalo is a little bit of a hike, but honestly not more than a hike as Poughkeepsie would be.
Yep. Upstate is a state of mind. 9 to 10 Criminal Syndicate.
Criminal Syndicate. Narrowing that gap. So it's going to have Criminal Syndicate at 10. Sometimes the information is given to us in an awkward way, but that'll be Avengers 9, Crime Syndicate 10. But yeah, it's in Oneonta, New York. Well, that's super cool.
Yeah.
Noah will cheer for anyone not playing Avengers. Well, you're in luck. There's someone not playing Avengers right now.
Word is that Chewie just won his match against Jesse.
Really?
That's word on the chat.
Oh,
Not
gosh.
the street.
Okay. Well, good golly, Miss Molly. That's going to see Chewie going on to round 3.
Right on.
Well, then.
Canandaigua.
Oh, the old Canandaigua. You like to see it, Chuck? All right, so going into round 4 now.
They're talking, they're nodding, they're thinking.
Clocks are winding down. But it's still early in the game. 16 minutes for Dustin. I think is that really only a couple minutes for Reith? It's hard to see from here. Oh, Nathan won as well. Simon won as well. All right. So I had predicted at the start that Simon Jerry would be making it to round 3. I also said my premonition was that in round 3 we would be seeing Mandarin Orange against Mike DeLuca. I don't think either of those games have finished yet.
Yep, so far the winners, we've got Vodka Blitz, Nathan, Art, Zero Cool, and Chewie.
All right, so Art and Chewie are also going into round 3. Nice.
So.
Congratulations to them.
Yes.
As the pool continues to get smaller, Chewie walking around looking like he is very relieved.
Strutting like a proud rooster.
He is.
I do
Simon
think
as
he's
well?
relieved, though.
It does.
I know he was stressed.
That looked like that might have been a tough one.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Simon.
I love that guy.
So he's super nice. All the Montreal Shark Tank people are just a delight. All right, so both people kind of talking stuff out here. They are kind of spending a lot of time
Rhino. Going Rhino closer to. I think he's gonna try and like head Hulk off so he can't get to Kingpin. Maybe?
Could be. I don't
defensive
know.
move.
Okay, so Rhino's gonna move up, heal himself with the Extremis. And then he's going to stampede to get back into the scrum.
I see. Okay,
and then
okay.
I think we're going to get a gore. So that makes sense if he was kind of deliberating on whether he should waste an action to get up there to Extremis.
Yeah.
But with the stampede back down, he's going to get some extra dice. This is going into
Sam. Okay.
That's a great roll. So we're showing 4 so far with 2 crits. Sam is only showing 1 wild. That is
and
going
he
to be
converted those crits.
6.
Yikes.
Converting all of the crits.
That's a lot. 5
5.
go through. Is that it for Sam? No?
Then he'll get the place. And then Sam does have a hammer. He does drop it, so that will be a daze.
Okay.
Is Rhino picking up the hammer too? All right, that would be a pretty blustery Rhino. And it certainly looks like it is. Whoo!
Yeah.
What a great activation.
That was great.
You gotta love it. But a Rhino with 2 hammers just kind of out of the gate, right, is a lot. Is quite a lot.
So Sam's affiliation goes on, clear stagger on the page.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And that's Rhino.
Okay. So, and that's really good though. So with that character dazed, Wreath was able to take advantage of the Sam Wilson affiliation ability, move Luke Cage, get rid of the stagger that's on him from the Troublemaker last round with Black Cat. That's going to give Luke Cage 2 actions this turn instead of just the 1. Will also heal Luke Cage up a little bit and let him move.
And he healed again.
And he healed again with the other Extremist Council.
Gosh. Just really taking advantage of that.
What a monster. Who is it? Yeah, Black Cat's like, you know what? I don't really feel like I need to be in the middle of this. Okay, I do see Mandalorian Orange. It's such a difficult name to say. Mandalorian Orange has walked away from his table. Did he win?
I am refreshing.
His body language is not showing.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Mandalorian Orange did in fact win.
All right, we might be seeing him against DeLuca. My one
And
big call.
Mutilus is also at 2-0 right now.
Ooh, Mutilus was up against Aaron, so that means Aaron is looking like he might be out. All right, so Lizard is moving on up. And going to throw Natasha off that point, off the Extremist. And not just in anything, just away.
Go and get.
Go on, get. Brandon won his 2, looks like. All right, once again, make sure to sound off in chat who you are supporting. Show them some love. We will let them know. And if there's anyone you really want to see for an interview, let me know as well.
Yeah, if we can grab them, we will.
100%. All right, so we're going to throw some terrain from Luke Cage. Looks like size 2 into Rhino. He's stopping. He's taking time over on the clock to see if he should brace.
Oh, we need a judgment over here.
Oh, that's in the Mike DeLuca game as well. Omnis is on the way. Kharkov and Mike look like they're both a little worried about how that game might be going.
I do just want to shout out all the, the TO work, the judges, all that. They are so on top of things.
Yep.
Just like so quickly available to any of the games that need any kind of like ruling or judgment.
Mm-hmm.
Really, really stellar.
So,
done a great job with that.
Big, huge man, don't worry. We always try to get both of the players on after the game.
Yep, if they're up
and
for it.
Finger guns, yeah. You know what? I got to see Sam very briefly yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
If I can find him, I would love to talk to him for a little bit. Pow, pow. As someone also that has a huge appreciation of finger guns.
No brace.
No brace. He is only going to block 1 here. That means he's going to take 2. And just 1. Oh, because of that thick skin.
Yep.
Yeah, that might have been a waste of a brace.
Right, Omnis isn't busy at all. He's just like hanging out.
So I've already talked to Omnis. I was like, listen, probably midday tomorrow we need to get you on. Regardless of the chaos, you're going to be forced to be on. All right, so looks like we're going to be getting some attacks here. All right, showing 1 on the defense, showing 1, 2, 3, 4 on the attack. That is going to have 3 damage, looks like, going on to one of Wraith's characters. I can't tell who it is. It's an injured character. Taylor, someone just took 3 damage on Wreath's side. I don't know who it is. Rhino got dazed.
All right, Parker Guidry, also one.
Nice. Yeah, so now
Down.
Rhino is dazed. Oh, and Wreath gets the hammer. Nicer McGeisers. Chicken and spicers.
So it was a throw, a builder, then a sweet Christmas.
A throw, a builder, and a sweet Christmas is what all them ducats of dice was. Hey, Wargaming Dad, welcome.
Hi.
We're currently in Game 2, Round 4 of that game.
Bullseye just moves up to the objective.
Of the Invitational. Bullseye going to back up, and Do-Si-Do with Lizard's old, tree fort up there at the top of the screen. Ramsey supporting some A for us.
Same. Thank you, Digo Iron Hammer, for the follow.
Oh, I finally see Art walking around a little bit, too. All right, Voodoo into Lizard with a hammer, with some Mystic. Oh, we're getting some sap there.
6 dice rolled.
Wow, great rolls on both ends.
Yeah.
It's going to be blocking 3, 4 go through. Even with the invulnerable skin, only 1 is going to go through. Wow, golly gosh. And he's going to sap 1. 2 even, if he had it.
This time with feeling.
Going to do it again. Let's go with another Spirit Venom into potentially a future Spirit Lizard. Uh-oh, no blocks there. 1, 2, 3, 4. That means 3 are going to go through with that thick hide. Lizard pretty hurting right now. No wilds on that one, so no more saps. And Brother Daniel is going to go on to the Lizard. Does he heal with Extremis as well? Especially since he's taking some damage here. Oh, and he's going to throw. Okay, throwing a size 2.
I'm gonna wait to see if this is official.
All right. So we're going to throw a size 2 into the Lizard from Voodoo, I think. I don't know what this roll is for. What is this roll for, Taylor?
What's that?
What's this roll for?
The size 2 terrain.
From Voodoo? Gotcha.
Through size 2 is lizard.
Okay. So damage did it go through there? Damage went through on the throw?
Yeah.
Okay. So Lizard taking 1 there from the size 2 terrain from your boy, Dr. Voodoo. Everyone loves him. Everyone says. All right. So make sure to check out that Longshanks. Going to be a whole bunch of updates there as these games start to finish up.
Yep.
Looks like Sploosh also his game is finished. He looks somewhat happy. Let's see if Douglas won his second game. Oh no. Maybe it's not reported yet.
Maybe not yet.
But who are all of our 2-0s?
2-0s, we've got Mandalorian Orange, Chewy, Parker, Vodka Blitz, our friend Simon, Mutalis, Ben.
Nice.
Yep, right, Mad. Nathan, Stickney, and Zero Cool.
Art.
Little Art.
Nice,
Art.
all right.
Those are our current 2-0 players.
Beautiful. All right, see a whole bunch of handshakes over there from Ben. Always love the sportsmanship.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, gosh. Things look really, really tense over there for Vincent and Mike.
Yep.
It looks like Mike is wearing a yellow shirt. I don't know if that's an Alfredo size 3 taco truck shirt that he's wearing while playing against Vincent of Alfredo's size 3 taco truck.
The irony.
But it does look like to be more of a gold because I'm looking over at Mandalorian Orange's shirt, and it does look like it's a little bit lighter. All right, beautiful. Hulk moving up.
Kingpin just double moves out of the way.
Kingpin just kind of gets out of the way of the Hulk. It's a very slow speed chase happening here between Hulk and Kingpin. Look at all those Brotherhood lists indeed. Starting with 13. Pasha, Mo.
Thanks, Godzilla.
Thanks, Mo.
14-13 Avengers.
14-13 Avengers.
Dang.
All right, so we're going to round 5. 14-13. But with Avengers pulling into the lead. You know, you said it's anyone's game, and guess what it is?
It really is.
Electing to leave Brother Daniel off.
Okay, not taking Brother Daniel off of the lizard. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. So this is just a game of a handful, a pocket full, a small bucket full of points.
So Tim, who all is holding hammers currently?
That is a great question.
Bullseye's got a hammer, yeah.
Bullseye, Rhino
Kingpin.
did have one. So Bullseye, Voodoo. Rhino did have one.
Taylor, who all has hammers?
Kingpin and Bullseye.
Kingpin, Bullseye,
Voodoo and Luke Cage.
Voodoo, and Luke Cage.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's right, because Rhino
Rhino dropped it, right?
Rhino hooked one over the wall
Yes.
to Kingpin at one
Yep.
point before losing his other one to Luke Cage. You know, is Phil still in it too? Young Phil? Not to be confused with the younger Phil.
No update yet.
Okay. Feels like Avengers should have this. Yeah, it's one of those things, right? With Rhino coming back online now, could do a bunch of damage. He's been doing a lot of work.
Oh, we need a judgment call over here.
All right, we are getting a judge call. Okay. So, gosh, that does look like Sploosh might be out of it then. If Doug's not in there.
Let's try refreshing again. Oh, yeah.
All right. All right, so there's one danger room left in it. So Sploosh did incredibly well at NashCon. He ended up taking that championship. But it's one of those things, right, where the level of competition here is similar to NashCon is very high. All the big wiggers are here, and even more so. All right, so Brian Watson, TO, coming in, making a call. Yes. Oh, that's right, Chewy. Yep, Chewy's still in it as well.
Yep.
That was one of the first ones we knew, too.
Yeah.
Beautiful Mr. Brian Watson helping us out with angles.
We gotta
All
love
right.
some Brian Watson, you know?
You know,
I love him.
when you need a sleuth, he's going to be the one to figure it out.
True that.
Figuring out angles is elementary to our own Brian Watson.
Yes.
All right, we're going to try to get Dr. D on as well. I know he's playing in one of the side games
Yeah.
after this one is wrapped up. All right, so Rhino's going to walk up and then Stampede.
For Lizard.
Who is this gore going on?
7 dice roll.
Onto?
Voodoo.
Onto Voodoo.
7 dice score onto Voodoo. What are you gonna do?
And we've seen these gores really popping off. And this one is no different. Showing 5 currently with a crit. That is 6 against 1 block because he did not recall.
So 5 going through.
He then gets the 1 size 1 place. Voodoo is still up after sinking 5 there. Taylor, is Voodoo up still?
Huh?
Is Voodoo still up?
Yeah, he only took 5.
Gotcha.
6 in the set.
Gotcha. So he was uninjured.
He's going to throw a size 3 terrain.
And then he's going to throw some size 3 terrain into it. And by it, I mean Dr. Voodoo.
Voodoo braces.
Voodoo's going to brace. Great call.
And then Rhino's going to patch up Lizard.
And then Rhino is going to use patch up on the Lizard.
Yes, JS Twitch. Jesse did lose to Chewy.
He
She was
did.
one of the 8 verified winners of that second round.
So far, left in the mix there, we have 1 Tacos size 3.
Avengers
Just
Assemble.
kidding.
Taco
We've got
truck?
9
Oh, nice.
winners.
What's that? What was that last bit?
Avengers Assemble.
Oh, Avengers assembling.
Everybody but Luke Cage. So Sam, Widow, and Hulk.
Sam, Widow, and Hulk all using it. Everyone but Luke Cage. Chewie did win. So let's take a look at that. What that path is going to look like for both of them. So Ben and Dayton are not playing anymore. Oh, Ben won. Oh,
Yep,
so that
Ben
means
won.
Dayton is out. Gotcha. So that is going to have Mike DeLuca going up. Or nope, so we don't know that one yet either.
Yeah.
Mutalis is going to be going up against. Never mind, we don't know that one either. Parker.
Yep. This is tough, right? We've got like half
Yes.
the games reported.
So Parker is going to be going up against the winner of this game.
Yep.
Those of you Parker fans. Art is going up against, I believe, is Andrew's game in?
Who's Andrew playing?
Van?
Nope, not yet.
Yeah, so I guess we'll just hold on.
Yep. Hold on to your butts, y'all.
Oh, Nathan won. We do know that,
Yes.
right? And Art, so they will be fighting
Yes.
each other in round
All right,
3.
Nathan and Art.
Simon is in.
Simon and Carl.
Oh, so Carl
That
did report
he
in?
is the newest one, yes.
Okay, so that means Phil the Thrill, young Phil himself, is going to be out. So Simon and Carl, Mr. Venport, in the next round. And Chewy will be going on maybe to face Nate of the size 3 taco truck.
Maybe.
Or Aaron.
Voodoo also displaced with Avengers Assemble. Widow patched up Voodoo.
Okay, so Voodoo also moves with the Avengers Assemble. We've seen a bunch of movement here in the field. And Black Widow is going to patch up that Voodoo as well.
And that is Luke Cage's activation.
Nice.
And that is just Luke Cage's activation.
We do have one more reported game. John Paul George playing
Okay.
Avengers has won. 10 games reported.
John Paul George
Right
is
there.
against,
Yep.
was Nick E. Okay, so yeah,
Yep,
we'll
so
see.
we don't
who-
know.
Don't know that one yet. All right.
Thank you guys so much for the follows. Don't forget, if you've got an Amazon Prime subscription, you can sub to our Twitch for free.
Absolutely. Not only does that get you access to the full Discord as well, we do have a free version of that experience as well, the entry-level version, some might say, and then the enhanced version, which you get for being a Patreon at any level, including the research team, which is only $1. In addition to that, you get a whole ton of access to the Patreon, including additional podcasts at certain levels, podcasts a week early for a Grim Podcast, A Perilous Adventure, and the Lost Omens podcast, which if you're looking for something that is counter to D&D right now, guess what? We got 2 bangers for you. And they are the Lost Omens podcast, GM'd by our own Danielle Cole.
That's me.
And a Grim Podcast, A Perilous Adventure, GM'd by our own Dan Cole.
That's that guy.
Mm-hmm.
You can't see him, but he's over there.
There also are Patreon exclusive shows, one for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th Edition, and another one for Pathfinder 2nd Edition, called The Slithering, that's run by this guy right here. Dan also has a homebrew called Settling the Southlands, which is that other WFRP 4E actual play.
Corey. Lord Common Greg, go eat. The next game will be starting up at 4 p.m.
Yes.
So we'll have a lot of in-between coverage, but you should eat something. Don't fill up on the bread, though. That's how they get you.
That is how they get you. I've got Parker tattooed on my chest. So, well, they do say don't fill up on the bread, right? In this economy, fill up on that bread, bring the entire meal home. That's 2 meals.
Lizard double walks down to the bottom.
All right, Lizard is going to double walk down to the Extremist Council. We're seeing that rotation, right? Where Bullseye over here, Lizard down here, Lizard now. It's pretty neat.
Yep.
Natasha just moves over to that side of you.
Okay, and then Natasha going to be doing effectively the same thing, just kind of circling around a rhino.
It's so interesting how we saw everything really clustered and condensed down on the bottom of that screen, and now everything is so just spread throughout. Crazy how quickly it can turn.
Absolutely.
Pinbot, very true. It usually is pretty great bread.
It's very fair, especially if they have like a special butter or something to go on it.
You know I love a special butter.
Girl? We do have Art here at the side. Hopefully we'll be able to grab him as well. Since we have a bunch of...
Aaron Franklin is a confirmed winner. I'm sorry.
Oh, nice.
Aaron Franklin is the newest. And Captain BDMA.
Beautiful.
Ooh, Wakanda. Okay. Hop off.
So, but yeah, so hopefully we'll be able to get Art on, because I know we have a big thing of the Art Club here.
Bullseye's activation, he throws his hammer to Kingpin for the affiliation.
Oh.
Nice.
Bullseye's going to yeet his hammer to Kingpin.
There's 2 hammers.
2 hammers on Kingpin now. I wonder if he did that because Hulk is encroaching over there.
Yes.
You know?
Sam's going to charge.
All right, Sam is going to charge. Going up to hang out with Bullseye.
So again, if you've missed it or you're not following the Longshanks news, Nathan Stickney, Captain BDMA, Mandalorian Orange, Chewie, Parker, Vodka Blitz, Mutilist, John Paul George, Zero Cool, that's Art, Ben, Aaron Franklin, and Venport are all moving on to the next round.
All right, so that charge up top into Bullseye was unfortunately a big whiff. No damage through. No successful blocks, no successful hits. Okay. A lot of deliberation here. A lot of deliberation here. The threat of that Hulk is just looming, right?
I know.
Just hanging out.
Oof. It's gonna bring the pain.
All right.
It's killing Dustin if Brother David's even if he takes out Voodoo. So
So what's kind of messing Dustin up here as far as how he's approaching this is that brother Daniel token. That it's still on Lizard, correct?
Yep.
And that as long as that's on him, he kind of needs him for points. We've seen Criminal Syndicates kind of, just leaving dudes on points way in the back, and they're able to kind of clean up that way. And since we've kind of Wreath has kind of sacrificed the defensive capabilities of Dr. Voodoo, he's got to play this cat and mouse game now. So Kingpin is going to move down.
Voodoo's gonna throw Bullseye.
And then Voodoo's going to move up to throw Bullseye off the point.
And Hulk going to smash some Kingpin.
Hulk moves and throws Kingpin.
Yep. Oh,
All
shaking
right.
hands.
Then
Looks
Hulk
like that's
moves,
it.
throws Kingpin off, and that's going to have the game to the Avengers. Wreath moving on. Dustin, not. So I believe the
Way
final
to go.
score
15 to 20.
is 15 to 20. Wreath.
All right, Aegis, let us know what you make for dinner, okay? I'm very interested.
All right. So we're going to get a couple of these guys on here after Wreath and Dustin. So we have a bunch of interviews coming up from some of the other winners that have happened around here. We're also going to try to talk to both of these gents here. I've sent out Dan to recruit Ben, Chewy, and Art.
All right.
So we'll hopefully be able to talk to them for a little bit. But yeah, I mean, that game looked like Dustin really had it in hand for
It did.
I mean, the first several rounds, right?
It really did. Very well played, both sides. But yeah, I was definitely thinking Criminal Syndicate was going to have it.
Yep. But that just goes to show you, and I think we've seen that kind of time and time again. In Marvel Crisis Protocol, you could be down and looking pretty ill in round 3 and 4 and still be able to bring it back. And it was quick.
Yeah. Yep. Very quick. Yeah, that really, the conclusion to that game was just like, whoa, we're done. Okay.
So the final score was, in fact, 20 to 15, with the Avengers taking it.
Yep. Well done, though.
What's that?
Okay.
Beautiful. All right, so just for some other stuff around the convention, the gymnastics event is still going on. So make sure you can type in command gem if you would like to see what's popping over there. Thoris is playing as that, as well as Gabriel from the Montreal Shark Tank. A lot of super, super cool stuff. So once again,
So cool.
Game 2 on stream ended 20 to 15 with Wreath and the Avengers, Sam Wilson style, taking down Dustin and the Criminal Syndicate. An incredibly good game from both players.
Yes, very, very close. I think that's almost everything wrapped up here in round 2.
That is awesome, because that means we are going to get some a little bit more information and stuff going on.
Looks like we've got one more winner. Jeremy Joffrey won his matchup.
Oh, Jeremy, we just talked to him as
Yep.
well, so okay.
Yep.
I like to see it. Super nice guy as well, said he'd only been playing for about a year.
All right. So he will be going against Mutalis next round.
There we go.
Yep, we're still waiting on that Mike DeLuca game.
That's going to be a long one. There's quite the crowd around it.
Yep.
2 incredibly good players. So like around that table right now, we have Sploosh, Chewy, Jesse, Omnis, obviously Mike and Kharkov. It's apparently the one to watch. Matt, Alex, and Ben as well. We'll do these two first and then. Yep.
And then Ben looking for future matchups, which will be going down in just shy of an hour and a half. We've got Ben, who's going to be going against Captain BDMA. Parker, we don't know the result. Oh, yes, we do. Parker is going to be going up against Wreath. So John Paul George, we don't know the result of that next game. And Nathan Stickney is going up against Art.
We don't know who's going to be going up against Mandalorian Orange yet. But that will be the winner of the DeLuca Kharkov game.
Yep. Yeah. Aaron Franklin going up against Chewy. So,
Yes,
good
ma'am.
matchups, I think.
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
For real. So, and the cool thing is, and this was kind of one of the things that Omnis has added to the format are these breaks, right? So not only does that allow us to be able to interview both players at the end of the game, it also allows really high stress, high octane games, high anxiety games to get a breather.
Yes,
to
absolutely.
decompress
Yep.
before going right back into what could be the exact same super stressful situation.
Yes.
So especially when we see a game over here with Mike and Kharkov, where the game's going to be going kind of to time, most likely, being able to take a minute, have a little breather,
yes,
and be able to
Super
move on from there.
important. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely super important. Super excited to see a lot of the people, though, continuing to move on. Ben, who came in today very nervous.
So nervous. Oh my gosh, she was so nervous.
You can kind of tell there's the people that really read into the brackets going up last night, and the people that didn't. A lot of cool, calm, collected people. I think got a good night's sleep. Maybe were able to go out and enjoy themselves, have some dinner, and I think that was for their benefit today.
Yeah. Devil Pup, my thought process on that is, yeah, you might worry about a little bit more, but you get the opportunity to get something to eat and go to the bathroom, which would just make me feel better overall.
Right. Absolutely.
Still anxious, still nervous, still worrying about it, but maybe a little time to regroup, reflect on what you did, what you could do better, maybe. I don't know.
Yep.
But yeah, all right, I'm going to clear the way and see if either of these guys want to hop on.
Absolutely.
So,
When are you going to want to pop on? All right. So we're going to talk to whichever one of you wants to go first. Okay. What's that? Okay. Well, why don't you pop on? Yeah.
Just talk me through what I need to do, bud.
So effectively, you can put on the headset if you want, but yeah, just scream into the mic effectively because it's a little it's a little unsensitive and it's super loud in here. But so Reith, how are you?
Yeah, good man. What's going on?
Pretty, not much, man. But so tell me, how are you feeling after that?
That was a long game, like a little bit mentally taxed, but just I enjoyed it. That's what you come here to do: play a really tight, close, quality game.
Yeah,
against a good player, and that really was. I was behind most of it, and I probably got lucky to pull it through at some key points. And
that flip happened quick too, right? The second half of the fourth round, getting out ahead, and then being able to confirm it in round 5. That was awesome to see and awesome to watch because it could have gone either way.
Yeah, 100%. Like his Rhino activation, if Voodoo had gone down, I think I was in a really bad spot.
Yeah.
But yeah, Voodoo, like Rhino was bullying me most of the game, but Voodoo surviving and then able to being patched up, I think really helped me.
And that possession, very specifically on Lizard too, kind of locking him down, I think was not only a great play, but really kind of helped, right?
Yeah, it's tough. That was really my game plan, was to try and remove some of the activations, and if I could, like isolate to either throw off points or just displace, so the leadership didn't come into play, and hopefully get up on those secures.
Yeah.
So luckily that worked out.
So tell me a little bit about your first 2 games as well. How did they go? Who'd you face? Were they tough? Were they? It seems like every game that's been played is pretty anxiety driven.
Yeah, there's some really good players here. So I played Hydra my first game into a really good player playing X-Men, and it was on Spider Portals and Hammers. And just I managed to slowly claw my way out through the secures. I had some good objectives roles, which sort of helped carry it. So it's been good, two like back-to-back really quality games. So very happy.
Beautiful. Now, so tell me, last night when brackets go up, were you one of the players that looked at it immediately? Was it a cursory glance, or did you ignore it until today just so you could kind of get some rest last night?
I had a look at my opponent's list, but I just had a couple of beers and was hanging out with the guys, and
Beautiful.
I wasn't stressing too much. Like, there's not much you can do about it. Just enjoy it. And
good. I like to hear that. Now, so did you qualify yesterday during the LCQ, or have you been pre-qualified for a little while?
I was pre-qualified, so I was able to just have some good quality games yesterday in some of the scrambles, and just watch on some of the really, like, that last couple of rounds for the qualifier yesterday was some really quality games.
Yeah, absolutely. So has your roster, or what you decided to bring today, has it changed at all? How long have you been running this particular list?
So it hasn't changed. I've kept it unchanged. So since the Malekith nerf, so I originally had Hydra and then Malekith as the second leader, and I changed that to Sam just for some of those matchups. There's certain Crisis or character matchups that I want that Sam leadership, and I've got a lot of character carryover anyway before I added Sam in, so I had Voodoo and Hulk already.
Yeah.
So it wasn't much to add Cage, Widow, and Sam in to give me a second affiliation.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and I really like some of those Sam plays too. There's just something about Sam with a hammer and his maneuverability and his range that just everyone's constantly able to be a target.
Yeah, it was actually really rough. He was at a lot of size 3 characters, so not being able to push Lizard off, there was a few, and I wanted to keep Sam back.
Yeah.
So I think Sam was less effective than I ideally would have wanted him to be. But I was able to get Toad and Black Hat, and once that was my target, was just to remove some activations. And being able to do that, I think, helped me then able to control those pieces a little bit more easily with the throws, moving last.
Beautiful. All right, so any changes going forward? What type of matchup are you hoping to see in round 4? In round 3. Granted, we already know what it is. But what do you like to see across the table, and what kind of gives you, that, all right, I got an uphill battle, but I might be able to do it?
I like extract teams across the table, so something with objective play. So I was very happy to play in a Kingpin. More concerned about a really heavy hitting attrition list. I can play it, but there's some close games. I think the harder hitting they are, the more dice come into it. I think that's my scary matchup.
All right, yeah. Well, and it seems like it's because a lot of Brotherhood and a lot of X-Men are out there, kind of go either way, right? Depending on if they're running one of those rosters that could go with an attrition-y Magneto list, or just objectives.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, so X-Men I'm pretty happy into. Brotherhood's a tough matchup. It's a close game. There's some really strong Brotherhood lists here this weekend. That's sort of my favourite to win it, I think.
Yeah, and it's hard when there's so many and some really, really good players playing them as well. But listen, dude, congratulations on winning your first 2. Best of luck going on, and I hope to see you again.
Yeah, thanks very much, and a quick shout out to the guys back in Australia and over in Halifax, Nova Scotia. So thanks very much, guys.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, dude. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Best of luck.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely. All right, and we're going to be talking to Dustin as well here, and then we have a couple other people lined up, so don't go anywhere. Round 3 is going to be at 4 o'clock, but we have a lot of people to see in between now and then as well. All right, welcome, Dustin. You can come right around.
See, how does this work?
So effectively, just get as close to the mic as you can. You can't speak too quietly, super loud in here.
Sounds good.
And then, beautiful, actually.
All right.
And then headset if you want, absolutely. All right, so
cool.
Everyone, welcome Dustin.
Do I look at the camera? Sorry.
You can. Either. There's really no rules here.
Sure.
But so, Dustin, tell me about your first game in the Invitational. Who'd you go up against, and how did it go?
I played against In Young Wang. It was iWar game, and I got Kingpin into X-Men. I won priority, which is huge because Kingpin does not like X-Men secures, the pay-to-flips. Obviously not what he wants to play.
Right.
I do have Mystique for backup, but I have a lot less experience with her as a leader anyway. So I was really hoping to play Kingpin. We got my secures. We got Infinity, which is Kingpin loves it.
Oh, yeah.
That really helped. That being said, I had some nice dice in that game as well, more on the defensive side than on the offense side, like we saw in this one. Mystique survived on a really important onslaught from X-23 to sort of carry me over the hurdle on that game and score out on X-Men.
All right, so now, did you qualify yesterday, or have you been pre-qualified for a while?
I was qualified before. I found out a couple weeks ago, so I had not qualified by winning an event. I got pulled up on points because I was coming to LVO anyway.
Nice.
Done okay a few times, yeah.
Heck yeah, all right, so
I'm a little, what's going on?
Yeah, so it's a little bit of a rush, short amount of time. Have you, did you change up what roster you were bringing? Is what you brought today, is that particular list something that you're pretty familiar with, or has that kind of changed since you were invited?
It has changed, not a total overhaul. So like kind of last quarter before the Crisis change, I was running a lot of Spider Foes. I do really like Spider Foes.
Yeah.
Most of the qualifying points came from Spider Foes stuff. And
nice.
Then for a bit there, I was starting to dabble in the Kingpin Foes split thing. And then, I forget exactly when the qualification note came through, but a couple things all came together to really start leaning in more on Kingpin. Rhino came out over in Sacramento. I'm from one of the California metas.
Yeah.
Up in Sacramento, we had an event where we let Rhino in, even though he wasn't released yet, because we wanted everybody to get to practice. So I started leaning in on him more and just gravitating more and more toward Kingpin, and then asking the question, is the Spider Foes half of the list really doing what I need on the pay-to-flips?
Right.
And kind of trying to workshop that side of it a little more, having Juggernaut in anyway. I've got like Hulk, Juggernaut, and Rhino in, because just big boys, a lot of fun. So felt the pull of Brotherhood, and that's when I landed on Mystique. So
Well, and I have to say, you had some incredible activations with Rhino. Rhino was doing absolute work there.
Yeah, he doesn't always roll like that, but he has a pretty incredible action economy. His one thing that he's not so great on is character displacement, but other than that part of his toolkit, he is just awesome.
So, and as far as that in general, is Rhino one that usually sees the table? Because I know Criminal Syndicate has a lot of 4s, but...
He's my only 4 other than Kingpin that I'm running right now, because my list is kind of 4 Crims, 4 Brotherhood, and 2 green guys.
Right.
Yeah. Rhino's been like in pretty much every game he fits. I mean, I really like if I can get him and Cat. And then, the addition of Pyro recently, that 3rd stealing tech has been really nasty.
Well, and so tell me, has Black Cat seen the table less for you after some of her tweaks?
No, not really, because... I mean, with her still being affiliated, she is she's still my in affiliation 3. She's still a long mover. I definitely see where her stock might have. Maybe it's gone down. Like it doesn't win you the whole game off the back of her, but between the stagger, being able to swing that 1 point, I still feel like she's very strong. And certainly, if you're in Crimson, if you're in Web Warriors, probably an A-Force. I don't really play A-Force, but I would see that. That and like one little thing is that with Malekith not being immune to rerolls anymore, reroll offensive tech has come back, and then she is still immune to rerolls. So it's like a second order buff to her a little bit. It's not much, but it's something. It's not nothing.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Logan out there is not getting his rerolls into her. That really helps when she's being chased on a flank.
Yeah, 100%. Well, and especially when you have her on a flank against Logan, that is usually going to be wanting to be on a flank as well. No, I can see that actually being pretty solid.
Yeah, been a big help.
Yeah, 100%. All right, well, dude, thank you for stopping by. Well done on the first round and stuff, and that was still a hell of a game.
Yeah, I mean, I've already been like reflecting a lot on mistakes. If the viewers want to hear about my analysis, I mean, like
100%.
Sure. Just because I've just already been talking about it with my buddies, I'm sure one will come up with a lot more, and 2 people will point out more mistakes I made. But one is I think I should have played my extracts, so I won priority, and I had the choice there. I knew this was a possibility, but so he was running 3 secures that are all still fine for Kingpin. 2 of them overlap. Mm-hmm. The last one was Cosmic Portals, which is just fine for me. And then our extracts, I think, overlapped except hammers. And thinking back on it, so my extracts are all 5 or 6 points at stake every round. Mm-hmm. And if the game was a little bit faster, especially with Rhino being as explosive as he was, that might have allowed me to close out the game before I started running out of pieces.
Yeah.
So that was the big one. The only other thing, I'm not sure if this is right, I'll have to just look at the tape at the end, but I think in that last activation, Lizard was supposed to daze Voodoo. Or supposed to try, even though it doesn't un-Daniel him, which is just... but even with that, I think he was still supposed to try to spender and throw into Voodoo and just try to get him off the table to buy Kingpin and Bullseye a little breathing room. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'll be looking at that again.
All right, beautiful. And that, I mean, I guess good news that one was streamed, right? So you will be able to kind of go through the tape a little bit.
Yeah, at some point when I'm ready.
But yeah, so anything you got to do that was super cool here while in Vegas? Is this your first time in Vegas? Have you been to LVO
No, this is my 3rd LVO.
Nice, all right.
Yeah, I've been to a couple. I played War Machine the last, I think it came in like 2017 and then came last year.
Okay.
Yeah, so
awesome.
Not too much. I'm kind of just very focused in here. Came here with my wife. We're both hanging out. She's off doing her own thing, not LVO things.
Gotcha.
So.
I think there's a pretty decent amount of that.
Yeah, no shortage of stuff. We've made an event of it, so I expect to be coming back pretty often, invitational or not. If I get lucky coming again, that'd be great.
Yeah, beautiful. And that's the thing too is surprisingly a lot of events going on, even if people didn't qualify. And there's always that last chance qualifier, right, the day before, where if you didn't get in throughout the week, they're on points from winning an additional event. There's always another shot in.
Yeah, I'm certainly going to keep playing today, and depending on how that game goes, I'll kind of make a judgment call about today or tomorrow, or not today or tomorrow, about tomorrow.
Yeah. So if you were going to play tomorrow, are you thinking about the team event?
Maybe. Last time I played a team event, I didn't check exactly what the rules were. The high threat did mean that like it's a lot of models on the table, and it can get kind of ugly. Not super fun if it's like on Researcher or something. You have 24 threat on the table. We had that happen at a Warfare weekend. It was a little rough, but well maybe. I don't know. I could see doing other things. I brought separation anxiety, see if I play that with some people.
I mean, as far as OP kits go, too, that run is just so fun, especially at a con. Being able to get a bunch of people in that just happen to be around and play that, I absolutely adore it.
Yeah, it seems dope. So we'll see. But, I know there's a couple other Crims players. They're still, they're very good. So I'm not going to get my hopes up too high, but there's maybe a chance for best in faction.
Yeah.
May go for it, but we'll see. We'll see what happens.
All right, cool. Well, dude, thank you for stopping by. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you for having me on the stream.
Absolutely.
Right.
All right, so we have a couple more that should be coming right down here. I believe we're talking to Ben and a few others. So I don't know where my people left. All right, so it looks like Ben is going to be next. Then we also have Chewy and potentially Art. Welcome, sir.
Oh, hello.
How are you?
Gotta show off the t-shirt.
Oh, I like it.
Oh man.
So has Magneto been right for you today so far, Ben?
He has. Magneto has been right and living the dream. I think I may die at the end of this. I don't know if my heart can take this.
Yeah.
I've had 2 very close games, but 2-0 right now, and
nice.
One with Mags, one with Mystique.
Okay.
I played the young gentleman, I can't remember his name, who was on stream, not this last round, but the round before. Dane. He was kicking my butt. I was like, what? But why?
Yeah.
But don't. And I lived the dream. Our last game, it was Senators Intrusions, so it was 19.
Okay.
So you take the Dream Team shenanigans, which is Mystique, Hulk, Juggernaut, Pyro Toad, and I was like, I should, in theory, just steamroll this.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, I was like, I'm not, and this is bad. And it came down to a 7-point swing at the last round, and just pulled out 18-17.
Wow.
Yeah, it was insane.
So
Insane.
I will say, we had him on stream first game, Dayton, and started.
Great kid.
Yeah.
Great kid.
And incredibly technical too. Has a very good knowledge of the game.
Yeah.
Was really impressed. So Mike from Strike Better played him round 1 on stream, and it seemed like, first off, the dice against Dayton in that first game were not against him. Every time he picked up a spider infected, he moved. Every single time.
Nice. Oh my. The one thing that it really hurt him, he attacked me 4 or 5 times with Iron Man, just trying to get the push off with Friday AI, and didn't get it once. And I was like, I'm not mad.
Yeah.
But he stayed calm, cool, collected. When a couple of things didn't go his way, really kept it together. I think he's going to be. I think he is a great player.
Yeah.
And I think the sky's the limit for him.
Yeah,
so.
I'm super excited to see how he can kind of continues to do.
Yeah.
Like I'm very interested in. With so young too to be at that skill level.
Just look, I was telling
impressive.
him when I was his age. I'm a smooth brain now. It was much more smooth when I was his age, and props to him, for that. He played a great game, but Brotherhood is doing well right now.
Yeah.
There's 5 of us left, I think.
5 out of 13, right?
Yeah, 5 out of 13.
Yeah.
We had a couple big surprises. Sploosh lost, and Mike lost.
Mike did lose, so we hadn't seen that yet. So
that was a big surprise. That was a big surprise. That game was nuts.
I bet. I judges called. I saw the group around there that looked like
it was bonkers. But like I said, they're both great players. Vince is an amazing guy. DeLuca's a wonderful guy. He was a champ last year. And played hard, played well.
Yep.
Real proud of him both. Proud of them both. And like I said, it was just great. I super am excited for how Brotherhood is doing. And but there's a couple other guys. I think there's a Brotherhood matchup. I think Chewy and Aaron are a mirror match. I think they're 2 Brotherhood players, so I don't mind that. So hopefully I can. I'm just trying to get the best
affiliation.
I'm just trying. I'm trying really hard. But no, I'm excited, and I'm rocking these. I don't know if I've shown them on stream yet, but I've the Magnetic Friends. I'm running those sleeves, so
I love it.
They look great. It's been great so far, but like I said, I'm not sure my heart can take much more of these. 2 really close games, so I'm hoping to either just get blown out or to blow somebody out. Like I said, It's been a really wonderful time. And like I said, it's a great tournament. Everyone's been doing great.
Well, and so speaking of that anxiety, right, and those heart palpitations, how has the kind of round breaks affected that? Does that just kind of let your anxiety ramp up more, or is the breather and some time to just chill and talk and walk and use the bathroom, get something to eat?
It's weird. I'd much rather just keep that. Wow.
Fletch.
You are. Can we just talk about how sexy Fletch is?
Oh gosh, Fletch, thank you so much.
Fletch, you are awesome. What is that?
10 gift
10?
subs.
Oh, it says it right there.
So potato salad, Ma Bika, Solitary Duo, J.
Dean,
Dean 70,
Yep.
Elemental Raccoon, Rocket Man 75, Big Dog, Wyatt, Fixing Kitty, Green Knight 1607, and Bloondy 555, all getting gift subs from Fletch.
Hey, Fletch. Wait, we gotta get a, Oh no, not clap.
Oh.
He's making it rain. He's making it rain. He's making it rain. Thanks, Fletch. Fletch, you're the
Wow,
awesome.
dude.
You're the best, man.
Couldn't be doing it, by the way, just in general, without the support of people like Fletch, without people like Ben and Alyssa, just constantly supporting the network and the stream and MCP. We would not be able to provide this coverage from these events. So, guys, thank you so much. Absolutely appreciate it. We are truly blessed.
I don't know. I just need you to look at that number. It's 16,000 channel points.
Oh gosh! All right.
So the next Monday is going to be terrible for whoever's playing. But no, to answer your question about the anxiety, it's weird. I go back and forth. I mean, it is nice to kind of calm down, talk with friends, and laugh and cry together. But I like the adrenaline. Like, so I'm going to play football for vast majority of my life.
Yep.
So you're just kind of used to just keeping that stream going, and I think that's one of the things I bring to the game that maybe not other people do. Is you can just kind of just keep it going. So it's weird to, the hours, it gets turned off.
Yes.
So it then comes back again. So it's kind of this up and down. So I'm not sure how I feel about it, right now. It's nice to do the interview and get a lot of new faces. That's what, every time I look over here, we get some new faces, and I think Chewy's going to come on here in a second. And it's great to get new people. I know that I make the channel look good a little bit, when I show up, with that beautiful beard.
Well, and you know what the cool thing is we've had some people in chat over the last 2 days that have been like, I've been thinking about getting in this game, and because we've seen such a wide dearth of tables, of terrain, of players, and of characters and affiliations, I mean, it really is. I mean, yes, there are a lot of Brotherhood and X-Men players, but I mean, 20% for each of those.
Yeah,
right?
I'm playing a Wakanda player next.
Right.
It's and no one expected, out of the 91 players from yesterday, 0 Wakanda, and I'm playing one in the next round.
Yeah.
So that's great. Can we also get a shout out to Omnis, who in between each round is changing the board, changing the mat, setting up the terrain, just so that the stream can have a more enjoyable experience. It gets a new board. So a big shout out to Omnis for doing that. It's really wonderful.
Absolutely.
And this is my favorite board. I love this board. And I may or may not fight someone for that mat tomorrow. So,
if you don't want to have to fight Ben for that mat, you can get it at the Frontline Gaming web store. The link is right down below. If you use that link as well, you not only support MCP, you support the Professional Casual Network, and you show Frontline Gaming that MCP is a game to double down on.
Oh.
More, bigger, all the time. Let's double this event every year.
And let's and then I'll grab Chewy here in a second. But I want to say for those who are in chat talking about, they've been thinking about getting the game. The core box, I've played so many different miniature war games, and I could say without a shadow of doubt that the core box is one of the best deals that you can get. And on top of that, if you're interested in just an affiliation, if you think Magneto was right, go get the box.
Yes.
Go get the box. It's a great deal. Have another friend grab another box of something that's interesting to them, and then start playing. You can use whatever water bottles, as terrain. Try it out.
Well, and not only can you use water bottles, right, but you can use that for really narrative stuff too. You can play on that toy or that kids room mat or set up a terrain, whatever, for like some Ant-Man stuff. You know?
Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah, do that, and it's all in the lore, right? It all makes sense.
Correct. It all is there.
So it's something that's really great, so please just try it with a friend. I'm pretty sure those affiliation boxes are like $60-$70. It's a great deal.
It is.
Go try it. Try the game, and Magneto's right. So
100%.
And I'm hoping to get on the stream. I'm hoping to prove it on stream. Let's make it happen, chat. Let's see. We want to see Magneto, and this is what we want Chewie to say. We want Magneto on the stream, right? We want Magneto on the stream. So I love you all, and I'll be back.
I thank you so much, and congratulations, Ben, again for going 2-0. All right.
Amazing interview, Ben.
And next, do you want to come on after Chewie?
No, I'm talking
All right, so we're going to welcome the man, the myth, the legend.
Oh, I'm a legend.
Chewie.
What's going on, stream? You guys watching some Marvel?
What is good, dude? So tell me about this last game. When I saw you walk around the table, it certainly looked like just a wave of relief.
Oh, man, dude. I mean, well, okay, so it was a match against X-Men, and, I know what to do against X-Men when it's Brotherhood, but when I get the pay-to-flip game going with with First Class and all that nonsense, it's just like, but I was able to pull Senators as an extract, and I picked the threat level because I lost Prio. So I picked 19, and my sweet spot 19 team is Mystique, Hulk, Jugs, Toad, and Lizard.
I like that.
Yeah, so it's really good. So what it is that I have so many characters that can grab extracts and do auto-movement shenanigans.
Yeah.
So they don't have to just sit there. Because the thing with Senators is if you pick up an extract, you can't move.
Correct.
So then what ended up happening was he started turn one, hops with Storm, goes and picks up the middle Senator on his back end or whatever, picks it up and tries to leave, and I was like, no, you can't leave. He's like, why? You can't move. Because you can't move. So once that happened, I saw the life kind of leaving his body a little bit because he knew what was next. So I went up, threw with Storm, killed Storm top of 2. I scored, by the way, I scored 7 points turn 1.
Really?
Yeah, I scored 7 points, dude. I picked up 4 Senators, and I had all 3 of the Mutant Madman traps. I had 3 Mutant Madman traps.
Wow. All right.
Dude, it was sick.
Yeah, so that's a great way to start a game.
Yeah, it's a great way to start a game. Yep. So I started up 7-3, and then from there I just kept rolling, and it just felt good, man.
Vince Chan has a question for you here. How does it feel about repping the Danger Room now for the remaining rounds?
Dude, I'm not going to lie to you. Listen, all honesty, out of all 3 of us, I think Mike's the best player out of all 3 of us. And I expected him to move forward, and do the thing, right? My goal coming to LVO this year was just to just do my best, play as many games as I can, because you got to understand, this top 64 is stacked. There's no bad players in top 64 right now. Every round is tight. My first round was against Ryan Farmer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's crazy. So, yeah, how it feels really good, actually. Now I got the pressure on me, now I'm going to roll bad. It sucked. No.
But, and you were pre-qualified, right, before yesterday, or did you qualify in the LCQ?
I was pre-qualified, yeah.
And what event was that you qualified
It was at Dragonfall in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin.
Nice.
It was a tournament okay, here's the story. So, from what I understand it, I signed up and it said LVO qualifier, right? So, as the tournament went on, there wasn't many people that showed up.
Yeah.
It was 9 people that showed up. And from what I understand, the guy said it was a points event. And I was like, okay, whatever. So I went to the event, won it, and then that's where Tyson sends me an email in December.
Yeah.
And he's like, you're a finalist, man. You want to show up? And I'm like, I thought I played in the points event. I didn't know I qualified. I was like, hold on, let me think about it. Because, it's December, it's Christmas. Do you have money because you're spending it all on your wife or girlfriend? And kids and all that nonsense, right? And no, I was able to make it work, man. I was able to get out here, and that's where I qualified. So
yeah. Beautiful. And we've heard that from a few people. So now, tell me about how much has your roster. Now, granted, if anyone follows you on YouTube, they have seen kind of the evolution of your Brotherhood roster, right?
Yeah.
So going from that call or that message from Tyson to now, what are the major changes, if any, that you have made to your Brotherhood to come to the Invitational?
The changes I made was I added Lizard. Malekith's on the list.
Yep.
And Hulk. Hulk was always there, but he added him. But the big change was Lizard. And I was running Logan at first. And he was doing great. By the way, he was doing wonders for me.
Yeah.
Don't ever stop playing Logan, chat. Like, don't. But he just wasn't. I played yesterday, and I was like, okay, we're going Lizard. Because I played with Logan, I'm like, this doesn't fit in what I want to do. Go back to Lizard. Mm-hmm. And that was the one big change, because I want as many tanky characters around as possible, and I want to live. And right now, I feel like in MCP, I feel like you have characters that can just last, and stay alive. Mm-hmm. You get more opportunities to score. You get more opportunities to play your game. Yep. So Lizard's one of those characters. He is really hard to take out.
Absolutely.
So that, and then I'm playing Extremis. I'm playing only one E-map, which is Demons Downtown.
Yep.
And I'm playing. Darn it! Why am I goofing on this? Oh my god! And I'm not playing a play to flip. It doesn't matter. The third one doesn't matter. Yeah. But the point is, I'm not playing many E-maps. So what it does for me is it doesn't allow me to bring in Mags as many times as I want to. Mm-hmm. And it's not that I don't want to. It's just I don't feel like I need to rely on him, and I want to play a different game.
Correct.
With the Brotherhood. So I've been playing Mystique led. I'm 2-0 right now.
So, and tell me about last night. Brackets go live, right?
Yeah.
Are you looking at it? Are you stressing about it? Or do you look at it, see who you are first round, and then just say, all right, and then continue about your day? What was your last night like?
This is what my last night was like. You ready for this one? So I look at the bracket. I see I play Ryan Farmer, and I go, hey, yo. The whole Scott Hall thing, right? Like, hey, yo. And I'm just like, all right, I got to play against Ryan Farmer. And I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of nervous because that's a hell of a round one. Farmer's one of the best players in the country. I even told him afterwards, man. Like, I know I won this game, but I respect you so much. I think you're one of the best players, and the fact that I was able to play you here and get a win means a lot to me. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So that's how it was. I mean, at first I was whatever, and then I relaxed. I chilled. I drank some wine. If you guys follow me in Discord, I took pictures of the wine I drink. $5 at Walgreens. I mean, it's nothing expensive. I drink that, relax, and I just take my time. I'm like, okay, I know what I want to do. I know how I want to play. I've been playing Brotherhood for a long time. It's just a minor change with the crises and all that, and just figured it out from there. So, yeah.
So, and I guess, that's the other question, too, is with the Crisis update, were there any pretty major impacts to that roster, or for the most part, was Lizard part of that change?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the huge part was Senators, right? Because the thing is with Senators is, you need out-of-activation moves, right? And Juggernaut has that. That's one, right?
Yep.
Toad can grab a back point, move once, and then still be within one of your back secure to contest on a D or an E. Yep. So he's another person I can grab it and have no problems. And then from there, was just fill in the blanks. It was like, okay, who else can do this? Hulk.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, who else can do this?
Yeah.
Whatever. It just didn't matter. So, I think that was the biggest change to my roster was when I saw that extra. Mm-hmm. And I was like, I need to run this. I need to understand how to score as many points as possible and put my point on the back foot really fast. And I figured it out really quickly, and I was like, okay, this is going to work.
Yeah.
Oh, guys, I'm sorry. I'm having a good time today, man.
So, and who are you going against in round 3 again?
I think Aaron Franklin, he beat Ghostier.
Oh, he did?
I believe so. The bracket thing is weird. I was looking at the bracket, and I'm like, this is really...
It is. So let's find you here. And that's the thing. It's a long list, too, right? There we go. So, So
I'm playing against Aaron Franklin, yeah.
So that's so odd, too. So with Nate out from Alfredo's Taco Truck, we have a Alfredo Taco Truck off as well in the next round with Mandalorian Orange and... why am I blanking on it? Oh, Kharkov.
Yep. So there's 2 left for the taco truck. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Is Zach Taco Truck? Is he ever on the podcast?
I mean, he wears the shirt, so I just assume.
I mean, I can wear a danger room. No, I'm kidding. No. We'll go with the shirt. There's 2 Alfredos left, and I'm the only danger room left. So Sploosh had a crazy game 2. He was playing against A-Force. And it was Demons Downtown, and he played Magneto, and apparently Angela just spiked everybody off the board.
Yeah, that's been my experience whenever Angela's on the other side of the board from me, is just like, all right, I just have to make sure my guys are spread out, because otherwise she's just going to burn through all of them.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
But, well, dude, good job. Congratulations on going 2-0 at the start of the Invitational, and best of luck continuing to going on, man.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it, man. I mean, no pressure, right? Just got to win my 3rd round, and maybe I'm top 8. I don't know.
Well, and how competitive is it, too, for Best in Affiliation for Brotherhood?
Yeah.
Some great players kind of
Dude,
all around.
and I can't believe I might have a shot at Best Brotherhood because there were so many Brotherhood players. So I was like, I got no shot at this. Like I said, I just got to keep playing well, believe in myself, and just believe in my decision making. That's it. And the dice will determine what needs to be determined. That's all you can do.
And where can people find your stuff?
Oh, absolutely. Chewy89 on YouTube. Chewy891 on Twitter. Chewy891 on Twitch. Why there's a 1? Somebody took Chewy89 from me, so I just put a 1 and made it that simple. Pretty much there. I mean, I'm on Facebook, but then that has my government name. I don't feel like giving that up.
Yeah, super fair. Valid.
But yeah, I'm on Facebook. But yeah, you guys can follow me there, man. A lot of content coming up, by the way. So
yes,
be prepared. So.
I can imagine. I with so many content creators here as well, I am insanely excited for all of the deep dives, all of the POVs, all of the perspective on the event and the matches, and just having all of that information is just incredible. And massive shout out to Jacob, who came out with all the data earlier. And we went through that for a little bit.
Xavier Protocol's in the chat.
Yeah. So, and just so you know, you can hit !Xavier in chat to get a link to that data breakdown that Jacob put up earlier today.
I love your sunglasses. Hold on. Where'd you get these sunglasses?
Right? Yeah. So a kicker gave me these.
Dude, I need a pair of these.
Right? They are awesome.
Yes. Absolutely fantastic. I got to ask you a question. Hold on. Before I go. So hold on. I know you're a content creator. This is new for me, right? I started back in like 2020-ish and, evolved from there. Right?
Yeah.
Like, do you still like feel weird when people come to you and you don't know?
You never get used to it, ever.
You never get used to it. So there's nothing I can do. I'm just going to be...
Correct.
Okay,
it is always like...
So it's a normal feeling then,
Correct.
Okay, all right. I was like, wait, should I feel weird?
People say my name, talk to my face, and I'm like, they don't mean me.
Oh my goodness. All right. All right. I'm gonna get out of here, guys. You guys do your thing.
Absolutely. Appreciate it. Al, thank you for stopping by, man.
Thank you.
Always good to see you.
Absolutely.
Maybe seeing you again.
Oh, 100%.
But yes, chat, we will be covering the 3rd round. That's going to happen at 4 o'clock Pacific time today. We are less than an hour away. That'll be the last game of today, and then we will be finishing up those final 3 rounds tomorrow. Now, please welcome the man that has done so much incredible work for this particular event, has introduced this bracket for us, has been swapping out our terrain, our mats, has been making sure that we look pretty and have great matchups on stream all weekend. It is Mr. Omnis Protocol. Omnis.
Hey, what's up, nerds?
What was it? Colossal? Adamantium Colossal Knot himself. Welcome, sir.
Welcome. Well, while we're talking about the brackets, I have to shout out Red Sam, who does Longshanks.
Yes.
Literally did all of the programming to make the brackets happen, and he finished the ability to do Swiss pairings for the losers, which was probably the hardest part.
I have to imagine.
So we could have people drop and then still not have multiple buys. He finished it on, I think, Tuesday, and was like, all right, I'm going on vacation, but I will be back before LVO starts if you need me.
So huge shout out
there. Hero. Like, I've been supporting Longshanks from as soon as I started using it, and that is like the best $10 I spend every month.
Same, actually.
Yeah.
But all right, so give us a lowdown. What is the energy like? What has the convention been like? Just what from your perspective, 3,000 feet in the air, watching it all.
Yeah.
What is LVO right now?
Well, I've been very focused on the Invitational today because I'm just trying to keep the mental load down, and so like Lex is handling gymnastics, and we've got Rick handling the scrambles and stuff, and so I've been very focused on the Invitational. But the thing that I've been noticing, and this is as a competitive player, not an organizer, I play competitively because I love that game that you're just so happy to be a part of. You the whole time, you don't know who's going to win, who's going to lose. You're both giving it your all,
100%.
right? And I am seeing so many people who flew out to Vegas and they are getting those games. They're getting, like, win or lose, like they're coming out like, wow, that was just a crazy game. Seeing Dayton win round 1.
Right.
And
having that on stream too.
Yeah.
What an incredible player. Really great technical finesse as well.
Very calm.
Yeah.
Especially for, I would say most adults are not as calm and collected as he is.
I would completely agree with that.
Yeah. So it's been really amazing, and obviously this round there's been some upsets. If I had personally bet on this round, I would have lost money.
So at the start of stream today,
yeah,
I made some predictions. I was like, round 3, we're going to have Mandalorian Orange against Mike DeLuca. And just when Chewy got on and chat let us know that that was not going to be happening, I still don't necessarily believe it.
Yeah, I was like, I was ready to put that game on stream. I'm like, if that happens, that's what we're
right.
That's what all of you were going to get to see. But I've got some ideas. I want to double check with the players to see the next round. But there is, if I can get the game, it'll be 2 affiliations that you have not streamed yet.
That's even better.
Well, one of the affiliations has been streamed yesterday.
Okay, but not new for today.
Yes.
New for the Invitational.
Yes, for sure. Not today, for sure.
And there's some great ones around. Art's game looks like it's going to be good. I know Chewy's going into a neat one as well. The Mandalorian Orange and Parkov.
I want to respond to chat. Sorry, it's not going to be Parker because Parker's playing against the winner of this game that you just watched, and I want that person. I want Reese to have a break. Yep. He might agree to do it, but I would rather shuffle that up. But yeah, I was
completely agree with that as well.
I definitely was like, ooh, A-Force is 2-0. Let's stream that. Who are they playing? Nope, not going to do that just yet.
But yeah, so how's your energy level at this point?
My personal energy level?
Yeah.
Good. My feet are definitely feeling it.
Oh, I can imagine.
Yeah, it's try to take a load off, but man, just feeling it. I've been a part of events personally when things don't fire out in time, things are running late, things are going wrong, and that's just not fun. And I'm really happy that everything's going smoothly, and I really couldn't be doing that without the team and everything that Tyson does behind the scenes, and having Lexa here and Brian and Rick. It's just been a fantastic team, and so it's really just a bunch of nerds coming together, wanting to make an event as good as possible for their friends.
100%. And speaking of, you have really kind of assembled like an all-star team here. As far as Lex has been absolutely killing it, Rick and Brian.
I hope Lexa didn't kill anyone, but what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Yeah. And Tyson, what a dude, right?
Yeah. Dude, and then I'm excited to see I'm excited to see if we have any of the gaming mats left. We have like 100 mats out. I have a feeling they might all go to players at the end of this thing, and there might be 100 FLG mats flying home with people.
That would be awesome. First off, and they look great, updated for the new Crisis cards. Chat has been asking for that Hydra mat, so we did get confirmation from Tyson that it's not available on the store yet, but it's going to be. That is one of the brand new designs. So if you are clicking that link down below to try to find that Hydra mat, it will be there.
This one?
No, the one with the. Oh yes.
That one?
Yeah, my FLG shades are blocking my.
So shout out. So this mat, actually, there may have been multiple that you've seen on stream. Were designed by Ryan Farmer from Strike Better.
Oh wow!
And then
okay.
He sold the images to Frontline Gaming, and so it's also a member of our community created the images for these mats.
That's awesome.
Yep. And then Tyson created the overlay for them, and so yeah, hopefully, shout out, let FLG know that you are ready to buy the mats with the overlays and these new designs from Farmer, because they're great. They look really, really good, and I love how the overlay is just faded enough. It's really easy to walk by and not even realize that it's marked. I had someone ask me, how are we going to handle marked if the mats aren't marked? I was like, they are. Oh, really? And they're like, they are.
Yep.
So yeah, I think it's turned out really, really good.
All right, so any predictions going into these next couple rounds?
Oh man, predictions.
Affiliation or player?
Well, we have one undefeated X-Men left. Our hero, Simon, of the Montreal Shark Tank. I want him to get through today so that we have an X-Men in the top 8.
Yeah.
Because I think we need that. And I also believe that we are going to end up with a Hydra still in the top 8. I think Hydra was one of my my dark horse picks.
Yeah.
But I still think the Brotherhood in a lot of ways is the team to beat, but we've got some strong Guardians players. There's a Wakanda player doing very well, an Aid Force player doing really well, and people are winning games against big names.
Correct.
You know?
So Simon is, in fact, the last X-Men player standing
Last undefeated X-Men.
Wow.
This last round was rough for X-Men. It
Yeah.
was Simon had a mirror, so he knocked out an X-Men, and then all the other X-Men lost.
Gosh.
Just the way things rolled down. Those are really nice shades, though.
Thank you. I absolutely love that. But, all right. So I think we're in the process of getting some of the pictures from the painting competition up right now. Internet be what internet be. So listen, it'll download and we'll get those on screen as well. But Tyson sent us a bunch of pictures from the painting competition. There are some great prizes there from Monument Paints as well as Army Painter and a few others. So we'll go over all of that in addition. And yeah, dude, thank you for putting this all together. What has been the response to the breaks kind of in between rounds?
So far, the response has been good, especially since we've had a lot of people that have had those really crazy close games.
Yeah.
I think giving them a chance to fully refresh is making it so the next round of people are gonna be prepared and be ready.
Yep.
So there's not sometimes you just get the matchup that you want right, and you get the right crisis combination. It's just not as rough for everyone.
Yeah.
But to respond to the question in chat, X-Men is not an underpowered team. I mean, X-Men were kind of favored along with Brotherhood going into this, but it's kind of an any given Sunday sort of situation.
It really is.
Sometimes you just get the right matchup. So Nate was someone who won second win, 6-0 there, goes 5-0 yesterday, won the first round, but dropped a close game in round 2, and you are going to hit those losses every once in a while, and and you really gotta make the right character selection.
Correct.
Right. All it takes is maybe picking the wrong character, and then suddenly you have the wrong tool for that situation. So.
Nobody Gaming TV, yes, there will be. If you follow the YouTube right down below, all of the games from today and yesterday and tomorrow will be there. You can also find games previously on the Twitch VODs for the next little while until they are up on the YouTube. So everything that was on stream today, yesterday, tomorrow, all will be available.
Awesome. So how's things been with the chat? Have you had good stream?
Yes.
Number of viewers and people are enjoying it.
Absolutely. So this has certainly been LVO has certainly been probably one of the best streams for us by far. And I will say, just to follow up on that question about the break, we've been asking everyone that's come up for interviews how they feel about it. If having that time is a nice breather, or if it makes it more anxiety ridden. Every single person has said that they really appreciate that time. I think that was a great implementation. And the brackets last night, that's been the other question that we asked. Are you looking at it? Are you stressing out? Or are you just seeing who your first opponent is and then just going on? We talked to Nate Horn, who was like, I'm not going to look at it. I'll figure it out in the morning. Some other people were like, yeah, we're up stressing all night about it. So I think that's a really interesting perspective to see how people respond to that knowledge ahead of time. Because at the end of the day, focus on that first player, right?
Right. You gotta lock it in.
But making those brackets, seeing who's going to be what, and making those predictions, gosh, is that fun?
Oh yeah.
And especially in chat, as games start to funnel in, they kind of okay, so we know this person's going up against these few people next, maybe. I think that is something that chat has absolutely responded very well to, and really drives that engagement where we can all kind of be doing this together, especially as people are rooting for specific people. And yeah, it's been a blast. The affiliation breakdown too on Longshanks is super rad. Being able to see, we had no Wakanda players at all yesterday in the LCQ, 4 in the Invitational.
Wakanda's still got game. Still has a really powerful core of characters, a good leadership, great card. One of the other things, I feel like I've seen a lot of partners and friends just being here and being really supportive for their players and kind of having their person to root for.
That's right.
Right? And, did anyone tell you the story of last night about the 64th player?
No. Oh, Rob?
No, so as we're getting down to it, there was one last person that we had not heard back. They said they were coming, but they had not told us that they weren't coming.
Yeah.
So it's there's this one guy Can't get a hold of him. So it's like, it's hitting 8 o'clock. I'm taking one more. And it was going to be a 3 and 2. And I called number 18, and they had already left. Call like 19, and someone's like, I know him, and they're like trying to FaceTime him.
I know, that was Robert Reel.
Yeah,
He told us that this morning. Oh, my heart broke.
Nobody could get a hold of him. He wasn't answering his phone, gave him multiple calls, and so then it went to number 23, who just happened to still be there. And it's like, number 23, you're in, and man, there was so many high fives. Everyone was like, man, you outpositioned your opponent, right, by being there when you needed to, and that was so cool. We were joking. I'm like, dude, you need a jersey. Put 64 in the back as the 64th player.
Yeah.
That was super. I almost streamed him round 1. I almost put him on the stream, but I'm like, that might be a little too much pressure.
I'm so happy you chose Dayton to go on first. What an incredible match that was.
That was crazy. That was a really good game.
Super excited to see how he continues on, just in general, like at other events and stuff.
I fully
He's a
expect
player
him
to watch.
In a lot of ways, I was kind of talking with some of the other nerds and podcasters and such, and I'm like, Dayton's like a younger us. This is like the next generation of us that we're seeing right before our eyes, and that's really cool. And his dad has been here supporting him the whole time. Like seeing him, like his dad's level of excitement is like more than Dayton's. Dayton's calm and collected, and
and that's the thing, right? Is that at an event like this, where you're playing against people at the highest level, even someone brand new, only been playing for a few months, there's always more to learn. There's always more meta out there, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
To respond to chat, just keep in mind that I do check in with players and try to see if people are feeling mentally comfortable enough to be streamed. So while you might look at a matchup and go, why is he not streaming that one? It's got players that are not in it. Just keep in mind, I may have checked with one of those players and found out that they would prefer not to be streamed if they could help it, and I'm trying to respect that. So,
and just with our responses to that as well, because never a good idea to call someone out for that either, right? So if we give you a very blank answer, understand that is for a reason.
Yeah. I don't want anyone to feel bad or feel pressured. I've been there, and when the nerves are getting to you, especially you just had a really crazy game, and maybe I should ask them after the break, right? Like right after the game might not be the best time. You're feeling the anxiety is through the roof, right? You're feeling all of it, and you're like, I don't know if I can handle a stream game. But maybe after a burger, a Pepsi, right? Maybe a beer too, and you're just suddenly you're like, okay, maybe I'm in the zone, but. I think I have a cool matchup. I need to double check with the two people, so I don't want to promise anything yet, but I think they're both down. As long as I get confirmation, should have a really cool matchup for you to wrap up the day. And man, tomorrow, it'll be nuts.
Yes, it will be. All right, dude, thank you so much for stopping by.
Yeah, absolutely.
Always
anytime.
love to see you, the adamantium Classelnut himself.
Represent.
But we are going to talk to Dr. D real quick. We're going to look at Tyson's stuff. And then we're going to take a very small break before we get into the final round for today, round 3. Here we be. All right. Well, so Dr. D was right next to me. So, all right, so we're going to get Kara.
At least Kara's coming over. I had to tell them that we were going to eat.
Oh,
no,
gotcha.
It's too late now. I'm gonna talk.
All right, what are you gonna talk about? What do you got to talk about?
I'm gonna give commentary on the quality of product here versus Amsterdam.
Nope.
Against what?
The answer to that riddle is no.
That's a hard. I don't even know what she said. I'm assuming it was bad.
I'm gonna talk about the new rules for Malekith.
The
new rules, yeah.
All right.
They are. Always bring him because he looks cool.
No, so I don't necessarily disagree with that at all, actually. Hey, listen, it's a hot take, but it's one that is affecting the meta here. Malekith looks cool. Bring him.
There's several Malekiths.
There's a surprising
and
number
they
of
are
females,
all painted very well.
Yes. All right.
There's obviously more males, but there are definitely a couple females. Are there any females in the Invitational?
Good question.
I think there's one.
Very well could be.
But over there in the scrambles, there's one.
Yeah.
You see them every once in a while.
Absolutely.
There's at least 3 ladies playing MCP here today. There's at least
2 or
3. Yeah.
I mean, there's obviously like 700 men.
Yes,
Or
there are many men.
boys. I don't know how many men there are.
Right. So Dr. D dropped off some really rad stuff for Dan and I earlier. I may have already lost it. Oh, yes, thank you. Literally in front of my face. You see, I'm wearing these new cool FLG Cyclops shades, right? So I can't see anything. But he gave Dan an Iceman and me a Cyclops with a droopy little laser beam, which actually I like a lot. It looks like a fruit roll-up. You know what I mean? After you hold it out a little bit.
I made it.
So-
I made it out of some like heavy gel.
Did you really?
Yeah. So if
Oh,
I
hell
make
yeah.
another Cyclops, I can make those.
I love that. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I got a little squished in the flight over, so it was coming down.
So tell me a little bit about, so you've been playing some of the side events today?
Yep, I'm doing the scramble.
Thank you. It's
Hi,
always great to see you.
That's it. Yeah, I was
Trumpetally, no, I don't think we ever need to see Iceman and MCP. Dan says it all the time.
No, not at all.
Yep.
That's specifically why, that was actually the original idea why I did it, because I knew Iceman would never be in the. Sorry for my hair. It is all over the place.
I think it flows with the horns, man.
I didn't bring a comb. That was the one thing I forgot to bring from Massachusetts.
Yeah.
They don't have combs here in the desert. Hey, it's me. Hi. What is your actual name? Matt? For Half Days Ninja? I forget his actual name. I don't know if I should be saying that online. Anyway.
I wouldn't.
Anyway.
If you're unfamiliar with Dr. D is running the painting competition for Fury's Finest. He also has written an incredible collection of articles on how to up your painting game and to do it without fear over at the professionalcasual.com blog
Indeed.
place. So listen, this is a gentleman that I respect a lot, and you will see him pretty regularly on Wait, Did I Roll a Wild, in addition to, the power phase, where, quite frankly, we've gotten to show off some incredible things to move around your models with.
It's true.
That aren't your hands.
That's very true. Some of them potentially dangerous.
Yes, actually.
For you and everyone around you.
Correct.
The next painting tutorial should be soon. I'm in the middle of a move. So literally the way my life was currently assembled is LVO, come back. I took Monday off to help with the move. I moved Tuesday into Wednesday. New house. Got to reassemble everything. Maybe finish painting tutorial then.
Yeah.
The model, I could probably finish the model, hopefully before the move, and then I just got to write it. It's half written already.
Well, and I did see Jesse sporting an insanely well-painted rhino as well. That was just absolutely gorgeous.
No mustache.
No mustache.
I didn't even do any mustache.
So Jesse won his first game.
Yep.
I did see that he didn't make it through the second round. But do you know how that game went? Was it close? Was it tight?
So the first one, I know, talking to him, Jesse from Fury's Finest, by the way. I don't know if
Yes.
that's been established, but he played an X-Men mirror.
Mm-hmm.
Funnily enough, I got the insider scoop that the guy that he played against, I think his name is Amon.
Yep.
Watched him specifically after he beat him with X-Men at one of the other tournaments. I don't remember if it was,
the
Lone Star.
Open.
It might have
Yep.
been at Lone Star.
Yep.
And then he watched him play, and he was like, "Oh, now I got to play X-Men." So it's a weird apprentice versus the master type thing. So anyway,
Yeah.
Amon was specifically saying he did not want to play against Jesse in the first round. So he plays him in the first round. And then what happened was they were playing sword base, and I don't remember what the other one was. I think it was Skrull. So they evenly split the Skrulls as they go. And then on sword base, essentially Jesse just got the edge on the sword base rolls because it's a 50-50 roll, and he just happened to get it. You misspelled painting, by the way.
Yeah.
It might be because you can't see.
No, I think I can see pretty fine. I don't think we need to bring my sight into this.
Wow, I'm not being inclusive enough. So from what I understand, he got the edge purely because of objective rolls, but Amon was rolling, generically speaking, better on attack and defense.
Okay.
So it was definitely a case of him being able to, I don't know if outplay him is the word,
Right.
but he played more objective focused, and he managed to get the win, which is
All right.
good. And then I know that in the second game he did lose, and he was playing against another podcaster.
Okay.
Let me look up his name. I know this is probably super interesting radio. All right, he played against Chewy.
Oh,
who's
yes, who we just talked about, Danger Room.
Danger Room, okay. He's from
Mhm.
Danger Room. So Danger Room, he was playing Mystique Brotherhood. I guess he's known to play Magneto.
Magneto, yep.
So I think he kind of brain tricked Jesse because I think he was somewhat This drooping thing drives me nuts.
Dude, I really like it.
It's like, that's just not how it works. Anyway, so he went Mystique at 19 threat, and Mystique on 19 threat is really, really good because you can go really, really wide. And then they were playing, what was the things? They were playing Mad Men and Senators. So, like, Mad Men is really good for them just because mutants really love physical stuff. Everybody's got okay to great physical defense, and then Senators is good because people are fast, and you can just pick stuff up and run. But from what I understand, he just classic beat him, where he just played smart.
Yep.
Obviously, Chewie's a known player.
Yeah.
I don't know him personally, but
A good guy. We got to interview him for a little while later. I know that he was super stressed during that particular game.
Jesse's good.
Yeah.
Like, I've played against him myself, and stress is a good word for it.
Yeah, no, I get that. Well, and he's so dapper, too. Yesterday,
sure-
he had that beautiful purple suit.
Sure is.
Just an absolutely gorgeous head of hair and a perfect beard, and it's just like, wow, how do you do anything against this?
He's a dad, too.
Yeah.
And he hasn't lost all of his hair from all the stress of having to take care of another human being.
Correct. Listen, it happens to the best of us.
It sure does. But yeah, from what I understand, Jesse, he had a good time. I mean, he didn't complain that he lost. Jesse, there's one good thing about, I don't think I've ever seen Jesse like lose his cool or ever like have a negative thought in his entire life.
Yeah.
I'm sure he has, but he's like the Mr. Rogers of MCP.
Yeah, for real.
He's an amazing guy. Spent most of the night with him yesterday because we went to fancy Las Vegas stuff.
Yeah, so you went to Area 15, right?
Area 15, yep. We went there with the ladies, had some delicious barbecue. Something that you don't get a lot of very good stuff in the Northeast is good barbecue. I don't know how it is in New York.
It's pretty good. We got some regional stuff.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't hold a torch to, Tennessee or Texas.
Like
barbecue.
actually going south, yeah. So that was nice to actually like get a good brisket. It's been a long time since you got a good brisket. Anyway, whatever.
Brisket actually very specifically is one of the hard things to find good in at least in our area.
The Northeast.
Yeah.
In general. And then we went to Mega Mart. Now.
Omega Mart.
The Omega Mart.
Yeah.
So if you ever come to Vegas, go to Mega Mart. It's $60. So it's kind of it's a pricey boy. So
That was for
unless
Friday.
you're in the military.
It's cheaper during the week.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. So go to Mega Mart. If you want a good description of it, so like walking simulators, if you've ever played a walking simulator video game, it's really, really, I guess, similar to that. It's like an escape room, puzzle, walking simulator. It's really hard to describe. It's definitely worth it if you like artistic stuff.
Yeah.
But from what I understand, from what I understand, it's just a bunch of artists that they got together and they were like, hey, let's make a cohesive art display thing, and then they make like a story out of it. I guess there's multiple versions of these things. There's one here. There's one in like Denver. I think there's like one in Austin or something like that.
And we did it as well earlier in the week, and what an absolute blast.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of extras, and it changes too.
Yes.
So like we had gone, because we have some friends that are like Las Vegas locals, nocals, Las Vegas yokels.
Yokels.
And
Local yokels.
they were like, okay, I'm not going to say anything because I've done this a bunch of times before and I really like it.
Yep.
And they were like, wait, no, this is different. What do you mean? So that was actually really cool. So they do change it up. One of my favorite products, they have a bunch of like fake grocery store products.
Yeah.
One of them's like, who told you this was butter?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
So
a
I think it's like,
spray.
what is butter?
There's
It's
also
like, what
that.
is it?
There's a bunch of them. They're absolutely incredible. I would absolutely highly suggest checking it out. But, all right. So what else is up, Dr. D?
What is up?
I feel like I haven't been able to connect with you all weekend.
Yeah, we've been busy.
Yeah.
You know, you guys are over here being successful and stuff, and I'm over there playing in the scrambles. Also, the sign says Scrabble. So I was over playing in the Scrabbles. I was playing MCP Scrabble.
Oh, that's actually super cool. How many words can you spell with MCP?
Well, you only get to use the map letters for the deployments,
Oh,
and so
gotcha.
there's no A. So there's only one noun.
One vowel?
Yeah, one vowel.
One
noun.
noun.
One
Of all
noun.
those letters, one
one
noun.
vowel. I'm not an English teacher. Yeah, so there's only like a couple words you can make out of it. I mean,
yeah.
What's
Deb?
Deb. Oh, yeah, I guess there is an E. Yeah, there is E. Lick.
Yeah.
With no K. Yeah, there's a K. Yeah, you can spell lick.
Deeb. That's a word, right?
Wouldn't it be pronounced Deb?
Deck? Yes, deck
Yeah,
works.
you can't
Yep.
spell that. That's true.
Red.
Cab. That's a
Cab.
good one. Yep.
No, you can't spell cab. There's no way.
Is heli.
All right,
Is that a
Spankers.
word?
Nice try.
That's not a word.
We're not saying curva on the show. But yeah, well, hell yeah, dude. Well,
so we got a question. Mick Gamer. There's also a gymnastic, I think is what they called it.
Yes. The
really cool concept.
And if you use the command in chat, !gem, it'll bring up the longshanks for that.
Yep.
So effectively, the premise of the gymnastics is you get every round a free gem on somebody. It does not cost threat.
Hi, Mitch.
You can put it on anyone you want, but if you do take it, if you do take a restricted one, it does count against your restricted cards, right?
Yep.
But yeah, so there are only a few restrictions, and it's
Hold on one second.
It's OG Strange, Wong, and there was one other, Malekith, cannot have the power gem. And the reason for that was they wanted to prevent portal pentagrams and Black Bifrost from being able to happen in round 1. But outside that, everything's fair game. We've seen, I think they were doing Scarlet Witch with the time zone, Lockjaw with the space gem. There's just a bunch of really cool stuff there to be done. Right? It sounds super, super, super cool. But yeah, it's been an absolute blast. There's one person as well, I don't know if we've heard from him yet or if he's willing to be heard from. His name is Taylor. And do you want to come on stream for a little bit? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, has nobody met Taylor?
Taylor doesn't unfortunately get a lot of time to be on screen because he's doing actually the insanely hard labor of letting us know what's actually happening from the table, sacrificing his body.
I'll be back.
Well, no, I'm leaving. You sit here. You sit down.
Got it.
He doesn't want to talk to me.
He wants to talk to his family like a weirdo. Gross.
Dylan!
Hey, buddy.
How's it going? Hey, stream, what's up?
I mean, we're the painters.
The unsung hero.
Yeah, no kidding.
What's up, Mitch? How are you? Hey, stream, how's it going? Xavier Protocols, good to see you. Oh, man. So, what are you doing today?
What am I doing? I'm playing Scrabble, like I was saying earlier. It's playing MTP Scrabble. Yeah, so the scrambles are the people. It's like the weirdly unofficial, official like side tournament for people that aren't playing in the other events. So you still get like, it's still in longshanks, so you get like points and stuff, but it's not like, it's just like people kind of come in and out. They just play essentially. So it's like it's kind of like a really loose tournament.
The Scrabble?
The Scrabble. Yeah. So I went up against the first one. I went up against. I had to walk out of it for the painting. What did he play? He was playing. I'm playing Defenders, just to put it into perspective.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, with that Strange that you have. It's freaking beautiful.
Yes, thank you.
Absolutely.
It's the bats. Bats the ghost town. It's the best part.
You gotta have a little spooky ghost.
I certainly hope that Bats actually gets a model officially if they do like pet Avengers.
Well, that and the Badger too. What's her
Him
name?
and Johnny, yeah, good old Johnny. Throg. Who else is on that team? Lockjaw is technically on that team. Lockjaw's already out. Gotta love Lockjaw.
The goodest boy.
No, AMG's not here.
No. Jonathan, Jonathan and Tippy. Yep.
God, what? Anyway, yeah, I played against him. He's playing Wakanda, that's right. So he was playing, it was like his first time he'd ever played Wakanda.
Oh, okay.
And I just kind of outplayed him, right? Because, I mean, first time you play something, that's not great.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I got to be honest, I've played like 3 dozen games and I'm still outplayed all the time, so.
That's fair. Well, the problem with Wakanda is I think people get bored.
Because there's 5 minis?
Alligator Loki. That's right, Alligator Loki, yeah, for sure. I brought so it was 19 threat. I brought Strange. I brought Strange. I brought Daredevil because I'm a psychopath.
The glutton for punishment.
I love it. I just love punishing myself.
Right.
Luke Cage, Wong, and ASM.
We've seen so much Cage this weekend.
Yeah, you do.
He's so good.
I mean, he's so like in Defenders. Like in every team, you have like a core, right? You're like, you got to bring your leader, then you bring this other hobo, whatever, blah, blah. Luke Cage is always in the Defenders, like original team, just because of how good he is.
Yeah.
I love Danny. I'm a big Iron Fist guy. I love his comic.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I always got to hear about how bad the show was. It was okay, whatever. But like Danny in the books and in this game, I love Danny in this game.
He's a great like God-powered 3-threat. You know,
God-powered, yeah. So what I don't understand. So this is always my argument, right? Here we go.
Here it is.
Why is Daredevil a 4 and Danny's a 3? Why is Luke a 3? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But whatever, you get what you get.
I gotta be honest. Daredevil is probably my favorite overpowered 3-threat.
Yeah. But he's
overpriced.
He's way too good for a 3.
Randy Dan.
Okay, I think Okoye is Okoye. Sorry, Okoye is okay, but I think when they slightly nerfed her, I think the problem with Okoye is that she was too good, and then as soon as they brought her into like where she should have been, she wasn't abusable enough for people to like bring her in every single list.
Like Bucky.
Well, Bucky's good. Bucky got better.
Yes.
So
I mean, he's now abusable AF.
I don't even know if he's abusable. He's just good.
We saw yesterday him pop off with 2, what is that, red assaults or whatever?
Red Fury or whatever, his close combat range 1 thing.
30, I think it was 32 dice. So, his close combat thing, he got the the rapid fire on the first one, did it again, got the rapid fire on the second one.
Good for him.
I was like, all right, this guy's dead.
He's so good. I mean, he's
so
just so good.
Yep.
So this is, okay, here we go. We're going to start doing meta watch. The game needs more 3s. There's just too, like, the past.
There's a lot of 4s.
Right now there is.
And right now, I think it is a game of 4s, especially with the Crisis, the new Crisis, and the rebalance. It is a game of 4s, and it really used to be a game of 3s.
Yeah, it did. And 2s, 3s and 2s were kind of like where it was made.
I mean, we just saw what's that kid's name who was up here on the first round?
Yeah, I don't know.
I
don't know his name.
Anyways, he had two threats, a 3-threat, and he was like 6 wide or 7 wide. Yeah.
He's playing Shield.
It was amazing.
That's how you play Shield, though. It's just wide.
Yep. Dude, Nick Fury is a monster.
He can be. Which one?
Junior. He does not die.
Well, that's because of the card. I don't think that's necessarily him.
No, he doesn't die.
Because he's a 4-3-4 is his defense thing?
Yeah, it's 4-3-4.
But then you get like the trick. So like he's really good because he's got Loki's Trickster.
And then Eye in the Sky is just so.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That is what I.
It's
it's
so
good.
It's so good. It's so good.
Like the only way you could really.
That's all right, Mitch. We still love you, bud.
Again, so the weird thing is like if you actually look at which characters get taken all the time, it's not necessarily that I think certain characters are overpowered. It just clearly shows you what people want.
Yeah, how many Brotherhood are in the top still?
Yeah, Brotherhood. You know? Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started.
And their brand new mini Rhino. I mean, I'm so excited.
I hate everything about this conversation that we're having. I said it when he first came out. When Rhino came out, I was like, oh man, I'm so sad because he's not a spider foe. He's a Brotherhood model.
I was so excited, and he does bring very rapid movement to spider foes. To be honest.
Yeah, but the
which
thing is
great.
Which is great if that's how you want to play spider foes, but most people want to play spider foe attrition, and he's just not that.
No, I don't. I want to beat people in the face.
Yeah, that's what most. If you play spider foes, it's because you want violence.
Bro, coffee time
Father,
with the sub.
I crave violence.
I crave violence.
Crave it. But
thank you so much for that sub. That's awesome.
And again, I don't think AMG's really released any, especially like recently. I think everything they've released has been pretty in line with being solid.
Yeah.
Nothing's been bad.
Spider-Woman.
Spider-Woman's. I'm curious to see if Spider-Women.
Try it again.
Spider-Woman.
Do you have a reset button? You want me to
just smack me in the face? Spider-Woman is either going to be like solid.
I think she will be.
She will
for
be.
Sure.
There's no doubt that she's going to be good. Yeah. Is she going to wander into the going to be splashed in every single list quality? She might, because Double Agent is super good.
Yeah.
And she's fast.
Yeah. Yo, Riddlesworth with the sub, too. Oh, my gosh, folks, thank you so much. Dr. G's buffering.
Yeah, it's my hair. They want more hair.
It's this thing. It's just like
the little
tight.
horns. It's so hot. The front of my head is like it's so sweaty.
Oh,
also,
nice, dude.
It's also the shirt.
It's low-key hot in here.
Gotta be.
Get it?
Yeah.
Try again.
Oh, there it is. Loki.
It's a bit too fair for the Brotherhood stuff. Okay. Mitch.
It's a bit too fair for the Brotherhood stuff.
Double Agent is good, but it's really time independent. All right.
Sweet.
Okay, let's switch over. I really like Spider-Woman. She was a little outshined, I think, by
Agent Venom.
Yeah, and everyone was just super hyped. That tactic card,
Which one?
The Guardians one.
Yeah, it's the one where he like gets a power based on whoever he's
No.
around
You spend
or
2
whatever.
power, and then you get to use each individual thing based on how much power you spend. So he can like get thrown around, and he can get thrown into people. And, yeah.
No, you're talking about the Guardians one where it's like if you're around whoever, you get to do a thing or whatever. Yeah, okay, that's what I was thinking.
So we noticed something on that card. I think we brought it up in Wait, Did I Roll a Wild?
You could keep doing the same
yes!
ones over.
Yes! I'm so excited.
That has got to be a typo.
I'm hoping not.
It's got to be.
Because I just want to pass him back and forth between people and have him daze himself.
Do 6,000 actions with one model.
The Rube Goldberg machine. Yeah, exactly. Oh, man. Foreign assignment. All right. More impact on the meta than Agent Venom there. I said, all right, Mitch.
I think he's right because like if you look at if you look at the, and I'm not in the Invitational, so take everything I say with a grain of salt. I'm not good at this game. So like if you look at, but I spend a lot of time around good players. So if you look at the current meta, it's more extract focused because now you don't have single extracts. You have the opportunity to get more. Like usually the extract is the slow scorer.
Right.
That's where like teams like Black Order really want to be. They want slow scoring because they can murder. Right.
Yep.
So the game simultaneously got more and less violent, in my opinion. But
okay. So
the models that can make you drop objectives, especially more than once, I think got a lot of value. Spider-Woman's really good because I think there's. I don't remember if it might even be a builder where she causes you to drop it.
Right.
Which is nuts.
Marty Party asks something about Ulik, but I don't know who that is.
Yeah,
could you?
Who the fudge cakes is Ulik?
Yeah, Beta Ray Bill is. I'm super.
Yeah, Beta Ray's solid.
It is on the spender. All right, thanks, Lord.
Okay, it is
Thanks,
on the
Lord.
that's good. Yeah, so I mean that kind of tracks it back a little bit, but I mean again, it's like that's what makes Miles so great. Is like Venom Blast, he makes you drop, you just pick it up and run. So Beta Ray, I think is good.
Yeah.
Ulik, I was not expecting him to be the 5.
Yeah, for real.
I wasn't expecting that. He is, I think, pretty good. The problem is,
I'm gonna give the thing back to Tim.
Right.
Good to hear from you.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Taylor. Hey, you should watch his painting stream.
Tuesdays.
And if you on Tuesdays, and if you don't, I'm gonna come to your house and we're gonna paint happy little trees.
All right, so we have our contestants for the final round. Dr. D.
Hey, Tim.
Thank you for giving me a break, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Once again, you can check out Dr. D on the blogs on the site professionalcasual.com. He is an absolutely stellar asset there, as well as pretty much a regular at this point on Wait, Did I Roll a Wild?
Unless it's something I really want to talk about, and then you get hit with a snowstorm and I can't get on.
That's accurate. That's something that has absolutely happened.
Can we do the Emma call out, by the way? Watch that episode or listen to that episode and be like, I just felt it in my bones. I had a feeling she was coming.
But we're going to get Dan back in here as well for this final round.
All right. Bye.
Thank you, Dr. D.
Yeah, thanks, man.
And let's see exactly what we got here. I think we've already rolled for some priority. This is game 3 of day 1 of the Invitational. Let's see who we have. I know we have Jeremy on one side, who we actually interviewed earlier from the Jeremy off. And let's see. Take your hand and come with me. Once again, the longshanks, if you do. Yes, beautiful. Thank you, Mr. Greg. So it looks like we are
Mutilus.
What's that?
Mutilus is the others. So it looks like Jeremy is running a Cabal.
Or Guardians.
Cool. Oh, we could go Guardians. Yeah, interesting. But looking at Longshanks, his roster is Star-Lord, Rocket, Groot, Gamora, Angela, Mystique, Baron Zemo, Malekith, Bullseye, and Hulk. Pretty almost split right down the middle, and then Hulk is in there. This is Jeremy Joffrey.
Brandon is starting with priority.
Joffrey.
Brandon? All right, so Brandon has priority. Mutilus.
All right, and then his tactics: Crew the Milano, Deadly Duo, Eyes on the Prize, Deception, Recalibration Matrix, Brace for Impact, Midnight Phantasmagoria, Advanced R&D, Dark Rain, and Fall Back.
Fall back. You can blame it all on me.
And then Mutilus is running Brotherhood, with Magneto, of course, Juggernaut, MODOK, Rogue, Mystique, Quicksilver, Gambit, Hood, Baron Zemo, and Toad. Started reading his first name at the same time. Totemer. Toadby. All right, so almost mono Brotherhood. Oh, we got our Crises here already.
So it does look like we are going to be at 19 threat, running
Nice.
demons downtown and research station attacked.
Oh, Researcher.
I love Researcher.
Let me guess these are my sunglasses. Yeah. Represent. All.
Demons. Demons.
Elizabeth is jealous of my sunglasses. She's trying to call me a loser.
How could
People
you see
only
it?
say that when they're jealous.
That's true. That's what everyone says.
But Mula says Tactics cards. We got Indomitable, Brace for Impact, Asteroid M, the Books of Truth, Magnetic Refraction, Deception. Do you know who I am? Can I borrow that? Aim Lackeys and Dark Past. You know, we haven't seen the Books of Truth much. We see Brotherhood a lot, but not that card.
Actually, very legitimately, yeah.
That's interesting. I hope to see that in this game. Definitely the first game that I've seen. I hope to see him on the squad.
All right, so do we have a good idea? I think we have Brotherhood solo faction, right? Can Brandon run anything other than that?
Yes.
All
It
right.
will certainly be Brotherhood, but it's not sure which variety. At 19, I'm going to guess Brotherhood of Mutants. Or, I think that's what his is called.
I'm thinking about, or my guesstimation here would be that we're probably going to see some Guardians maybe from Jeremy. But you never know.
I always forget. His is called From the Ruins. Oh, thanks, Greg. Greg just beat me to it every time.
All right, so
I'm going to guess at that threat level, we'll definitely see Magneto here.
Yeah.
Yep. With these Crises, yeah.
19th threat, the world's your oyster.
It really is.
The oyster is a world to you.
So Taylor was just saying that at 19 threat, the world is really your oyster. And I am inclined to agree.
Ooh. Double E map is Magneto's dream.
Absolutely.
Double E.
All right, so guys, this is going to be the final game of the day. We are going to see the remaining 16 drop to 8 after this round.
That's wild.
Started with 64, down to 30. Down to 32. After this, there will be 16 remaining invited, qualified folks at Frontline Gaming's Las Vegas Open for MCP. Culmination.
Wait.
What?
There's 16 left now.
Right. That's what I meant. Once again, just joking. Was I reading the wrong article? You know I was.
Hey. Greg's there with it again.
Yeah, there's 16 now. You know? At the end of this game, there still might be 16 until the results are reported, maybe? It's a stretch.
We'll have 16 ties. Now we're going to move on.
All right, so knowing you're going up against Brotherhood, what are you thinking here? Do you bring out that Mally? Do you go Guardians with Malekith? Do you go Guardians with Hulk? Do you run just straight Guardians?
Yeah, I like Guardians with Malekith here because Brotherhood can really put out the pain. So you counter that with Malekith a bit.
Yeah.
Throw Winging It tokens on Malekith?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what the dude needs is more consistency.
Right?
Alrighty.
All right, we got Guardians here. We got our squad. We've got Star-Lord, Gamora, Angela, and Malekith. That sounds like a real fighty force there. Oof.
It really does.
That sounds kind of gross. That is a lot of attack dice.
Yeah, it really is. What do we got for tactics cards?
For tactics cards, we've got Brace for Impact, Fallback, Crew of the Milano, Midnight Phantasmagoria, and Advanced R&D. Every time I read Fallback, I can't help but hear it in Morph's voice from the first episode of the X-Men cartoon. Wolverine, fall back! Oh, okay.
What's up?
Our eye in the sky is leaking.
Uh-oh.
It's so dry in the desert, his nose has decided to not hold on to that blood anymore.
Okay.
Good with these?
Yep.
And then
So
for
he's going to Jeremy in there.
Brotherhood, ooh, okay, interesting. We got Magneto, Mystique, so he could still go either way with that. Juggernaut and MODOK.
All right.
Talk about another offensive list. For his tactic cards, we've got Magnetic Refraction, Deception, Aim Lackeys, Do You Know Who I Am? And Brace for Impact. Really surprised to not see an Asteroid M in there.
Brace and Aim Lackeys. I am good.
Very cool. But Magnetic Refraction is a super strong card. Deception could spell disaster for something like Malekith, potentially. Pull him out of position and just gang up on him.
Absolutely. Okay.
Angela will eat MODOK fair.
Yeah.
And MODOK with that really bad physical defense. But counting wilds as blanks can make a big difference.
It really can. All right, so we do have Brandon with priority for the Brotherhood. So he will be making the first deployment. Well, okay, honor is intact. We do have a handshake.
Handshake.
And the clock is going to start.
So we got everybody's trying to break into this Hydra facility this time.
Mm-hmm. It's an awesome mat, too. Ryan Farmer from Strike Better is the one that designed it and ended up working with Frontline Gaming to get it into the store. It's not up yet, but it will be. Don't worry.
Very cool.
Okay, so we're going to see Magneto down first, followed by a Malekith.
Oh, they're going
Jeremy.
fast.
Juggernaut, they're above Magneto.
It does make measuring real quick having that deployment line on there, because almost everybody just goes toes in. This is from the infamous podcast.
Yes.
Thank you, 80 Sloshby.
We have MODOK down at the bottom, Star-Lord above Malekith.
What's the secure? I forgot.
Demons.
Oh yeah,
Demons
downtown. And what's the other one?
Researcher.
Researcher.
So double secures down the center line. This is going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah. This is definitely a King of the Hill kind of match.
100%. All right, so we do have Mystique at the bottom there under, MODOK as well. Gamora and Angela, they're above Malekith with Star-Lord. Blood for the Blood God.
For real.
Galaxy for the Galaxy Gods. Brandon on the left, that is correct. Brandon Brotherhood, Guardians, Jeremy.
Good try.
Okay, so.
And Brandon had priority, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right. Angela, Malekith, and Star-Lord have the Winging It tokens. Makes sense. Give it to your people with more range in the first round. I'm sure we'll see that on Gamora later on.
Correctamundus.
It'll be a quick game with these two Crisis cards. Very well could be. All right, you can see not many models quickly.
So we got that first metal construct going out.
Looks like he's got a piece of car.
I like that.
Or maybe a bit of Sentinel.
It is on the AMG base too, as well, with the metal construct inside. It's like wrapped around that.
Yeah, I think it's a car wrapped around the thing. That's really cool looking. Gives it much more presence on the table.
100%. Okay, so it looks like we're going to be starting out with the Juggernaut.
Juggernaut.
Moving on up. Is he going to be able to tap that to destroy it?
I think that was just a move.
Oh, yeah, he needs to do the move first to get the power. So, yep, so he'll gain that 2 power. He'll spend 3.
Now he's doing it right away. Or he moved to gain the power. Now he's pushing himself. Smash that thing so someone else gets a power. Measuring to be just within 1 of that. With this particular setup, Malekith can no longer Ferocity turn 1, so unless he gets attacked before then, but very unlikely. Like chat here saying that could be a long game because it's low scoring threat. crises, but also there might not be a lot of models very quickly.
Yes.
So expect a lot of time attacking this game with so few objectives. Malekith player has R&D, right?
Yes.
He does have advanced R&D.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, so Jeremy, the Guardians player, has Brace, Fallback, Midnight, Phantasmagoria, Crew of the Milano, and Advanced R&D. Looks like he is measuring for potentially some Angela. Maybe not.
Measuring out for who's moving up to that line. That's a 4 range, so
we've practiced this game. This should be a good one. All right, I'd like to hear that. Good to see you, P9 Games.
P9 Games.
Some say dry and they're playing the games.
Star-Lord is activating, moving up, it looks like.
There we go. There's Star-Lord.
Wants to stay within 2 of Angela. Why? I can't remember. What's Angela got going on?
I don't know. All right, so we got a shot on Juggernaut. Looks like he is blocking. Wow, what a great block.
Oh, to block deception. Oh, that
Yeah.
okay. Never mind. It's not about being close to Angela. It's about being near a teammate.
All right, so he's going to pay 1 to reduce that. So Juggernaut just took 2 at the end.
How much did Juggernaut suffer?
None.
He knows because he spent nothing.
Nice. Literally all the information was there. We just were too stupid to realize it. No, that was actually really good.
Yeah, Danny's taking over as eye in the sky right now.
Yeah, it was super wild. Ben Lulka actually came over, punched Taylor in the face. He's just gushing blood out of his nose right now. All right, so Mystique is activating, moving up in front of Juggernaut. That was great placement to deny that deception.
Yeah, that's really, I never think to do that. I'm always like, oh, you got me with it. I forgot again.
All right, Angela is going to activate.
Up. She's got some good movement and range.
Okay, so she's going to be using advanced R&D here to give some power to Gamora and Malekith. Advanced R&D for Malekith right now actually pretty needed to make sure that he can get off that frenzy turn 1. And now Mystique in range 1 of that terrain for cover as well. Listen, this is going to be one of those high skill games. So Angela moving up after that first long move.
Wow, she's so fast. I always forget how far she can go with that medium base and long move. 6 dice into Mystique. Too close for cover.
All right, so 2, 3
well,
successes there.
No damage.
Going to completely whiff.
It's 2 whiffs in a row here from either side.
Danny, who is the Brotherhood's leader? Is it Mystique or Magneto?
Who are these 2 people? We have Brandon, also known as Mutilis, and Jeremy.
Jeremy Joffrey, who we interviewed earlier.
Jeremy Baramy.
From the Jeremy Off. Do you want to look up what table this would be if people wanted to check this out for the Longshanks?
Tables. The first one, I guess. The first one listed for this
bracket. I'll go all the way
bracket.
down to the actual round, and they'll tell you what table it is under round 3.
Oh. Table 1.
It is table 1. Right. So, guys, this is table 1 for round 3 on the Longshanks. You can always hit exclamation point Longshanks if you would like that link. You can also do any of those commands.
First game today when you kept saying that it was table 10, I assume you just counted down how many it was.
No.
So BPOXy, it's not, basically all the tables are top tables. This is a single elimination bracket for this tournament today. A bit different than what we're used to seeing, but people seem to be enjoying it.
So we did have Magneto move up.
You win or you're out.
There
go
towards
play
his construct. Is it magnetic refraction?
Magnetic refraction. Getting
Beautiful.
cover all over the place.
So that's going to give everyone within range 3 cover from attacks.
So, Mitch, this does carry over into tomorrow. This is the last game for today. Rounds 4 and 5 will be tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel.
All right, so that's going to be a long move from Gamora.
Ah, she's so fast. Look at her, right up there.
Spending 2.
Assassin's Leap, I think.
Into Mystique for a collision. Let's see what Mystique can block here.
Ouch. Could hurt. It is 3 damage.
Oh, wow.
Mystique's
She's blocking 2 so far. She's going to block
2.
Just taking 1.
Now, Builder into Mystique. Yes, these will be on YouTube. We'll get them up as quick as we can.
All right, so this is a Godslayer into Mystique. Mystique is blocking nothing. She will be cutting blanks here due to Martial Artist.
Only 1, though, so it looks like she's blocking 1.
So she's only going to be taking 1, potentially?
I think I heard 2.
Oh, with cover.
That's
All right.
advanced cover even if you're within...
Yeah,
if
it
you're that
does.
close?
It's
Okay.
awesome. Dude, there's a
Okay.
bunch of metal in the way.
All right.
Danny is actually doing a very incredible job right now letting us know what's going on. So if you thought we got our crap together, we didn't. It's just Danny's telling us what's going on. Take the ear off. You can hear a lot better. Oh, don't crush it. What are you, a boxer?
What?
Cauliflower ear? Never mind.
Who's crushing what? Let's just fold it over a little bit.
All right, so this is a Brotherhood attack.
Looks like we're getting MODOK. Oh, is he throwing? No, he can't be throwing something already. Oh, he might have some power from... Oh, we had one thing destroyed. I don't think he's got enough power to throw something yet, but... Gamora might be getting some Mind Blast.
Okay. Who is this attack onto?
I think Gamora's only in range, right?
Must be.
Oh, it was on Gamora. Okay. Did she take anything from that?
Did she take any damage?
Oh, she took 2. Okay.
Okay.
A little something.
Absolutely.
And that'll give him some power to potentially do something else here. Maybe bow to the will of MODOK, someone out of place.
Correct. Some throws, some bros, some hoes. You never knows.
He does have an incredible throw where he can throw things long.
Yeah.
With that super powerful mind. He does have a really big brain. MODOK!
Danny, thank you so much.
Taylor's back. He fixed the leak. Oh, right. Malekith hasn't gone yet.
Correct. So that R&D giving him enough powers to be able to ferocity in.
Ooh. That's
Who's
scary.
he attacking?
Move first, then ferocity.
Moved up. Now he's ferocitying.
Oh,
who's
so
he
he's
going after?
really
Going after
leaping
Mystique
around.
here, you think?
I said he's really leaping around. He moved first and then is ferocity.
Yeah.
He might be going after
Right
Juggernaut.
in the
Chuck a
middle.
Juggernaut into a Mystique, maybe?
He's just saying you're not allowed to see the rest of this. He's just covering up the violence with his wings.
Yeah.
Doesn't want us to see what's happening here.
This is not for your eyes.
I'm going to guess into Mystique.
Wow.
She's
Three judge calls in a row.
I see 4 hands up at least. So yeah, I'm going to guess into Mystique. She's the squishiest here, but I don't know.
I think it goes into.
We've been censored.
I think it goes into Juggernaut.
Yeah.
He's already gone. He might have priority next round. He can get 2 attacks into Juggernaut. There we
It is
go.
into Juggernaut. Well, this is the last activation, isn't it?
It is, and what's going to happen is Ferocity has a throw after it, so he can be able to
no.
throw Juggernaut into
Throw
somebody as
Jugs.
well. Look at that, too. No defensive successes. 2, 4, 6 on the attack. It's going to take 5.
Whoa.
And here's the throw.
I'm going to throw into Magneto. Yikes.
Into. Let's see.
Where's he go? Oh, just look. Oh, he might just be throwing him away.
Off the point, early points.
Jugs is going for a ride.
I'm gonna take you for a ride.
Stop it.
Yeah, it could just be away.
I mean, I don't know. But
I don't know, 5 damage into
throwing a
Mystique.
huge dude like
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so trying to measure it precisely to hit Mystique, but also be off of the point.
Why not both?
Exactly, Tommy Doom. I'm glad you got what we're going for there. Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Measure, making sure he's not on the point, but clipping Mystique. Oof, that's 5 damage into
devastating
Mystique.
here.
She already took a little bit from Gamora, right? Oh no, just debating on brace. 5 automatic damage. Oh, he's picking up dice.
She's going to take
not
it.
bracing it.
And,
She blocks
all right,
one. She blocks
She's
one.
going to take 4. Juggernaut's going to take an additional 1 unless he nice punches it.
Ooh, I think Mystique's got 1 left.
Nice punch.
Okay.
Nice punches did not take that 1 damage.
I'm surprised he didn't nice punch on the attack. I'm sure he did. Maybe just didn't get that info, but
maybe he didn't have the power.
That could be.
Because he moved and then pushed himself.
Yep.
I'm not sure. Ouch.
She was a shape changer Keebler. No one knew.
At the end of the round, 1 to 4 Guardians.
1 to 4 Guardians.
Guardians.
Ooh. Yeah, that last activation Malekith play hurt, so I feel like, what do you go with first now if you're Brotherhood, Mystique or Juggernaut?
Juggernaut.
Juggernaut, and then
He has 5 damage on him. You know what I mean?
He's only got 3 left. Go after Gamoro's taking a little bit, maybe?
Yeah.
Daze her before she goes. Or do you try to go into Malekith? He's a little squishier than he used to be. Not a lot, but something.
She was carrying a Senator. Who are the players this round? We have Brandon from the Infamous podcast, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
On the left, playing Brotherhood, and then we have Jeremy Joffrey playing Guardians on the right.
Oh, she was dazed. Oh, I missed that. Okay, Mystique flips.
Oh, you're right. You're right, Chant.
Yeah, why did they not brace? I'm not sure. I mean, he probably figures it'll happen again. He's definitely going to be able to ferocity another time and probably throw Juggernaut specifically into somebody else.
What a devastating first round.
Yeah, that was kind of brutal. We got a ton of Incinerate now because of the demons breathing fire in everybody. We've got it on Star-Lord, Angela, Malekith. I believe MODOK will be as well. I can't see the token, but I'm pretty sure he's getting incinerated.
Yeah.
That'll make him a really tempting target for anybody with physical attacks.
100%.
1 die.
Right.
Like, yeah, he's got 10 health and turns wilds to blanks right now, but still 1 die.
Once again, massive shout out to Frontline Gaming, supplying the mats, getting us here. All these mats available
Holding this
as well.
massive event.
Supporting MCP. We love to see it. We doubled last year's LVO for MCP. I want to see that continue. Link is down below.
They're already talking about expanding it for next year.
Yep.
Which is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're doing some measuring here. We're placing a metal construct.
Mitch does love terrain. Mitch, is this a second account? Sorry, just got back. Who is playing right now? Okay, so on the left, playing Brotherhood, we have Brandon from the Infamous podcast, as well as Jeremy Joffrey on the right side, playing Guardians with Malekith.
Angela Malekith Gamora with winging it.
Oh, Angela Malekith Gamora with winging it this time.
How is Tim commentating here when he's got to be on deck guiding Maverick in safe?
What? Is that a Top Gun reference?
It is, because of these sweet glasses.
Oh.
Tim, who is playing again? We have Brandon from the Infamous podcast here on the left playing Brotherhood, and on the right we have Jeremy Joffrey playing Guardians of the Galaxy. If you guys want some cool wait, did I roll a wild or PCN merch? Guess what? There's a panel right down below where you can scroll through it all. Hats, shirts, and more available to you.
Woo! All right, Brotherhood is ready to go here right after our power phase. One last measurement.
Throwing size 3 into Malekith.
Throwing that big old thing into Malekith from, looks like we're starting with, I'm not sure who we're starting with here. That could be MODOK, that could be Juggernaut, that could be Magneto. Any of them could be throwing that piece of terrain.
Taylor, who's throwing it?
Magneto.
Magneto's throwing it. Okay, so I like that. Start with Magneto. He's got a lot of activate. He can do quite a bit on his activation.
And then a couple of reverse polarities that close, re-rolling everything could be pretty devastating.
Get enough to throw more terrain,
wow,
too.
what a defense roll. Blocking 5.
Did he even roll the attack?
Jeremy holds his hands up. It was the dodge roll.
Oh, that was the dodge. Okay.
Jeremy even holding up his hands being like, hey, man.
Reverse
sorry.
polarity here's got 2 crits. That's okay. So we got 3 blanks he can re-roll because we're nice and close, I think.
Malekith probably popping off, making both of those skulls crits. Yep, I do see 2 power leaving. He's making change for a 3. 100%. So that's going to be 3 crits on Malekith's side, too.
Yikes.
You know what I mean? This is what we keep seeing is spikes on both ends. Okay, well, he didn't spend extra ahead of time, so he's not going to be able to count those other skulls.
Magneto then last modifies his dice, does 2 damage. That's 2 more power, though.
He did block 4 of it.
Yeah, he needs power to potentially throw something again, throw another construct or something into Malekith.
I hate playing against this guy. His dice be doing this.
His dice do be doing this, that's for sure.
That's true.
I'm assuming we're going to see another reverse polarity here.
That
Toast says you can't pay extra anymore. They ruled against that.
Oh, gotcha.
It must be in the rules form. I think I missed that one, but I don't usually pay Malekith, so.
I think that ended up happening with the change to Malekith. It was probably also in that entry, would be my guess.
Brandon is absolutely wearing a Hawaiian shirt. It's got pretty flowers on it and everything, and then he's got like a Kansas City Chiefs bucket hat.
I actually really like it. I like that like red-gray camo actually quite a bit. So I actually debated today whether I was going to wear my Hawaiian shirt today or tomorrow.
We forgot Incinerate. We're going to re-roll that attack.
Oh, forgot Incinerate, re-rolling the attack. That's a huge difference.
What a massive difference there.
And just the roll, going from a whole bunch to, we got 1 defense. I think I heard 5 is going through now. We had 6 successes on the attack.
That's rough.
Incinerate's easy one to miss if you're not, especially when you're rolling, just going. Having that token there can get missed, but that is a big, big change. So Malekith is down half. And that is a ton of power for Magneto.
Yeah, for real.
Going from 2 power to 5.
Yep.
So he's definitely throwing something else.
Size 2 into Malekith.
A size 2 piece. I don't think it was one of the constructs, but something else. So Malekith taking 3 damage, spreading out a couple power on the team. Let's see if his dice do be doing it again.
He's going to block just 1 of it.
Only 1.
Yeah.
So he, he can pay for that on defense, on dodge rolls too?
rolls.
All right, so it looks like no damage.
Yep.
Well, the good nice thing about taking 5 damage is that you got a good amount of power to do stuff with. Magneto is not done yet, though. He could do that same thing at reverse polarity and throw something again.
Nope, Lord Greg, no. Incinerate does not affect dodges.
And we've had a lot of discussions about that over the last year or so.
Mitch, enjoy the dinner, man.
Anything good?
I hope so.
For dinner?
Oh, yes. There she is. Thank you, honey. Oh, wow. It's been a hot minute. Taylor, stretch.
Oh, I cracked my neck a little bit, too.
Oh. There we go.
Nope, that's not mine. This one's mine.
She's getting me caffeine, too. And empanadas.
Ooh, empanadas are yummy.
What's that? What was that?
Reverse polarity again.
All right. Here's the second one. Ooh, we spiking hard here.
Where's the mouse here? I think we missed it.
We get a bunch of re-rolls. This is into Malekith. He's only blocking 1. He's taking 3 so far with 4 hits there, blocking 1. You can convert 1 of those, so that'll be 4 going through on Malekith.
Oof. IACEQ, thanks. appreciate that. The table cam, I think it has to be zoomed in just a little bit, and that tends to reduce the quality a tiny bit.
It does.
Malekith's down to 1?
Wow.
And we still potentially have another throw.
Cliff jumper, thank you.
He did a couple more damage there. You can definitely throw a construct. Oh! Oh! Oh, that's so good. So he played Do You Know Who I Am for Juggernaut to throw Malekith into Angela, but he braced there, no damage. But now throwing the last construct does the last damage. Malekith is dazed.
Wow.
What a first activation. We were talking, do you go with Juggernaut or Mystique? And Brandon's like, Magneto? And he'll do everything.
Yeah.
Wow.
Magnetic refraction.
And guess what?
And then top it off with a magnetic refraction, because why not?
Because guess what? We got more cover now.
Yeah, I can't believe he just did that. 10 damage to Malekith.
Magneto started that round with 3 power. He did all of it.
Magneto started that round with 3 powers, what Taylor just told us. And
Sheltog says Magneto's such a Chad.
Did all of that.
That was one of the most impressive activations I've seen at LVO so far. There have been a couple really good ones. That one's up there. Just being able to attack and get, the fact that he can throw multiple times, and then to play Do You Know Who I Am to suss out that brace for impact, to follow up with one more size 2 throw.
Well, and that was the thing too, so he has Mystique on the table, and if you use Do You Know Who I Am on Mystique's activation, you can't brace against it. So I was a little surprised to see Do You Know Who I Am here, not on Mystique's activation.
Right. I think it was the right call, though.
Yeah.
Like to daze, and for him to lose a whole round with Malekith, and now he's got a huge target on him. He only has 8 on his injured side. Like Magneto could easily do that again next round.
So, and I mean, that's the thing too, is he did take out the Malekith activation, but he's still got Angela, still got Gamora. He's got a bunch of soft people over there as targets on the Brotherhood side.
I like Half Days and just says Mag's wearing a tiger fur cape now. He still has a ton of offensive potential there.
We got a Gamora builder and a Juggernaut.
Gamora is a building in, what is that, Godslayer? Is that her builder? Into Jugs?
Yes, yep.
Juggernaut rolls 1 defense, but Gamora doesn't do much better on offense.
Nothing.
No damage.
Nothing after a nice punch.
Nice punch down to 0.
Yep, nice punches it, so he takes no damage.
So Jeremy asking what the range size is on MODOK's builder. That Psionic Bolt is range 4.
4, yeah.
This is why Magneto is the best 6.
I mean, so like Taylor's just letting us know this is why Magneto's the best 6. Obviously, there's a lot of Brotherhood players out here. And by the way, only 1 X-Men player left. It is just Simon.
We're going to do it again.
Wow.
Okay, so blocking 2 here. Huh. That's a wash.
No damage again. Wow. You got 1 really good hit on Juggernaut, and he's like, nope, no more.
Man, the turns really did tide here.
Assassin leap into Mystique.
All right,
and
so
then Assassin leaping into Mystique again. He might.
I mean, Brace is gone. Simon is the last great hope for the cult. Shame we couldn't get him on stream for the game.
Never mind, she runs away from Juggernaut instead. Unfortunate activation for Gamora. All right, now that you're taking down Malekith, will you going with Juggernaut since he's hurt?
Great question.
Jugs is down to 3. Yeah, we knew that. You think you go Jugs into Angela here, try to daze her before she goes?
What's that?
So do you think you go with Juggernaut here into Angela and try to daze her before she goes? I mean, it's tall order for 1 activation, but Juggernaut, I mean, if anybody knew, it's probably Juggernaut.
Yeah, you know what I mean? She doesn't have rerolls. I guess she has wing it tokens.
She does have 4 defense across the board, making her a little tough to crack, but...
And you can't move past her, right?
You can't place your movement tool over her base, right?
So it looks like he's measuring for some range 1 stuff. And what are we going to see there?
Not sure if he's just moving to get some power, measuring, make sure he's within 1 of that objective. And then I'm assuming we're going to strike into... Oh, he might be striking Star-Lord, I think he just pointed at. Going for the leader, hiding in the back.
I don't think that's a bad call, honestly.
He's incinerated.
Yeah.
I like that. I think he's got 2 defense here. If that's what the play is.
Yeah, an incinerated Star-Lord is really somewhat of a sitting Starduck.
Yep, striking the Star-Lord. We got, 8 dice here?
All right, he did scoop. Forgot the incinerate. Rolled 2. Double skulls. That's what you get for forgetting. But guess what? A single hit. A single hit.
8 dice and he did 1 damage? Wow.
Listen.
I was going to say sink or swim. Feast or famine here for Brotherhood.
All right, Art Watch 23. I do like that.
Juggernaut is done. Unfortunate activation for him as well.
To be fair, you can't be mad at that after a Magneto activation.
Magneto got 3 activations worth out of his 1 activation.
100%.
So. The dice do giveth, and the dice do taketh away. Angela's building into Mystique. This will probably daze. Oh no, she's already flipped. Ooh.
Oh, you'd think.
She's in trouble.
You'd think. Wing it
Not
token.
with that roll though.
There you go.
Mystique's blocking 1. Winging it converts 1. So Mystique takes 2. Oh, 1 from cover from magnetic refraction.
Yep.
It's funny that it seems like most of our attacks are pillow-fisted except when they pop off.
Yeah.
Like Malekith's attack in the Juggernaut, round 1, and then Magneto's whole activation. But everything else has been like, nah, 1 or none.
Correct. Well, and just what an incredible turn 1, right, from Jeremy. Getting in there, doing a heavy damage to Juggernaut, dazing Mystique, and then this turn just not getting any momentum, having the Malekith activation completely removed.
We're going to swing at Juggernaut.
Now attacking Juggernaut instead.
All right, Angela into Jugs. Once again, a lot of blanks, but actually pretty decent roll. Showing 4, but showing 3 crits.
Oh, the one was a blank, got knocked
gotcha.
into a crit. He does have 2 crits though, so he's blocking 2. There's always a nice punch, of course.
So he could be taking a minimum of 1 here.
Nice punch down to 0.
Nice punch down to 0.
Oh, because of cover.
That magnetic refraction is doing work.
It really is.
Almost every attack, it's getting rid of another damage.
What a champ that Magneto is. And yeah, magnetic refraction on a super condensed setup like this. Ooh.
Art is winning his game right now. I mean, they're round 2, but still 4-1 there. That's kind of
it's
funny.
Art versus Sooner. Wow, that is a matchup I would have loved to have seen.
They're also 4-1 Guardians over Brotherhood after round 1. That's really funny.
Sooner's a great player. Art also another great player. Hope to see at least one of those guys.
Espionage into Angela. She gains stun.
Oh, we're doing
Espionage.
Spender here. Espionage is one of the few spenders that's absolutely worth it. Stunning before damage is dealt. So no matter what, Angela can't gain more than 1 power here.
Especially when you only end up blocking 1 here.
Yeah. I see a bunch of wilds. So Angela takes 3, but only gains 1 power.
Oof. All right.
I feel like Mystique doesn't have a lot to spend her power on anyway, other than blowing up terrain.
Seems like the Guardians
literally
are getting
the only thing she can spend power on.
Kind of mutilated here.
We do it again.
Another espionage? Interesting. And she's already stunned. I'm surprised he's not just going with a bunch of rapid fires. But
more dice. While she's incinerated, get as much dice out there as you can.
Yeah, I guess if you don't get the rapid fire, it's a lot worse. But it looked like 1 damage went through there. But that leaves Angela open to being dazed by MODOK pretty easily.
It also means Angela's going to... Oh, no, she already activated.
Yeah, she already gone.
Gotcha. So all we have left is Do we have Star-Lord left?
I think Star-Lord has not. I don't think Star-Lord's gone this round.
Gamora has.
Angela has 6 health on this side, so she's got to be hurting. I think it's just Star-Lord and MODOK left. Star-Lord shooting Mystique. Bunch of blanks. Ooh.
But no attack successes. Blank. He can re-roll all of these with Lucky Attitude.
Because he didn't roll a hit, right?
Yep.
Looks like that's what
there
he's
we
doing.
Go.
Yep. Especially getting the extra die from that crit.
And it doesn't change.
Oh, he does less. Oh, no, same amount.
Yeah.
So 1 damage into Mystique. Oh, cover makes it no damage.
Magnetic Refraction, man.
I thought that was within 3 of Magneto.
Okay, so now we have a full auto.
Maybe there's another piece of terrain that's giving her cover.
All right, so we have a couple
better.
wilds. Wow, and 2 crits and no successful defenses. That's 3 wilds. If she's not dazed or KO'd from this. Yep, and she is.
She is KO'd.
KO.
Oh, I was looking at Gamora thinking that was Mystique. Never mind. She was definitely within range 3 of Magneto.
Yeah.
But she's gone. Ouch. Yeah, that was a good time to spike. Getting rid of Mystique will be helpful. Brotherhood is lucky that she's already gone.
That might keep him in it, honestly, because it was looking pretty dour for Jeremy.
I don't think right now. I don't think Brotherhood has anybody on that. Well, Juggernaut might be within 1 of it.
Mm-hmm.
And Malekith's dazed, so it's Juggernaut and Angela on the middle point. Oh no, Angela moved. She's way up there. Never mind.
Psionic Blast into Angela.
Psionic blasting Angela.
Gonna try to take her down.
I'm gonna get blasted psionically.
That's 3. He's showing 2 blocks. Actually, pretty good for Angela here.
No saps.
Wow.
MODOK.
Okay. All right, just 1. Second verse is going to be the same as the first. This time with 3 crits to start out, but 2 blocks to start out. So minimum 1 here, maximum of 4. So that means
he's going to spend
2.
a bunch to re-roll.
He doesn't need to here because that will, in fact, daze.
Oh, wow.
Angela.
Angela's dazed too?
Yep.
So we got Star-Lord's already... No, did Star-Lord flip? Why do I think he flipped?
He didn't.
No, Juggernaut just punched him.
And didn't do much.
Right.
So this is going to have Guardians with priority in the next round. Malekith going to be popping off, potentially dazing a Juggernaut or more.
5. Oh, he can't reroll Angela. That's right, because of her ribbons. Good call. Good call.
Not round 5. This will be round 3 that we're going into. 5.
All tied up?
To 5. We've seen this a lot today, and that is something to kind of expect, right? Between some very high-level play here at the Las Vegas Open, Frontline Gaming's big conglomerate qualifying invitational.
Yeah. I was going to say something witty and important, then I forgot it.
Nice.
I think the fact that we've seen so many tied rounds as we go through just shows how well done this game is.
Correct.
Especially when you have such good players constantly really showing off that it doesn't. You just need that one little difference to flip it, and we saw that with Brotherhood this round. Getting that crazy activation against Malekith was able to tie it up.
The researcher is like a centimeter out of the research station, just down.
So he's almost there.
Lizam, right above Malekith's left wing is Angela, and then just above Angela is like a pylon little terrain piece that makes her look a little weird from this angle.
And I do understand that this is a pretty condensed fight, but if we zoom in anymore, it gets blurry as biscuits.
Yeah.
Angela, Malekith, and Star-Lord with the winging it tokens.
All right, Angela, Star-Lord, and Malekith with the winging it tokens.
Surprised he's not giving it to Gamora, but all right.
I don't hate that. Those are all pretty high targets for attacks this round.
For sure.
And here's the other huge news. With Jeremy with priority, that is going to mean there will not be magnetic refraction on this first activation.
Placing another construct right in front of Magneto. I think to give them a little protection of some people moving in too close.
Yep. Magneto making himself the cream in the middle of those metallic constructs.
Look like a weird tripod or something. It just happens to be the angle where it looks like that piece is coming right out of Angela's head.
Right.
Do you think...
Yes. Actually, no, most of the time.
You don't think that he's going to go with Malekith first?
Oh, well, yeah.
I
What
would
if
be
he
terrified
actually-
of a repeat activation from Magneto if Malekith doesn't go first.
Well, here's the thing. Or do you go big balls to the walls with an Angela? Make sure she gets an activation before being killed.
Honestly, I feel like Magneto repeating that activation is not entirely likely, but Brace is gone.
Yeah.
He still has a few things around to throw, mostly his constructs, but still, three damage is 3 damage. And his reverse polarity attacks are so good.
All right, P9 Game saying he's really hoping for that big old Jeremy dice spike here. You love to see it, Chuck.
hate Angela moving up and surprise attacking MODOK back there.
Hey guys, what's happened? Hey Ravens card.
Hey guys, oh my God, what's happening over here?
This is the 3rd round of the LVO Invitational.
And Malekith is just a slight smidge easier to take down with only 8 stamina on this side compared to 10 on his healthy.
Jeremy is my son. I am proud of him.
Aww.
Hunt.ghost. I love that. All right, so we are getting that Malekith activation first. Jeremy's dad, I hope this turn works out for him. He's going to Ferocity. That's going to get him a move and then a big old Blade of Midnight.
Not going to move.
Okay.
Not bothering with the move portion of it. Who's he attacking?
Into Juggernaut.
Into Juggernaut.
Yeah,
Take-
you said try to daze him.
Take the boy down. Oh, boy. 2 crits.
Juggernaut blocking nothing. He's only got 3 left.
I love the very careful roll there. So that's 2, 4, 5.
Oh, it's definitely enough. Yep.
And he is now dazed.
Too much for Nice Punch to matter there. So that does daze Juggernaut right away. But the throw is after damage, I do believe. So you don't get to throw Juggernaut again. Can you imagine if it was before damage? That
All
would
right,
be
we're doing a Butcher
way
of
too good.
Thors onto MODOK.
Oh, that's going to hurt.
All right, we're starting off pretty strong. So we're showing 2, 4, 5 with a crit. MODOK only showing 1 or a 0 actually right now.
10 dice. Oof. Any wilds in that roll?
There is a wild. There's also a crit and a skull. So he's going to pay for the skull. Going to roll 2 crits off it. Going to convert 1.
So you could give him bleed, shock, slow, or stun here. I'm going to guess bleed or shock, probably?
Shock. All right, MODOK paying for the reroll and getting it.
Mitigate that a little bit. That
So
is
it's going to be
brutal
looks
attack.
like 5 damage and maybe a shock.
So he takes 5. Ooh, again, half health gone.
Butcher of Thors applies.
Hmm?
Yeah. So yeah, I think it would be a shock here.
I think in this case, yeah, because you know that he's going to be going on the offensive.
Was there a special condition there, Taylor? Special condition from Butcher of Thors? He had a wild. Did he apply shock or anything?
MODOK got rid of the wild.
Oh, right, MODOK ignores the
gotcha.
wild, turns that into a blank. Forgot about that.
All right.
On that place within 1 as well. Ah, he's
No, good
right
call.
there.
Good call. Yep, that's what he's there for.
That's a really good move now because it makes it much harder to throw those constructs into Malekith.
I just gotta say, Haunt.Ghost, it is so awesome that you are here supporting your son playing at the LVO Invitational. That support could, in fact, do it for him, too. You never know.
It seemed to work out for that activation.
Jeremy is
Ouch.
your brother. Brother's nephew's cousin's former roommate, and I'm proud of him, too.
Twice removed. All right, are we going with Magneto here? Getting that
Okay, so
and
this
then
is
refraction back up.
On Modoc's activation, we'll get that cover back up. And it looks like he's going to bow.
I like that to get him back to where Magneto can throw terrain at him easier.
And have him within range 2 to be able to re-roll all those dice on those.
Yeah, that's really important.
Yeah.
And then you just mind blast him a few times.
Yep.
Doomsday chair.
Doomsday chair.
Doomsday chair.
Oh, we'd like to see that.
Whirling blades.
Oh, looks like this isn't going to do much of anything, potentially. Converting nothing.
I see 2 successes, 3 successes.
He did spend for the crit. It's going to be nothing.
Whoa, oh, there's a skull over there. Wow.
Whiff.
You should be able to do this into Angela then, within 2 of the target character.
We're playing fallback.
Oh, and then falling back.
Okay.
Get out of dodge. It's definitely not within 2 of Magneto anymore.
All right, so with fallback here, if he's no longer within range of the Doomsday Chair, does that mean it doesn't go off on Gamora?
Because after the attacker is resolved, I'm not. So if. I'll have to look up the exact wording on fallback, because if that's also after the attacker is resolved, Doomsday Chair would trigger first.
Okay. Trim confirms. Great.
What am I looking up? Oh, fallback.
Before damage is dealt on fallback. So yeah, it would ruin the follow-up attack.
Yeah, that does interrupt it a bit.
Well done. Great play from Jeremy.
Fallback's really good.
All right, but let's be very fair. Mutalisk is certainly not out of this. A very fresh Magneto. Magnetic Refraction is up. He does still have another attack here with MODOK.
He could just Mind Bolt into Psionic Blast into Angela anyway.
Yeah.
Or maybe Mal.
And that's exactly
Angela.
what's happening.
Okay.
All right, 2 crits. No defenses. It's going to be 3. He could spend for rerolls here.
Still no wilds to sap. I haven't seen him do a single one of those yet. So he's trying. I think he's just thinking about re-rolling any or saving power for a throw, maybe.
Yeah, Nick. Just in general, we really wish you were here as well.
Agreed.
We miss you.
Looks
Okay,
like
that's going to be 3
going through.
So that'll bring
Angela's
us.
got to be really close.
Well, she just flipped.
Did she?
Yeah.
Oh.
From the size 2 terrain into Angela.
Oh, I can see her card is red. Yeah. All right, throwing some terrain into Angela now with that long throw.
Just blocking 1, so that means
2
she's going to take
going through.
2. Stacking up on Angela.
Dano paints? I don't know. We advertise it a bit.
Yeah, we're always in the MCP groups on Facebook. We stream multiple MCP stuff every single week, as well as a bunch of conventions and large tournaments.
I forgot just how good MODOK's throw is.
Heaven's Wrath into MODOK. That's a big
Angela
boy.
Says no more of that.
He's
You're going
blocking
down.
nothing, and he's going to be doing 3, 5, 6.
That's a dazed MODOK. He had a pretty good activation there before he got dazed. But MODOK is a chump after he flips. He's got 4 stamina on his injured side. No longer turning wilds to blanks.
Yep.
He becomes a punching bag.
But yeah, so if you are just joining us, if you haven't been here before, we cover a lot of MCP events and more. We have a podcast called Wait, Did I Roll a Wild, which we stream live here every Thursday night.
Oh,
and
never-
some live battle reports every Monday night on, oh yeah, the power phase.
All right, I kind of just assumed with that many successes it was going to be good, but with cover, he's on 1. I keep forgetting about the wild not being a success there. But yeah, he's at 1. Hey, thanks, Cliff Jumper 6. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Cliff Jumper. All right, same amount of successes on the defense there. Being at 1, looks like he
Now
is in
he's
fact
dazed. But it did have to take another action. Also, thanks Dano Paints for following, and in here. Guardians are putting the hurt on this round. We got left Magneto. Is that it?
Yes.
And he still has Gamora and Star-Lord.
Oh yeah, because Juggernaut got dazed. Mystique is gone. Yep.
Angela, I'm not sure what's this movement from? Oh, she did that Heaven's Wrath, right? So.
Yep. But the Wild was turned off for the cleave.
She Angelic Assassin's up. Nobody's in range. She's done.
Okay, so she does use Angelic Assassin here. There is not someone in range to be able to use that Xiphos, but it does get her closer to a target.
Getting
and
out
that
of
is
dodge.
going to have.
He passed.
Mutalisk into. He's going to pass.
I'm going to see if anybody gets any closer for Magneto, because with his short movement, he's kind of out of range of stuff.
Star-Lord's getting the heck away from Juggernaut.
Star-Lord said, I don't want to be anywhere near that fist anymore. They're just staying outside of 2, but within 1 of the researcher, it looks like.
That's what he needs, because he's going to be sending the researcher back to the other side at least a little bit, hopefully this round. Though Magneto still has to go.
Yeah. Elemental Raccoon MODOK survived the first attack, but then Angela just did it again and got rid of that last stamina that he had with her second action.
Yep.
I don't think, it looks like Star-Lord is probably just dancing there for a minute because he doesn't have anybody within range to shoot.
Correct.
So it looks like Magneto is moving. Taking a little measurement here.
So I don't disagree there, Trim, to walk up and then hit and run, but I think he was pretty certain. I mean, even just being able to maybe apply a shock or something as well to make sure that he's rolling a little bit less dice or force him to perform a shake.
Maybe he didn't have the power for it or didn't want to give Magneto more power by doing some damage.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right, so we're going to throw a construct at Angela. Angela's going to block just one of them.
Yeah, there's a very real possibility of KOing. Never mind, he did KO Angela. That was only one action there, I believe, to move and then a throw, so he could still throw reverse polarity into Malekith, potentially.
So it looks like he is going to
just moving again? Nice, I think he threw down an activation. I wonder why he moved right up next to Malekith.
So I believe that's going to end round 3.
Yeah, because priority is sticking with Guardians, it looks like. I'm not really sure why he moved right next to Malekith there. Instead of moving on to an objective or something. Curious.
So that is going to have. So they're totaling it up now as we go into round 4. Or does he still have Gamora left? Are we not?
Pretty sure Gamora went, didn't she? Maybe not. Okay. All right, never mind. That makes I thought Gamora gone, so I thought Guardians had priority next round. So I was like, well, moving Magneto over there, Malekith can just move away. But
are there any cards left to play? Yes, there are.
A bunch, I think.
Aim lackeys and probably another magnetic refraction.
But knowing the Guardians that Brotherhood will have priority, that makes perfect sense. Getting right up close, so then next round Magneto can just unload into Malekith.
I believe Guardian still has Midnight Phantasmagoria and Crew.
Looks like we're moving up and attacking Magneto.
Godslayer.
Fantastic 6-die attack on a 4 threat.
Okay.
Thinking about force projection.
That would get his defense dice up to 6 against physical. It'd be 6 on 6. Granted, some damage might go through, but I mean, Magneto is unhurt for the most part.
I don't know if he's taken any damage.
Yeah.
I can't remember. The good call, Elemental Raccoon puts him within range of that other big piece of terrain. Probably
Right.
a 3. I'm not. Maybe a 4.
It's all going to go through. He's going to take 3, 2 after cover. Nice.
Magnetic refraction. So good.
It really is. That's why the boy's a beast.
Magneto's got a lot of health, doesn't he?
Gonna assassin leap down.
He's got 6. Oh,
He's
goes
right
up to
next
8
to
when he's
Modok.
injured. That's what it is.
Ooh. Are we? Okay, she's done here. So that will end it for round 3.
Assassin's Leap, not into anybody. Okay, just getting some movement out of it. Yeah, Magneto, I think we're going to see Magneto go first here and KO Malekith. Has he been hurt on his injured side yet?
Malekith?
A little bit, right?
I
think.
I can't remember.
8-5. Has Malekith taken any damage on his injured side? No, he hasn't yet. I don't think so. Okay. Trim is making his call of the day that whoever wins is going to do it by tabling. At this rate, most characters are injured at this point.
Yep.
Walrus of Doom, I've seen your name in the list of people, and I love that name so much.
On the
Walrus
floor
of
report,
Doom.
Art is leading against Sooner right now, currently in round 4. Did Magneto die? No, Magneto's barely been touched.
Yeah, Magneto's taken like 2.
3. Oh, yes, it was 2
something
after
like
the cover.
that. Yeah,
Yep.
he's quite okay. And Brotherhood has priority here, so Magneto should be doing a whole bunch. Looks like we're placing a construct next to MODOK. Yeah, I agree, Toast. Mal goes down, and then Brotherhood will probably lose MODOK. So do you go with MODOK first? Still to do 8 damage on Malekith is not the easiest. He's got
Well, if he doesn't,
great defenses.
Yeah, if he doesn't take down Malekith, then yes, MODOK is gone.
Even if he does take down Malekith, Gamora can take out MODOK, no problem. He's got 4 stamina.
Fitret in this game, we have Brandon Mutalis from the Infamous Podcast, and we also have Jeremy Joffrey. Also, Jeremy's dad, am I saying the last name correctly? Is it Joffrey or is it Jeffrey?
MODOK for Malekith? Yeah, I agree. I think that's a fair trade as well. Aim lackeying Magneto. I don't remember what that does.
I believe it gets a short movement.
I'm going to look it up quick. I'm sure chat will beat me to it anyway.
On their activation. Oh, I am saying it right. Hell yeah. All right, and then we're going to throw
Yes, so they just make a move action.
On their turn. They get an extra move action.
Yep. In this case, Magneto, it's 3.
4 going through on Malekith. Yeah, when you
he's
need
already
to get
halfway
8.
there.
Guess what? He's living on a prayer.
Yikes.
Reverse polarity into Malekith.
Reverse polarity here.
All right, so we...
Whoa, all those blanks.
He only's got to pay for 1 here. He did pay for the 2. Got it.
But he can re-roll all this with reverse
yeah,
polarity.
super fair.
Converting 3.
All right,
Looks
so
like
nothing.
1 going... Oh, nothing going through.
Because the skull, he...
It counts. Okay.
He paid for both of them.
Try again.
Second verse might be different than the first.
He's got a... Malekith's blocking 2, probably
Okay.
3. And he was only getting 3.
Only 1 getting through so far.
Re-rolling 2 of them with reverse polarity, getting 1 more, so it looks like 1 will go through?
2.
2, okay.
Because the skull was rolled off the crit.
Oh, okay.
For Malekith.
So he's down to 2. That gives a little more power to Magneto.
He's got to
looks
throw
like he's
stuff.
got enough
He's got
to
to
throw
take down the
a
throws.
construct at him.
So it's going to be
That's
against
3
3 damage.
He's got 2 left, I believe, if my math is correct. And he blocks 2 of the 3. He takes 1 more.
He's going to pay to have that count as a crit. He's fine.
All right. Looks like he's still got 2 on Malekith.
Magnetic refraction goes up as well. And then he's going to get his
He's
extra
going to
move
with aim lackeys
It's the MODOK move.
to get away.
Didn't quite do it. Getting him down to 2 just gave him 6 power.
He really needed that to pop off
Yeah.
to really confirm this. But now Malekith is going to be a very fearsome kitty, potentially taking down. I would be surprised if we
starting
don't
with
see
ferocity.
a KO'd MODOK here after the ferocity. potentially being thrown into a Magneto if he doesn't.
Be shocked if MODOK doesn't KO here. Although he could only do the sword thing, right?
On the frenzy. All right,
yeah,
so
Blade of
MODOK
Midnight.
is blocking
It's energy,
2
so
here.
it's not.
That's
Oh,
2,
he's still
4,
incinerated.
5. He can spend for the crit. Looks like he's going to roll 2 extra. Well, does he need it? He's currently doing 2, 4. If he spends for the crit, it's done. Well, he does have a wild. He has 3 wilds that the MODOK could turn off here. He has to spend for that and hope to.
And MODOK doesn't do that on his flip side.
Oh, gotcha. So
That
with the
rule is
Pierce,
gone.
it does seem like MODOK is gone.
I think that's a gone MODOK.
He paid for it anyway, just to confirm. But looks like it didn't matter.
MODOK goes down.
Yep, by MODOK. We
More
hardly knew ye. Actually, he did quite well.
Yeah, and to be fair, when you spell MODOK backwards, it starts out with KO, Dom.
Not wrong. Not wrong.
All right, and that's just one action so far.
Yeah, that was a brutal first action.
With MODOK and Mystique off the table, it's just Magneto and Jugs, the power couple. Who's he go after? Butcher Thor's on Mags. He did 3 last time. Does he have the power? Probably, he just did a ton. Ooh, Phantasmagoria. Heal himself up a little bit.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
That's going to push Magneto backwards. And that will heal him up for 1. Okay. Might be missing it somewhere on the screen, but who is playing? So we have Brandon Mutilis from the infamous podcast as Brotherhood on the left, and Jeremy Joffrey playing Guardians of the Galaxy on the right. This is table 1 on Longshanks. Using ! Longshanks will get you that link, and you can see exactly who they are and their rosters.
Oh no, Spankish is back.
Just ripping and scare the comp. Like
saying that we need more screencasting here.
Right. So that's the thing is we are about maybe 6 feet away from the players. If we shoutcasted or screencasted, we would be heavily affecting the game being played.
We try to stay out of it as much as possible unless there's an egregious rule error or forgetting something that needs to happen.
All right, Juggernaut is going to move. He's full up.
And push himself, do a damage to Malekith. Looks like he should be able to finish him off here. Malekith did heal 1, so I believe he has 3 left. But with a push, doing the 1 auto damage, he should be able to do 2 more with a...
Here we go.
Oh, and a Gamora. Oh, I'm the Juggernaut's the one that gives him the push afterwards.
Oh, that's kind of a whiff. Showing only 2. Gamora's blocking 3.
Yeesh. All of a sudden, Brotherhood's dice are ice cold.
She blocks roll, he takes 2.
Because she did roll 5 there, so Juggernaut taking 2 damage back on his own activation.
No. That's brutal.
Very good work, Jeremy. Nice punching down to 1.
Down to 1.
That is disappointing.
Brutes Magoots. Juggernaut has been generally disappointing for Brotherhood this game.
Yeah, he
He's
has
just
not been
doing what he
performing at his
usually
best.
does. Nice. All right, on his injured side, he gets that throw. So Chuck Gamora at Malekith.
Malekith is only going to be blocking 1 so far, but he has 2 crits here. He's going to spend for him 2 as well, blocking 1 more, blocking 3. Nothing.
All right, Spank is totally joking around. You ask a lot of great questions. We'd love to see you here.
All right, so that's going to end Juggernaut's turn. What a letdown, really.
So the scenario we are playing here, we've got Researcher and Demons Downtown. So one of them is going to be applying Incinerate to people that are holding it. And the other one is kind of like an escort mission, King of the Hill, holding a researcher trying to get him back to his research station on your side.
So remember, after the game, we will interview, hopefully, both of these players. We saw Jeremy earlier today.
Pronounced like Joffrey. Really close.
What's that?
Said it's pronounced like Joffrey.
Yeah. Photocopier.
Hey, thanks, Photocopier.
Love that name.
Yeah, Walrus with Doom, totally agree. Outside that hot Magneto activation, Brandon's dice have just been not good.
Correct. Dom. Okay. Dom is the Dom when you spell MODOK backwards after the KO. All right.
It's French. It's Cote Pierre.
I like that.
That's really good. All right.
All right, so what do we have here? We still got Starlord left as well, right?
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Savage. Savage Sean.
75, helping us stay alive.
Or is it like Savage from Clone Wars?
Oh.
Savage Sean.
Or that barbecue place near us that one time.
Sauvage?
Sauvage.
Star-Lord's like, nope.
Hanging around down the street. Be the same old Star-Lord we had last week. So that is going to end round 4.
And Brotherhood's in a rough spot here. He does have priority again, so he should be able to take down Malekith this time, but I feel like he's already done enough.
Yes.
6 to 12 Guardians.
6 to 12 Guardians.
I didn't realize Brotherhood only scored 1 point that round.
Savage Sean, thank you so much. That is that's very nice to hear. What was that, 11 to 6?
Now you get, I think it was
6 to 12?
I think it was 12.
Okay. Oh, and yeah, just once again to shout out to Alyssa, who's been giving tableside coverage of other games, Taylor, who's been giving us all the information from this game, Danny, Dan, Lindsay, and Elizabeth, who have been getting us everything that we need, as well as posting constantly to all the social media stuff. So if you were looking at maybe some of the painting competitions or the contestants, other tables and games from around the convention, facebook.com/professional casual. There's a link right down below. There's a place where you can find all of that great goodness, as well as a whole bunch more in the Nerdum field.
And we'll be back tomorrow
for the final
top 8.
finals. All right, so a little bit of conversation here happening to see exactly what's going to be popping off.
Let's see, Brotherhood will be up first here. We don't have a lot of models left, as we kind of predicted.
Yep.
Looks like 2 on Brotherhood, 3 on Guardians, but won't be that many on Guardians for long.
How about Alyssa dominating with Inhumans yesterday?
She did get her Inhumans win. She was very excited.
She got
for
2.
That.
She went 2-0.
She got 2?
2-0
Nice.
with
I didn't hear
Inhumans.
about the second one.
So, I mean, very legitimately, that might have her at best Inhumans affiliated. Potentially.
Nice. Well, thanks, Savage. That's awesome. Appreciate that. We put a lot of time and effort into this, so.
For sure.
I'm the Juggernaut! And the Malekith, so we got a whole bunch of dices.
Only blocking 1 so far. Uh-oh, Malekith. Guess what? That is 2, 4, 6, 7. That doesn't look good.
That should be a dazed kitty.
That should be a KO'd kitty.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's
and
the one.
He is gone.
They removed from the table, kitty.
Malekith is off the table.
Kitty, go bye-bye.
But that's the thing. Malekith being off the table is huge and absolutely necessary for the Brotherhood win here.
So
is there enough points even available to do it?
Because he's got, Guardian's not scoring 4 this round. So we're definitely going to the round 6.
Unless we see a table.
Almost certainly, but I don't see that happening.
Well, because there's still healthy characters out there. I guess technically you're right, it can't. But I don't want to put us in that box. It might be Colin. Good to see you. Thank you for the follow. Savage Sean as well.
It might be Colin. What a great name.
It really is.
It might be Colin, or it might be Colin.
He might be great. He might be Colin. He might also
I
just be
believe
Colin.
Gamora's injured. I think everybody but Magneto's injured at this point, but I don't know. Actually, no, I can see Gamora's card right there. It is still blue. So she is not injured yet. That's wild.
Neither is Mags.
Yeah, Magneto's still pretty good. Yeah, Magneto could do a lot of work this round potentially. I think he's okay on power.
Yep.
They're both fairly close to him. Does he throw long too?
Magneto?
Or medium?
I would assume it's long, but I don't know.
Let's see if I can bring up the information before chat tells us.
Yeah.
Staying alive. Staying alive.
Yeah, so Jeremy's goal here is in fact survival.
His throw is long.
Yeah.
I don't know if I beat him or not. I turned and the answer was there.
It was close. It was close.
Within seconds. I had to turn my tablet back on, so it took a moment longer. Yeah, he's got a bunch of stuff to throw there. Reverse polarity is not within range for a reroll. What does he get if he's farther away?
Push.
Push, that's right. Push doesn't really matter right now.
Yeah, he wants his rerolls.
Your Brotherhood just needs to do damage at this point. But with Gamora not dazed yet, really makes that difficult for him.
And it looks like she's going to be trying to take down a Juggernaut.
Oh, just move, huh?
Huh.
Just moves to the other side of Juggernaut.
I like that, though, because that makes it pretty much impossible for Magneto to take them both down this round. If he wants to KO, he has to daze Gamora this round.
Yep. And Juggernaut is, in fact, injured. So
So she's got that point.
Yep.
But same thing over here. If Magneto moves over to that one, he's healthy. I believe Star-Lord's not.
Right, but if he moves off that Researcher.
Is Researcher still right in the middle?
Yeah, because it's been kind of going back and forth.
So probably have to move. I don't know. I think he just put the tool down. I'm not sure if he's within long range of Star-Lord.
So
but
yes,
if he could move and then humchuck a couple things at him.
Spankish, the way the game ends is whoever has the most points at the end of round 6 or the first 16. If both players reach more than 16 in the same round, it's whoever has higher.
Throwing a size 4 building into Star-Lord.
All right, so Star-Lord currently taking 3 from that size 5 building or 4 building.
Oof.
And that's off the table.
That hurts. Reverse polarity, I heard.
This will be a pushing polarity, showing 3.
It's not a main push, so he does have to push him away. Oh, there's a little piece of terrain right there anyway.
Yep.
To push him right into that little pylon thing, he's not going far at all.
Winging a token doesn't convert.
You want to put a little circle around where the Researcher is. Some people are a little confused about exactly where it is.
He's dazed.
And that is going to be a dazed.
Oh, he was healthy too? I definitely thought Star-Lord had flipped. Oh, that changes things.
Yeah, he took some damage in an early round, but hasn't been touched since. Because Juggernaut whiffed on him real hard.
Oh, like a bunch of times. Wow, okay, so yeah, he is dazed now.
So Researcher is, I believe...
7-13.
All right. So going into round 6, it is 7-13. This is kind of exactly what you want to see out of the last game of the day.
Yeah, a nice close one with potential, well, I guess not that close, but potential comeback here. Star-Lord dazing does give priority back to Brotherhood, or Guardians, though. Gamora could kind of pop off and take out Juggernaut.
So we will put a circle around the Researcher here. Crew of the Milano popping off right now. Let's see.
A little smiley face for the Researcher.
It's a little smiley face, just so you know exactly who it
Crew
is.
of the Milano. The only one more could have benefited from it this game anyway, so the fact he's doing it so late, not like a major disadvantage.
Is that just a token there, no figure? Yes. So the Researcher is an objective. I mean, okay, great call. Star-Lord just moving away. I don't know if there is a path to victory here.
Yeah, because Gamora's still healthy, so he can only Dazer this round. He could KO Star-Lord, but
He did nudge a little to gain power.
Okay.
did move first, so we should be able to...
Okay, so I see a lot of skulls, but we're showing 2, 3 total successes there. Oh my gosh, she's going to do it again. She's going to do damage back to Juggernaut.
Oh, what?
And that is going to be game.
He knows he can't do it at this point. That's too bad for Brotherhood, but well played by Jeremy. A couple of moves that I didn't totally understand at first that paid off.
For sure. Well, and just that being able, that martial prowess or whatever it is that Gamora has, firing off twice against a Juggernaut. Who would have guessed that?
Right? Yeah, this Juggernaut, we've seen a couple games, I guess, another game we saw where Hulk just couldn't punch anybody for anything, but this time it was Juggernaut. He just didn't do what Juggernaut's supposed to do at all. He really let Brandon down there. Just dice, right? That's why we rolled the dice.
Correct.
Brotherhood that had that amazing activation by Magneto. Kind of not much else. Like, yeah, he's down to only 2 characters left, but they're both. Yeah, that's too bad.
That's a shame. So it does sound like Art is out as well.
Yeah, he was ahead last we heard, and then his opponent must have really come back and taken him out.
So the official final score for that is 10-14. All right. So.
Whew, that was wild.
Yeah, for real. So, guys, that's going to be the final game of the day, but we're not done yet.
But
not
wait,
only are there 3
more.
games tomorrow, not only are we going to be going over the painting competition with Tyson, we will also be interviewing significantly more people, including the 2 gents that just finished this game. There are 3 rounds left. There's 8 players left total, right? So we'll cut from 8 to 4 to 2, and then it will be done.
8 to 4 to 2 to the winner.
To the winner.
I don't think there's any other. Looking at Longshanks, doesn't seem to be any other games are left. Nathan Stickney did defeat Arthur. And then, of course, we have Jeremy triumphing over Mutulus. But nothing else is done yet. Let's see what that, what is that, semifinals bracket will look like?
Yes. So that means Mandalorian Orange and Vincent are still going. Jeremy and Mutulus just finished up, so we know that one. Ben is still in it, looks like, as is Parker and Reith. Captain BDMA.
Oh, yeah, listen, can we get a Ben update? And people are asking for a Chewie update as well.
Yes.
Because Chewie's up against Aaron Franklin.
Correct.
Because I saw Aaron England.
He got
bumped out round 2. Against Mutulus.
Yep.
I didn't realize that was the bracket there.
Working rosters for the competitors be seen. Longshanks. If you type in ! Longshanks, you will get all of the information, who won when, who was matched up, who came out victorious, as well as what they were running, what crises they had, and what tactics cards they were using. Beautiful. Thank you, Savage. All right.
Alyssa said, looks like it might be Chewie 8, opponent 12. She's not sure because she can't tell based on the tokens on their scoring board, but it is round 4 for them. Has Parker with A-Force been on stream? No. We did have A-Force yesterday with Alyssa, who's our boots on the ground now, but she was playing yesterday, and we got to see her A-Force the very first game.
Absolutely. Oof. Dan. You want to do some interviews, man?
Sure.
Absolutely. Beautiful. So I'll be right back. And I think we'll be having one of these gents coming on here very shortly.
We have to hear a little bit about the player's perspective for this game as we were watching it from a little bit afar. And hear how they felt. Looks like I might be having Brandon come over first. Cool. Hello.
Hello. Do I put these on?
You can, yeah. You don't have to. You just hear me.
I'll look really silly if wearing it over
Squish
my
your hat
head.
down. Now it just looks like a cap, though.
We got it. There we go.
Oh, even better. Now it's like Crocodile Dundee.
Oh, yeah, there we go. I can hear stuff now.
So that was a bloodbath.
Yeah, that was brutal.
So where are you at in your headspace after that one?
Oh, pretty good. I had a good day. I actually felt, we talked about it a little bit after the game, we both actually felt pretty confident on the matchup we got, on the missions we got.
Okay.
And so it was all about, the priority turns. I thought I did a really good job of managing the priority back and forth, which is what I was going for mostly. And his strategy was basically ignore Magneto and kill everyone else, and it almost backfired.
Yeah,
But,
that one activation by Magneto was terrifying. Unfortunately, he couldn't repeat it, but it was just one of the best activations we've seen throughout the turn.
I lost track of it in you're talking about the first one, right? The Furious one where everything's just going everywhere? Yeah. So I actually, in my head, thought he had already played Brace, which is why I played You Know Who I Am. I was saving it for after Brace was gone, but we talked about Brace, and then he didn't play it. And so in my head, I was like, oh, he's played Brace, so I'll do this. And so I should have thrown the car first, and then I would have automatically killed him with the other one and done damage to Angela and stuff.
Yeah, that would have been nasty.
Yeah, that was a mistake. And the turn after, when I knew Mystique was going to die and I forgot to play Deception, I planned on it during my activation. I just totally forgot after I did the second attack.
Easy to miss that kind of stuff. Chat's got a good point. I didn't introduce you before you came on. You prefer Brandon or?
My name is Brandon, so if you're talking to me, you call me Brandon. On the internet, I go by Mutalis.
On the internet.
Yeah. So yeah, that's me. I have a podcast, Infamous MCP. We also have a Battle Report channel. We do videos like these. They're not as fancy as these because it's usually just me doing it.
Right,
and so I don't have the manpower to have commentators and fancy lights and everything. We have a very relaxed podcast. All 4 of our members actually made it in the Invitational. So.
Oh, awesome!
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it was really fun. We're having a good weekend.
Anybody still standing?
It was me, Aaron, and Parker were all undefeated going into this round.
Okay.
I haven't gotten a chance to talk to them yet. Hopefully they're doing well.
Yeah, we don't have too many other results. Not too many games have finished this round yet.
Okay. Yeah, our game, I imagine, it was a bloodbath. I imagine it was pretty quick.
We don't have any others finishing up yet. And that was more or less what we were expecting in terms of half the models were gone by the end of the game, at least. And it was a little higher scoring, I think we were thinking, but it was... We definitely thought there was going to be a comeback there.
Yeah.
And you were like that close. It was
so
if Gamora hadn't still been healthy at that point.
I made the call to go for attrition over points in the previous round, and it definitely bit me. I thought I was going to get Malekith dead sooner than I did.
Yes.
And I was going to be able to just dominate the board, and it just didn't happen.
Well, it seemed like your Juggernaut was just tired.
Right.
He just couldn't do anything.
I know. That's just how he always plays for me. I use him as an intimidation tactic. He runs up and acts like he's going to kill somebody, but he never does it.
It's just a lot of bluster.
The number of times I've gotten less than 4 hits on my 10-die attack, it's just like so common. I don't even count on it anymore. It's just like, I'm really just going for the push. All I really wanted was the push. I didn't get it. I was like,
it's gravy, right?
Yeah, because when I hit Gamora, I was like, oh, well, this is just more efficient than bumping Malekith and then killing Malekith next turn with a bump. So the only reason I did it was that, and then it ended up not even working. I was so mad.
That was really unfortunate how many times he whiffed, but you know, we say that's why he rolled the dice. Chess says nothing stops the Juggernaut except bad dice.
Bad dice stop the Juggernaut.
There's nothing you can do about that. You know?
That's what it is. I have an interesting mixed feelings about the dice of the game. I come from War Machine, and so I'm used to a game where you can just basically decide what your dice do, and which is super nice, but it also makes it like super like competitive, but not in like the good ways.
Yes.
It makes it competitive as like anytime anyone ever fails a dice roll in War Machine, they just lose their minds. It's like, I can't believe I lost a dice. And you're like, well, there's probably at least one decision you made this game that affected the outcome. You're like, no, it was just the dice.
So.
I didn't roll a 7 on 2d6. They lose their minds. And so it's nice because like you can make a comment like, oh man, the dice kind of failed me here on one decision you made in the game. But like obviously there's a lot more that goes into it.
Yes.
So like I'm actually pretty happy with how my dice worked out in this game because I got Malekith on the early turn. So like the odds of getting good dice on both rounds, even if good is considered average, it's just not that likely. So the way I look at it is I got a win on the early turn, and I got a loss on the later turns. That evens out pretty well. And I don't think Juggernaut's dice ever really failed me. Like, it was unfortunate, but like it didn't cost me the game. And so I think I actually had a pretty good dice game. Because I had a lot of good block rolls early in the game that most people probably didn't notice. Because it was boring. It's like, Mystique blocks 2, your turn. Like, it was like, okay.
There were a lot, like, the first couple rounds was a lot of just, like, pillow-fisted, nothing. Like, 1 damage, no damage.
Yeah.
Juggernaut, nice punching it constantly to not really take damage.
He made a lot of 6-9 attacks that got 2 hits. So I feel pretty good about how everything went.
Totally fair.
Yeah.
Oh, there was something else I was going to bring up there. Left my head. Oh, just that MODOK was in a rough spot because he had a lot of physical attacks there.
Yeah.
That was just like, he's got 10 stamina, and Wild's not counting. That kept him alive a bit longer on its own, but it was, once he got up to be able to do Butcher of Thors, it was just like, oh, MODOK's in trouble.
Yeah. Shout out, I think this Hiradu in the chat is Richard from Kansas City that now lives in California. I saw your comment. It's Richard still loves you.
Yeah. Oop, I'm clicking on things.
Shout out, Richard.
And we had a lot of support from home for both of you guys. Which was
Nice.
pretty cool. A lot of people were saying they were proud
shout
of you.
out to all my guys back in Kansas City. Josh has been messaging us on Discord like a madman watching our games. And he's just been following the longshanks data.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So what are you playing some more tonight? You going to get dinner? What's your plans here?
Well, we're done tonight, right? It's just 3 rounds today?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, there's other little events and things going on, or pickup games or anything. Or are you going to get a buffet or something?
I've been doing the save money strategy of eating sandwiches in my room. It's been going great.
That's a great move.
We'll probably go hang out somewhere tonight, and then my plan currently is I'm going to drop out of the Invitational and play in the team tournament tomorrow.
Oh, there's
as
a
long
team
as
tournament tomorrow?
2 of my other friends are also dropping to play in the team tournament. We're going to do a 3-man team tournament.
Okay.
But if not, I'll keep playing.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, thanks, man. I
Yeah.
see Richard responded. It was Richard. Oh,
Very
and there's
cool.
Connor. Hi, Connor.
Hi, back
You guys
home.
need a life if you're freaking watching Twitch games on 5:30 on a Saturday.
Right, and that's depending on where you are watching from.
Yeah.
Time all
Yeah,
over
yeah.
the place.
Thanks for everybody that tuned in. Hopefully you enjoyed my loss. It was a good time.
It was a good game.
Yeah.
So well done. Sorry it didn't quite work out, but
That's fine.
as long as you have a good time, right?
Yep. All right, man. Keep doing what you're doing.
You too. Hey, thanks for stopping in.
Whoops.
All right, I'm going to see if we can get Jeremy to pop in one more time. We talked with him a bit. I think it was yesterday. We'll see his thoughts on that game. And then we'll be wrapping up soon tonight. We'll be back tomorrow to Dice Roll again at 10 a.m. We'll be here a little before that, of course, to get started. Here we have the man, the myth, the legend himself, Jeremy.
Hi.
Hey, how you feeling?
I can't believe I just won 3 games. I'm happy. I honestly can't believe I won that one. I thought my Malekith was going to die for sure. I was feeling the pain there and felt a little bad. Letting his Magneto, just one activation, take out my Malekith.
That was scary.
Yeah, I mean, I messed up. And I rolled too many defense dice, right? So we had to re-roll them.
Oh, that was a big swing.
It
yeah.
was. It went from 2 damage to 5 damage. So, I mean, it is what it is. I made the mistake, right?
Right.
So went that, and then I was just kind of, I was really holding off on bracing all the throws. I was like, I got 4 dice. I can pay for skulls.
Yeah, I think you used it at the right spot, though.
Yeah, I waited until it was 2 characters affected, right? Because I knew he had Do You Know Who I Am sitting right there. I was like, so... Luckily that worked, but the entire time I had fallback sitting there, and I didn't think about it. So if I would have used it, I would have gotten the Malekith activation that round.
Okay. I still think the way you used it was a good spot because it saved Angela from taking a hit from that Doomsday Chair.
That's what we call a happy accident when that happens.
I call that accidental tactics.
Yeah, we're going to say I planned it, but I didn't. I just got lucky with that one. And then I got lucky on Malekith living on 1. And then I was just able to write out the VPs.
Mm-hmm.
So That's all it was.
It was a good mix of defense and offense in that game where he was down to 2 characters, heavy hitters, but they just didn't quite get the work done after Magneto had that one amazing turn, and then not much after that.
Yeah. That's like the whole goal when you're playing against Magneto, right? Is to try to limit what he's able to do to you because he's slow. He doesn't like to be moved around. He doesn't like to have to move around. So you're always keeping that in the back of your head when you're playing. So normally I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to go with Malekith and I'm going to activate and I'm going to Ferocity into Magneto and throw him away, right? But that just didn't end up being the game plan this time. I had to just kind of deal with where Magneto was and kind of maneuver my characters around him. That was why Gamora was staying on the outskirts, and then I pulled Angela out onto the outskirts with the Angelic Assassin.
Yeah, that was, first we were kind of like, wait, what? And then it kind of fell into place, understood. Question Chaz asking, just kind of to get into your head a little bit, they're asking, why did you take Angela and not the deadly duo of Rocket and Groot for the same cost?
Well, because I expected at least Juggernaut. I didn't really expect MODOK.
Okay.
So, I mean, it worked out in that regard.
Yeah.
But I generally don't like taking Rocket and Groot against Magneto Brotherhood if I expect to be playing Magneto. For the same reason I don't like to take them against Storm X-Men.
Okay.
Shooting into cover with 5 dice builders, it just lowers the quality of those attacks so much. Usually Deadly Duo doesn't do nearly what it should be able to do.
That makes a lot of sense.
So, I mean, don't get me wrong, Rocket and Groot are great on demons, because Rocket's sitting on the portal getting incinerated, not being able to be attacked. It's great, just not into those teams with heavy cover. I'll take him if I have to, but I heavily prefer Angela.
All right, that's a nice analysis there of your thinking.
On top of that, whenever I'm taking Malekith, I'm probably taking Angela from the advanced R&D, since she starts with 2 power.
Oh yeah, just giving that one more to Malekith makes a huge difference.
Yeah, and then actually it was the first time I'd put those 4 on the table together. So I was sitting there thinking about it, and I had advanced R&D, that was the game plan, and I sat there and I was looking at who to activate second, and I was like, well, I'm going to go with Gamora, and then I was like, wait a second, if I just advanced R&D both of her power, Gamora can move, throw herself, and be able to attack round 1, which is something she normally can't do.
Yeah.
So I was like, does that work? That works. So I did it. The dice didn't really go my way to make it a great play, but it was kind of cool to figure out right there.
I think it was a great play with the attempt, with dice thrown into the mix. You never know what's going to happen, but seeing her Assassin's Leap turn 1 was like, oh, okay, wow, that's cool, because I love self-throws. It's one of my favorite things in the game, where it's just
Gamora's my favorite character to put on the table.
Really?
Her and Angela, honestly. Gamora's just a beast. She can do so much damage. She didn't do a ton this game. Her dice were kind of cold. But she's just a ton of fun to play with, just because of the throw. The fact that she has the dice modification on the wilds is fun.
Yeah.
And then when you can do her spender and chain it in between people, she can just do absurd amounts of damage.
For real. And ever since she got that rework where she got that stamina boost and stealth, really helped her to not be so much of a glass cannon, where she can go toe-to-toe a bit more, which I think really improved her stock significantly.
I will say, yeah, because she is still kind of a glass cannon if you just throw her into the fray and let her sit there, right? Feed her to the team. But I was fairly confident that if I did that, at least he's then not killing my Malekith.
Fair.
And my Malekith goes, right? Like, I've got 3 heavy hitters right there.
You had a lot of scary attack dice there between those 3, and even Star-Lord was no slouch.
Yeah, no, I was pretty happy with everyone. I gotta say, these were probably the best martial prowess dice I've had on Gamora.
For real?
In my entire life. She did 4 damage to Juggernaut with martial prowess.
On his turns? Like, wait, what?
Yeah, that'll never happen again.
Probably not. We saw it the first game today. We saw Rocket take almost all of his damage on his activations from Black Widow.
Okay, yeah.
For hitting her, and then a got your back from Howling Commandos.
Oh.
I think there was 1 damage done as part of a beam into Rocket. The rest was all counter attacks on his turn. So interesting to see that happen to Juggernaut as well. Luckily, he's got a bunch more stamina to back it up.
Yeah, for sure. I hear chat. My dad was in here at some point.
Yeah, I think he was saying, as soon as you sat down, he was saying where to go.
So I gotta let you all know that was not my father. That's my daddy.
Okay.
As Yondu would say. Really, that's not my dad. That's my buddy who actually got me into tabletop gaming.
He's a liar, because we were like, wait, are you really his dad? And he's like, oh yeah, definitely.
No.
Knew it. Well, thanks for being here anyway, Haunt.Ghost. We still appreciate it. I'm sure Jeremy still appreciates the support. And it worked.
Yep.
Played a good, strong game. Had a nice win there. Who are you going up against then?
I don't know if the other match is finished up yet.
We're going to refresh Longshanks here and see if we got any more games finishing.
I know it was either going to be Vincent or someone else.
It is Vincent. So you're going up against Kirkov next.
All right. Well, I've played him before online, and I'm scared. So,
you know what? That's pretty much what everybody said about all their matchups today, because everybody in here is real good.
Yeah, Vince is a really good player. So.
But we saw Vince yesterday in the first game. He's playing Shield, right?
Yes.
Very cool. Let's see, any other ones we got? Oh, Ben was toppled by Captain BDMA in his bout, so he's done. Reith beat Parker. Andrew Oschwager beat John. And Nathan beat Arthur. We knew that one. Simon's continuing his reign of terror by taking down Carl, also known as Venport. And Aaron and Anthony and Chewy are still going. They're not quite done yet. I think that's the last game, isn't it?
Looks like it, yeah.
Whoa, we scrolled too far. It's the last game to decide what's going on next. So in the semifinals, we'll have Jeremy here against Vincent Kirkov. We'll have Captain BDMA against Reith. Then we'll have Andrew versus Nathan. And then Simon versus either Aaron Franklin or Chewy. Whoever ends up winning that one. Last I saw, it was pretty close, but we weren't quite sure who had what points. Couldn't tell by the tokens on their score tracker. Do we have the chat here something? I'm talking about a different game there, but yeah, great game there, Jeremy. Best of luck in the semifinals.
Cool. Thank you, man.
And we'll see you some more tomorrow.
I appreciate it.
Thanks for coming in.
Oh, shout out Power 9 Games one more time here in Vegas.
Welcome back.
Thanks, man.
Oh, you zapped the screen's dead again.
Listen, I'm really good at that. All right, so we're going to have a couple more interviews here to kind of round out the day. I think we're going to have Mr. Mike DeLuca.
Oh, cool.
From the Danger Room, as well as Sooner. Sooner is still in it as well. Mike is not, but yeah, we're going to talk to at least them. Sploosh might pop on too, and then we will wrap it up for the day.
Very cool.
But let me trying to flag one of them over.
Wave your arms.
Ben's gotten one of them in.
Wave your hands in the air like you just don't care.
Yeah.
Somebody come talk to us.
Can you grab Sooner?
Oh, somebody's saying Chewy did lose. Did that update?
No. Just go over there and ask him. I gotcha.
We'll refresh that quick. Yeah, it looks like Aaron Franklin did beat Chewy.
Simon is still in it though.
Yep. We got
yes.
Scary
Next to Ben.
Stuff left.
Okay, and Aaron Franklin.
Thanks, P9 Games.
All right,
so I'll let you talk here. I'll see people later.
Absolutely. Oh, you can sit right here.
Can't get my phone in my pocket.
Beautiful. All right. So we are welcoming to the stream here Mr. Sooner. So you can pretty much yell right into the mic as it's super loud in here.
I don't know, I'm pretty loud just in general, so.
So how have you been, man?
I've been doing good. It's been a wonderful day. I mean, Tyson and Charles putting on quite a show here at LVO, and it's been awesome. It's been a lot of fun.
So tell me about your first few games. So you had qualified previous to this, or did you qualify during the LCQ?
I qualified previously, so yesterday I just kind of played some pickup games and some scramble games, and then came in for the big tournament this morning.
Nice. So what are you running? How has it worked out for you? And were there any kind of last-minute changes when you saw those? Yeah, we'll start there actually.
Yeah, I'm running Brotherhood. I wanted to play something at LVO that I had not played yet.
Okay.
Affiliation-wise,
Yeah.
obviously Brotherhood's in a very good spot right now,
Mhm.
and I had never played them before, so I picked them up a couple months ago and decided to play them, and I've been playing them since. And no real last-minute changes. My list is actually the exact same list I very first made, other than I switched Black Cat out and put in X23.
X23. Okay, so now how often are you fielding X23?
I have not fielded her in one game yet. She's I mean, it's the 10th slot, right?
Yeah.
So she's in there for certain very specific reasons, and I haven't ran into that.
Okay, so tell me about your first 2 games here before this last third round. What were you up against? Were you nervous? Were they close? What were you up against?
Yeah, so first round I pulled Sam, otherwise known as Finger Gun, so
nice.
I know him very well. We were both very distraught that we had to play each other round 1, but it was a really good game. He's playing Convocation, so I wasn't comfortable with the matchup, but I felt like Brotherhood did have a pretty decent game.
Yeah.
Especially if I win Prio, because I can force him on kind of a fighting secure. And I just felt like I could outfight him.
Especially with Ironbound books, that can kind of be sometimes an uphill battle there.
It can. I just knew I played a lot of models that had good Mystic defense.
Yeah.
And under Refraction, they're a tough nut to crack.
Yeah.
And I knew if I could just get Brace out, I could just start throwing stuff into them left and right, and right. And that's kind of what happened. I just eventually won the attrition battle and was able to take Sam down.
Beautiful. How about game 2?
Game 2, I played a Spider Foes player, which
All
is
right.
Fantastic. We played on Scoundrels and Senators, so it was 11 points on the board.
Nice.
So it was very fast. I was able to just get a little bit of a lead round 1, and then just kind of with that keep that parity. And there were so many points on the board that I was able to just kind of pull it out round 3. If he could have get one more power on Doc Ock, he could have well laid plans me, and I was holding 4 Senators.
Yeah.
So it would have been pretty big. But Juggernaut, fortunately, came through in the last round and was able to daze Doc Ock. So he wasn't able to play it, and that kind of brought it home.
Beautiful. So Mike 4036 in chat is asking, what's your game plan on Senators with Mystique in the lead?
Yeah, so I play Mystique, Hulk, Juggernaut, Pyro, and Toad. And it's really, really good because Juggernaut and Hulk are exceptional at that at Senators. With the Mystique leadership, basically Hulk can pick up a Senator and then hop onto a secure. And Jugs basically does the same thing. I mean, he double moves, picks something up for free because of Mystique, and then he just pushes himself back onto a secure.
I like it, but Magic Nick is saying that team is dumb.
Yeah, the team is really good. It's just a really good team on Senators, and if you're not prepared for it, I'll get up on an early lead, and then from there I can just try to kind of play the scenario game, try to ride it out.
Okay. So now when those brackets went up last night, did you spend a bunch of time kind of thinking about your path to victory or at least that first match, or did you kind of just say?
I only looked at the first match.
Good.
I mean, I knew how good of a player Sam was. I looked at it. I didn't play any games or anything, but I obviously looked at what threats I felt best at, you know, what I thought he was going to play. I thought he was going to play Malekith or Hulkbuster. And he kind of surprised me a little bit and came with 5 wide instead and didn't play either of those two.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did analyze, just kind of looked at the list, analyzed it, and that was about it.
Beautiful. All right, so going into tomorrow, do you know who you're up against, or is that one of the games that hasn't finished?
I do. I forget his name, but I think he's playing, I want to say Brotherhood and there he is, right there. Yep, right. Click Click on that little thing right there.
This one here.
The one above that, that's my list.
Oh, Andrew.
Yeah. So he's playing Avengers and Brotherhood dual affiliation. So it'll be interesting. Obviously, could be a mirror Brotherhood, or you might take Sam. So it'll be a good matchup.
Yeah, there's a lot of Brotherhood players still left in it, but though that number is starting to dwindle. I think there was a single solo X-Men player left.
Is there?
In Simon, yeah.
Did Chewie win?
Chewie did not.
So I think just me and this guy are the only Brotherhood left.
So yeah, because Ben also just
lost.
just lost as well. So yeah, it's just you two. So good news.
We'll try to
Only
bring it home.
one Brotherhood after that game.
Yeah.
But all right.
That's good because I don't. No matter what, I just don't like playing mirrors. They're not fun to play.
Yep.
So.
All right. Well, any changes that you think you might make to this particular roster going forward, or are you pretty kind of set with where this is?
I mean, I think I'm playing a couple models. I wanted to keep it mostly affiliated. I'm playing like Blob, and like I said, that X23 slot could be changed up.
Yeah.
But the bulk of the list, no, I'm very happy with, and I would not change it.
Beautiful.
So.
All right. Well, congratulations on your.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, and the stuff so far, and best of luck going forward, dude.
Well, thanks. Let's see if we can't keep it rolling.
Absolutely. Well, it was good seeing you. We might see you again tomorrow.
Yeah, we could. Hopefully. Hopefully, right?
Could be the last Brotherhood standing.
Yeah, it could be. That's the hope.
But I think we have Mike coming on next. Yep. And yeah, dude, best of luck. Great
Appreciate
seeing you as always.
Yeah, you too, Tim.
Absolutely. All right, so
I'll go grab Mike.
That is, thank you. That is a little bit of news there, right? There was only 2 Brotherhood players left. We had 13 coming into this, 13 X-Men as well. 2 Brotherhood left, 1 X-Man left, 8 total groups.
I lost.
All right, but listen, I think your perspective is still insanely valid. So please welcome Mr. Mike DeLuca here from the Danger Room. Mike, how are you?
I'm good, man. I'm tired.
I could imagine. So tell me about your first 2 games. Who were you up against? Were they matchups that you felt were solid for you? Are there changes that you would make? Or were you kind of in a pretty good spot going into game 1 and 2?
So round 1, I played against. So I've played against everybody who's very good. This event's like the cut of North America, right?
Yeah.
So I played against Alec. He is a Sacramento. No, he's in San Jose, but he's in NorCal. I've played games with him a bunch in the past, and he's bringing a utility cookie special of like Hydra, Malekith, Cabal, and we pulled Scoundrels and Montesi with me priority. I was like super happy about that.
Yeah.
So in most scenarios, I can just take the middle book and go up ahead and play Mystique and just put the Brotherhood token down and run around like Web Warriors and kind of score points. He picked 20 and ended up playing Malekith, Thanos, and Hydra Red Skull. Which is just kill.
Yeah.
So it worked out for me. I was able to run around. My Hulk lived on 1. I was able to just like disable his characters. Like I got a firewall on Thanos. I deceptioned his Malekith to the board corner and I kind of just scored the game out.
Beautiful. How about game 2?
So game 2, I played against Vince from Taco Truck.
Yeah.
So I really wanted to lose Prio here because picking threat into shield is like super important. Because if I have to play high threat, they just bring so much stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm just like dead. So we pulled Scoundrel and Researcher. So he picked 20. I was pretty happy about Scoundrel, but the Researcher was bad because like I played too passively. I scored a lot of points in the first couple rounds, but my characters were just dying. And I couldn't really keep up with like the amount of guns.
Right.
I just ran out of gas. I didn't play aggressive enough. I should have brought Pyro instead of Lizard, and I should have just tried to kill him. His characters are so bunched up, Pyro spreads Incinerate like a fiend.
Right.
Yeah, I should have just done that. Yeah.
Well, and it's one of those things where, right, depending on the crisis that you have, it almost seems like Pyro almost seems like almost bait. Like,
yeah.
Right? So I could absolutely get that. And Lizard's just such a baller in most games, and he's doing work for people.
Yeah.
So,
no, Lizard's great. I love my list. I think it's perfectly good. I don't think there's anything I would change. I would just didn't pilot it properly round 2.
Okay. But, I mean, that's good. So with no changes. So, and a lot of Brotherhood players today. So As far as kind of you coming into the Invitational, were there particular matchups that you were kind of practicing a lot against or trying to get some reps in, or did you kind of expect just a lot of kind of Brotherhood mirror matches and X-Men out there?
I played a ton of games into X-Men.
Yeah.
I played them into myself. Like, I piloted both lists.
Yeah.
And I lost to X-Men so many times. I was giving them their nightmare scenarios. I was like, if I win Prio, then it's like I just play normal, right? But if I get like the pay to flips, then it's a nightmare. So I had plans for all of that. I just didn't play any X-Men.
So, and we've gotten a couple questions in chat too about being able to kind of practice solo and kind of what that looks like. Do you have any tips for people out there that want to get some reps in? Maybe they don't have a group, or maybe they don't have access to some of the online stuff, and they want to really kind of beat their own lists up to really kind of maximize what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like my X-Men experience helps me in that department.
Yeah.
So like, take Shield. Like, I can't pilot Shield, so like I need to find people to like get Shield practice into. But at least for X-Men, I can play them, and you just kind of, it's weird at first. You're like, oh, like what do I do now? Like I have to think for another person, and at some point you kind of just figure out like what the optimal moves are, and you just keep doing that until you find a situation where it's like, okay, I didn't like automatically lose. Right?
All right, yeah.
And like if you find a better line, you could just like rewind a couple moves and be like, okay, this should have happened, and then we'll just like go from here. And I wouldn't say it's the easiest thing, but it gets easier the more you do it.
Yeah, I can see that. You're probably in your head those first few times or whatever, but no, I think that's really good practice and can kind of really create some good habits, right? In your play. So tell us a little about, so you're on the Danger Room podcast, kind of, the group of you.
Yep.
So tell us about that. Where can people find that, and what's the Danger Room's take on MCP as a whole? What's the viewpoint?
Well, we love this game.
Right.
So we're the Danger Room podcast with Sploosh and Chewy and Jacob from the UK. We release content every Monday morning, drive to work, whatever. We love this game. The meta is, what's our take on the game like right now?
Well, just in general.
Sure.
Are you meta focused, competitive focused?
Oh, fair enough. Yeah. No, our podcast is competitive focused. That's usually what we are interested in. We do random, like we just did a hobby episode before this, like last week. It was like us talking about painting. So like, that's not often, but sometimes we do that. And I don't know. We love this game. The meta is probably narrower than I thought. I feel like Brotherhood and X-Men are insanely good. Obviously, there's some runs from other stuff like Shield. I think Shield's really great, but I don't know if anyone pilots it as well as Vince does.
I think that's
it's like very pilot intensive.
Well, we've seen a lot of the Guardians with Thanos. I don't know if any of them are still in or not, but I mean, it can be absolutely devastating. People, I mean, what do you even do to Thanos? You just ignore him and try to take out everyone else?
Thanos is very difficult, but I think at the high level, people figured it out for the most part. And it's, I don't know. Guardians have only won something big when like Pat and Morgan play them. So they remain to be piloted to other things. I think Guardians are good, but they're just like, you can just, your dice can crap out on you, right? Like, Rocket, Groot, Star-Lord, they can't do anything else than just shoot things. So like, if you're shooting things, plans fails, you're just like,
right?
Yeah.
So what are your plans for tomorrow? Are you going to think you might hit up the team event?
No, I'm going to play my next 3 rounds for this event, see how well I can finish.
Yes. Beautiful. I love that. So make sure, very legitimately, Danger Room is it's probably one of the better podcasts to be able to listen to Monday morning on your way to work. You've maybe gotten some games in over the weekend, or you've watched some streams, you've played some TTS, and being able to kind of start your week at least in a nicer spot because you're still focused on MCP going into work on Monday.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good thing to have.
There's some question in the chat I see. So Greyjack, thank you. He said, can't wait to see you have in store next Web Warriors. Right now, I don't see any changes to my Brotherhood list. I would just keep playing it. I think it solves everything. I just need to get more Shield reps in. I think I could, if I just play the game differently, I could win that game. So I'm still playing this Brotherhood list in the TTS League. And then not too many Web Warriors. How are they right now? I don't think they're in a good spot right now. It breaks my heart. I love Web Warriors. Mystique and Deception are huge problems for them. Juggernaut's always been a problem for them. They're very picky on the scenario. They don't have a lot of depth when the scenario gets not what they want. I just it's Pyro. Yeah, Firewall on Pyro is a nightmare. It's difficult. I don't know if Spider-Woman and Venom, if they're affiliated, will solve it.
I mean, it is nice. I mean, Spider-Woman, I think the assumption is that she'll be affiliated, right? But, they already have a lot of board control.
Yeah.
Does Spider-Woman add anything there that's really going to be significant outside of, I mean, she seems like an insanely solid 4, and Web Warriors has a lot of really solid 3s.
Right, yeah, no, she's great. She complements them perfectly, and the thing, they just everybody had the opportunity cost to bring Deception is basically nothing.
Yeah.
And Deception puts so much pressure on your turn 1 that they can't get a tempo advantage on the scoring without dying.
Yeah.
And then you just fall apart. Whereas X-Men have they can steal 2 midline points with just playing the team. They just X-Men jump, Team X-Men, whatever, I'm safe. Brotherhood have Mystique or Magneto, Juggernaut can move, slide back, slide through something, grab something, move back. They can be relatively safe that way. Hulk does it very well too. And Magneto's refraction's just insane and unhappy.
Coffee Time just wants you to join the X-Men cult.
Yeah, I mean, I think Brotherhood's better than X-Men right now. That's why I'm playing Brotherhood. I did play a lot of X-Men since the changes dropped. But yeah, I'm always open to playing X-Men if they're the best thing, I've lost too many times not playing the best thing I just don't like the feeling. So I'd rather just play something that's good.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Well, I mean, good luck then in the rest of
thank
the
you.
Swiss.
Thanks for everything you guys do. This is awesome.
I really appreciate that. I mean, we appreciate you guys quite a bit too, as well as the Danger Room. So, and we did get a question about Sploosh, and he's thankfully sitting right here next to us. So
yeah, Sploosh is up next. So.
Well, beautiful. Thank you for coming on, man. I
Yeah,
always
thank
appreciate
you.
seeing you. Really appreciate your take on the game too.
Thanks for doing all this work, man.
Absolutely.
Super fun. You're welcome.
Beautiful.
Bye, stream.
But, guys, for real, make sure to check out the Danger Room podcast. If you are into MCP, I'm sure you already know exactly what it is. But let's welcome Sploosh on next if he's interested. You want to? Yeah. All right, so this will get us our convention card, final box check to have. I mean, granted, Jacob's not here, but our third interview with the Danger Room today.
Oh boy.
Sploosh, how are you doing?
I'm great.
Good.
Yeah.
So last time we saw you, it was at NashCon, or at least that I saw you.
Yeah.
You were running a Sam Wilson with Malekith roster at that point. You switched over to X-Men Brotherhood, right?
Yeah.
All right, so tell me about how kind of that particular roster has formed since, August and up to now. What changes have you made? How long have you been running this particular grouping?
Good question. I mean, probably when they announced, Logan is X-Men.
Yeah.
I actually always thought that Apex was cooler, between the two in the pack. But I don't like playing Magneto that much.
Right.
But Logan, I was like, please make the guy X-Men. And, they did it.
Yeah.
Because there was people might not know, there was a little drama there. The AMG actually said that he's not X-Men in a Twitch stream. And then they think they changed their mind. And come on, for multiple reasons, that's cool to do, but also it's just good for their sales.
Right.
Be a little greedy. I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Because I was going to kind of boycott that box, even though I think it was really awesome. So I'm just so glad they changed their mind. I mean, AMG does this, right? They make these changes and make us happy. So keep it up.
Well, I think that's a pretty positive point, right? They listen to the community.
Yeah.
Usually for the best, I think. I think the Crisis change was pretty positive overall, and certainly kind of breathed a really good new breath of life into the game.
Make sure Gambit's in frame.
So I know Keeper was very excited to see some Gambit.
There was a person playing him, but you won't see me doing that.
So tell me about, so when did you qualify for the LVO?
NashCon.
It was NashCon?
Yeah.
All right, great. So
what an event. that's a good way to get in here.
Yeah, it really is.
I didn't expect to do it, but I did it. You know?
Yeah. Well, and especially with what a wild event that was too, with Malekith really just coming out and being so dominant.
This feels like a part 2 of that.
It
because
does.
this is, again, and they did this last year, like the timing of this event and coincidence or whatever, AMG seems to always mess with things around the end of the year.
Yeah.
And then boom, LVO. So it's 2 times in a row, and then NashCon, again, like the same thing, like Malekith hit like a sledgehammer.
Right.
And it was just mind-blowing. And the uncertainty is insane. Like, all the people here, you know, for all the practice and time we put into the game, we all talk, and it's like, yeah, I don't know what's good. Like, I think I know what's good,
right?
But I don't know what's good, you know. And then these events help us all figure it out. You know?
Well, that's one of the things too, right? Just kind of, there's with any miniatures game, right? There's some outliers to kind of the balance as a whole, but for the most part, we've seen kind of a wide dearth of stuff here today at LVO. And there's a lot of X-Men and there's a lot of Brotherhood, but a lot of dual affiliation and stuff as well. Some Guardians and some Shield, which we haven't really seen competitively in a hot minute.
Yeah.
So tell me about your first game of the day. And actually before that, last night when brackets go up, were you one of the players that delved in a little hard on your first match and who you might have to face throughout the rest of the day? Or were you just like, listen, it's going to be there?
Well, Mutt DeLuca goes to a lot of events, and that guy is keyed in. So, like, we're roommates. So he's like, yeah, I know that guy. He's just going to throw Hulk at you. And that, literally, all I knew was I'm going to see Hulk. And he was playing Avengers with Steve or... actually, it was Corset Red Skull, which I had to, like, double take that. Not just in it or whatever, but, like, his plan was still, like, Red Skull would like jam Hulk at me, or Steve would jam Hulk at me. So either way, Hulk's coming. And that's literally what happened. Hulk just beasted through, and it just was up to Logan. I purposely, because I had let more activations in him, so I kind of set up the matchups.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, I believe in you, Logan. I just need you to like not die immediately. And that's pretty much what happened. Like, Logan rolled pretty well, and then I was up. I only needed 3 more VPs, and then Hulk kind of went off and just like killed everyone. And the deciding 3 points was like Toad had like grabbed something off of X-23 and then ran hopped.
Yeah.
And then I had put someone in with range 2, like X-23 within 2, and it was Paranoia. So it was like the 1 plus the being in range 2 for Paranoia plus like 1 of my Secures. When that turn started, I had all 4 Mutant Madmens.
Yeah.
When it ended, I had 1 and like all dead people except for poor lowly Toad and X-23 like quivering in the corner.
Yeah. So with Paranoia, it seems like a lot of people have been taking Paranoia. Jacob's stats came out earlier for kind of the breakdown of that. I love to see new Crisises in competitive events and people really adhering to it. What has been your experience with Paranoia? Do you like seeing it there? And is it just kind of, and if you do like it, is it because it's new or because you really kind of like how that particular Crisis works? Or just indifferent?
It's just kind of like, it's weird, like, because it's like 2 each, kind of, in theory.
Yeah.
And then you can get the extra point by having together, and I feel like that just kind of works for X-Men in multiple levels. Obviously, everyone knows the X-Men jump by now, but there's still, like, you could do, like, To Me, My X-Men off Storm, and that would let her kind of move someone towards her off the starting line, and then they can go and reach, which is a nice trick to get to safely. But then also you can sneak in Deception randomly.
Yeah.
And then also even Mystique's leadership can let, like, if you want to go crazy, you can go like Jugs Hulk and let them go up and run away with them. And like Hulk just shrugs at the damage and Jugs isn't that phased.
Yeah.
But then the X-Men, I really like X-23 and Logan, and they heal, so they don't care about damage. And yeah, it just kind of works out.
Yeah.
I don't think it's like, it's probably, I don't know, it's like, I'm not like in love with that one, but it's good and does what I want. So
nice. So as far as your plans for tomorrow, are you going to continue with the Swiss?
Yeah,
or?
yeah. I'm from Massachusetts, so I know I'm not the furthest traveler. I think Reith went like 7-hour flight, so he definitely wins. But I travel a long way. I'm gonna play, and I want to show that I can come out with a good winning record. Good. Hopefully that'll happen.
Yeah.
This competition's insane, but we all knew that getting into it. So.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the way to go, and I really like to see that. Mike said he was going to be doing the same thing. Some people drop, and that's cool, especially if you have to travel back or whatever. But no, I think there's a lot to say as far as the game itself and continuing to do well, because really at the end of the day, it's just one loss so far.
Yeah, I think this event feels different because it's an invitational, and that like everyone's so good that it's like the games are just great, and the meta like is still kind of new, so just getting games in is fun. People you don't know, like you get sick of the same faces,
Yeah.
So seeing just strangers and just playing and having no clue what they're thinking or what they're doing and whatever. Like, and I'll tell you too, after I lost, I didn't even look at my opponent's list on round 3.
Yeah.
I was like, whatever it is whatever it is. You
Yeah.
know, I definitely just taking it easy and having more fun with things.
And Lord Comgreg, if you want to answer this, you can. What your name on Longshanks is?
I think it's just Sploosh.
I thought it was too.
Oh, well, no, my real name is Douglas Kropp, Kropp. So I don't put a nickname. I think you have to be like a subscriber to have nicknames.
Oh, gotcha.
It does say Danger Room. I put I don't know if it shows up in the thing, but if you go to there's like a club or whatever. Yeah, my name's Douglas. I think, weirdly, I'm the only one that did Brotherhood X-Men.
I thought actually that was going to be a lot more prevalent.
I don't know. I wasn't expecting to be super common, and I'm not sure it's actually the right call. It can cheat games, is the thing.
Right.
It would be too long for me to get into all of it, but I will just say that if you use Mystique's leadership on Senators, it's pretty gross.
Yeah.
And if you use X-Men on the 2 pay-to-flips, Portals and Madmen, you're usually pretty advantaged.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of was trying to hedge that concept. And then also, X-Men are not very good in, especially Intrusions. Intrusions is like a complete nightmare for X-Men.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, I don't really like Magneto very much, but the refraction is pretty sweet. And I already have, I really like these other characters, so let's just do that. I'll just play, not play Storm, basically. Hopefully X-Men get more leaders in the future.
Yeah.
And then I can just play mono X-Men. Because I think they're so close to, the greatness.
Yeah.
And not to say they're not good. There's still one X-Men that made it, but they felt hard.
Yeah.
There was 13 X-Men, and now there's 1.
There's 1, and it's, and the gentleman piloting Simon is
he's
incredibly
really
skilled.
Yeah, and he puts in the time like crazy.
Yeah.
Like Mike was talking about playing Shield. Mike's like, I'm not very experienced against Shield. And Baka Blitz jumps in with I played him 11 times. It's like, what?
I guess so. Final question. I thought I had one more for you. Maybe I forgot what it was. Oh, are there going to be any changes that you're going to make to this list going forward? Are you going to be heading to a different affiliation or making some tweaks to that?
Well, I'm an X-Men fanboy, and maybe Vaca can show that there's something there or whatever. I do think X-Men are just very sensitive. If I went mono X-Men, they're very sensitive to what's going on.
Yeah.
And this event will probably make Brotherhood more popular, which is a nightmare because, I know Mike told you, but we practice a lot, and I was his punching bag. I know, and he was saying he practices against himself, but we've identified weaknesses, and then a lot of his, if you look at his objectives, they're all anti X-Men. Playing Scoundrels is such a slap in the face to X-Men. It's oh, what, everybody just gets cover, and that's just one of the things he does to kind of meddle with us X-Men.
Yeah.
But also I think he's playing Demons, which isn't great, and he's Gamma is kind of messy for X-Men.
Yeah.
And
you want to be able to get some points and then get away a little bit,
yeah,
right?
and
when you're forced to kind of...
There's a lot of smart people here who come to the same conclusions. Sooner, without really talking to us at all, kind of has very similar stuff. The only difference with him, instead of Scoundrels, he's running Intrusions, which is arguably equally or worse for X-Men.
Yeah.
So basically the point is, the meta moves towards Brotherhood, it's bad for X-Men. Because, then it's just... Because they're still pretty good at extracts. Senators is, I said, kind of a thing, and they figured it out. Researchers also kind of awkward for X-Men, because what are you stealing? You can't steal the secure extract.
Yes.
You know?
We've talked about that a lot today with because we've seen Researcher a few times on stream, and just that it's difficult to get out of that mindset that it's not just another secure.
Yeah.
But
yeah, so I guess the thing is, I just was like, well, what if I can get away with having, the cake and eat it too, or whatever that phrase is.
Yeah.
But like where I can be good on pay to flips, but then like still kind of keep up with the Brotherhood and play the mirrors. But the problem is the solo, like the mono Brotherhood, they just have like those few extra tools, mostly Apex.
Yeah.
Apex plus Magneto is crazy. He's kind of feels like a baby Hulk.
Yeah.
And Hulk's really good. So yeah, and I love it too. I love mutants. So like this is heaven for me.
Yeah.
And I know like Chewie has been obsessed with Brotherhood for like over a year. So this is like his Christmas land. So
really,
I like X-Men more, but I have no problem with Brotherhood. And I might just play Brotherhood. Competitive people, we're sure maybe whoever wins, we're gonna obsess over like fine-tuning the list.
Yeah.
Like what's that perfect 10th slot? What's that perfect objective? So we'll have lots of things to do.
Absolutely. But dude, thank you for stopping by. It's always good to see you. And once again, Sploosh is also on the Danger Room podcast. Make sure to check that out because these guys are probably some of the best at illustrating a lot of the great points of the game while also remaining competitive, but in a way that's still fun, right? You play the characters that you like, but do it in a very legitimate, solid, high technical way. So really appreciate you being here, man. Good luck on the rest of the con.
Thank you.
And well, I'm sure we'll see you pop up again.
I wish I could have been on camera and winning, man. I have some friends, my wife, that love watching and the streams. So thank you for streaming and making that even an option. And
really
I'm sure the
appreciate
other players have their friends and family also watching and looking into it. So
yeah, in one of the last games we had someone in stream pretending to be one of the players' fathers, rooting them on.
That's awesome. It would be even cooler if the actual father was there too. And they have a little fight there, like,
just argue.
Oh
about who
yeah,
the
well
real
I know where he was born, So, yeah, that's awesome.
But all right, guys, I think that's going to wrap it up for us today. But once again, Sploosh, thank you to Mike and Omnis and Ben and Brian Watson, everyone that's helped put this together and made LVO and MCP great. We'll see you again tomorrow at the same time for the finals.
You're asking when you're back.
Oh, so we are back. I believe it starts a little bit earlier tomorrow, so expect us on probably by 8:30 or 9 tomorrow, right? Tomorrow starts at 9, I think.
I'm so bad. You would think I would know this stuff. I showed up at like 8:30 because I just wasn't sure.
I really should know as well.
You would think the guys who are in this thing would know this stuff.
But I believe it is 9 a.m. Pacific time, so expect us on probably 8:45, about 15 minutes before the start of the event tomorrow. All right, guys, thank you so much. Thank you to the patrons, everyone that supported this, and make sure to use that link down below. Let Frontline Gaming know that MCP is something to double down on, and we can grow this event every single year. Thank you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9. Wrong one.